Chapter 3591. In the demonic sky fire domain, the two camps were still in a standoff. Although the top leaders of the Godsfall camp were trapped in the primal chaos battlefield and could not return, the young Marquis and the others did not dare to act rashly with the Lord of the Nether Ghost present. Moreover, since the Godsfall battlefield had existed for countless years, there had been many ancient great beings that had survived. They had hidden themselves and were recovering from their wounds. These old monsters that had hidden themselves from the world were also secretly watching. Once there was an apocalyptic crisis in the Godsfall battlefield, they would definitely appear at the first sign of it. In the fire essence mine, the little Marquis clenched his fists, and instantly the fire essence was crushed into powder. A terrifying halo of light appeared around him, forming a powerful defense. His blood and chi churned. After absorbing the power of the fire essence mine, his understanding of the origin had deepened. Crash! He slowly opened his eyes and retracted his aura. At this moment, the only female servant quickly walked in and whispered a few words in the young Marquis's ear. Immediately, the young Marquis stood up. His face was solemn and there was some anger between his brows. Whoosh! Whoosh! The young Marquis did not say anything and directly flew towards the depths of the fire essence mine. Soon he arrived in front of the lava. He easily passed through the lava and appeared in the underground cave. Bang! He looked around for a moment, then suddenly punched the wall next to him. A terrifying power spread out, causing the entire immortal's cave to shake. Dust flew everywhere, and the servants behind him were shocked. Fire essence crystal. With the young Marquis's eyesight, he could see that there had been fire essence crystals here before. However, someone had taken them away before him. The fire essence mine is mine. No one can touch it. During this period, he had been very irritated. There had been no news of the fire source mine. Now that he found out that the fire essence crystals had been taken by someone else, how could he not be angry? Young Marquis, I suspect that the person who took the fire essence crystals and the person who obtained the fire source mine should be the same person, the armored servant said in a low voice. The young Marquis gradually calmed down, and his expression became indifferent. He nodded lightly and did not listen to the armored servant. Waiting like this is not a solution. The young Marquis muttered, "Is there still no news from the outside world?" The servant informed him that there were many warriors who were willing to follow the young Marquis into battle. They were also doing their best to find the whereabouts of the fire source organ. According to our analysis, there is one person who is most likely to obtain the Inferno Source organ. The armored servant's expression flickered. Who? When he heard the two-word source, the young Marquis suddenly turned around. An overwhelming aura swept through the underground cave as he stared at the armored servant. According to our understanding, the strongest force in the Sinner's Land is a sect called the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Its sect master is most likely a half-step chaotic supremacy. Hearing this, the young Duke's expression changed. When it came to the primal chaos supremes, even if they were only half-step supremes, they were still legendary existences. Even his father, Duke Xiaoyao, might not be a match for a half-step chaotic supremacy. The Heaven-Defying Alliance takes in many disciples and has nurtured countless geniuses. Among them, the Holy Ji Palace is the best. Anyone who can join the Holy Ji Palace is basically the greatest genius in this world. The armored servant briefly introduced the Holy Ji Palace and finally mentioned Fangchen. What? After hearing the armored servant's words, the young Marquis was stunned. He was a little shocked. He did not expect that there would be such a genius in the Sinner's Land. If what you've said is true, then this guy by the name of Fang Qin truly possesses enormous potential. The young Marquis said, as a rank 3, he defeated a rank 6 and even fought against a rank 7. Even I can't do that at the same level. Of course, at the same time, the young Marquis also carefully discovered that during the battle of the demonic fire domain, Fang Qin had a fierce battle in the Inferno Marrow Mine. Then he killed Bull Demon and the others outside the mine. This meant that Fong Qin had entered the Inferno Marrow mine in advance. Could it be that he really got it? Regardless of whether the news was true or not, as long as there was a slight possibility, the young Marquis would not let it go. Give the sinners who want to follow me some benefits, and let them secretly hunt down Fong Qin. The young Marquis ordered. Remember, I want them alive. Yes. Fong Qin also knew about the situation in the demonic fire domain. With his current strength, it was difficult for him to intervene. Moreover, with the Black and White Elders, the God's Fall battlefield would not be defeated. There was not much time left for him. Since the young Marquis and the others knew about the existence of the Inferno Source mine, they must have great means. Perhaps they would find him one day. This was a potential enemy, so the most important thing was to improve his strength. In this trip to the No Demon cult's lair, other than rescuing the Sky Sword Peak Master, the Black and White Elders meant to train himself. Whoosh! After sorting out the thoughts in his mind, Fong Qin took a deep breath and raised his head. As the breeze blew, he felt a trace of coolness. Now, if I use my trump card, I can fight against a rank 9 saint. But this is far from enough. Fong Qin felt a sense of urgency. A warrior who could really influence the situation in the demonic fire domain was at least a peak rank 9 saint or even an invincible saint. He was still a long way from this step. However, he had enough confidence. My bloodline has evolved to the perfect level, and the Chaos Sword body has reached the inborn level. My body's condition has reached the peak, and my primordial spirit has completely formed the core. It will be the next step to form the nascent soul. Fong Qin muttered to himself. With 2 origins, I still have a lot of room for improvement. Half a month later, Fong Qin came to a mysterious place. It was extremely desolate. To the outside world, this was a forbidden place for humans. Ordinary warriors would not dare to get close, let alone enter. However, the purpose of Fong Qin's trip was to this place. Looking at the demonic mountain range in front, Fong Qin stopped and looked into the distance. The No Demon cult's lair is here. From the information he got from the Black and White Elders, the No Demon cult's lair was here. However, the No Demon cult was able to hide for countless years without being discovered. They must have some tricks up their sleeves. Let's search slowly. We will find some clues eventually. Fong Qin muttered to himself and plunged into the demonic mountain range. In a dark space there was a sword tomb. Inside the sword tomb, there were broken dark swords everywhere. The owners of these broken swords were all evil when they were alive. After they died, their resentment merged into the broken swords and formed the so-called Dark Sword Tomb. Ah, a figure stood in the Dark Sword Tomb. His body was pierced by the broken dark swords from time to time. He endured the pain and did not make a sound. However, his face was completely hideous. Bang! Finally, under the repeated attacks, he could not hold on and knelt on the ground with one knee. His vitality was fading. Sky Sword Peak Master. Chapter 3592. In the demonic strange mountain range, Fong Qin felt the gloomy power as soon as he entered. This power could corrode a martial artist's primordial spirit. If one stayed here for a long time, even a saint would not feel good. No wonder no one is willing to come here. Fong Qin sighed. At the same time, he was more convinced that the headquarters of the No Demon cult should be here. The No Demon cult was an evil demon Tao force. The martial artists of this sect practiced extremely evil cultivation methods, so the most suitable place for them to practice was a place with strong, gloomy power. Everything here was very consistent with the No Demon cult. According to the information given by the Black and White Elders, the No Demon cult master seemed to have also entered the Chaos battlefield. In this case, there were no top giants in the No Demon cult. As long as he did not encounter an invincible saint, Fong Qin could still handle it. Although his current comprehensive combat strength was at most comparable to an early 9th rank saint, he was really fearless in terms of escaping ability. He could take advantage of this opportunity to test his combat strength. Buzz, the perfect bloodline in his body, felt the gloomy and terrifying aura and began to become restless. With a boom, the perfect bloodline erupted from Feng Chen's body. It circled around Feng Chen and incinerated the evil energy that approached him. Feng Chen could clearly see that the evil power in the void seemed to be afraid of the perfect bloodline and kept dissipating. Without the obstruction of the evil power, Feng Chen's progress became much easier. Suddenly, he heard a beast roar. Then he leaped and in a few strides found the source of the sound. This is... Feng Chen's pupil shrank when he saw a shocking scene. In the dense forest ahead, there were many demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were very different from ordinary demonic beasts. Their bodies were full of the terrifying power of reincarnation. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that they were carrying a very rare standard long saber. Reincarnation. Vaguely, Feng Chen heard such a voice, as if it had crossed the river of time. The perfect bloodline in his body became more restless. Could it be that reincarnation really exists? Up to this point in his cultivation, Feng Chen had come into contact with the power of samsara, but that was only a superficial power. True samsara was something even mighty figures avoided, afraid of bringing trouble to themselves. It is said that after a saint dies, he will experience reincarnation and be reborn in the reincarnation, finally completing his transformation. Feng Chen whispered, "Normally, after a warrior died, as long as his true spirit did not disperse, an Almighty could reverse the situation and revive him. Of course, this kind of resurrection was not a true resurrection in the true sense. It was only to restrain his true spirit from the vast void, and then help him reconstruct his physical body and condense his flesh and blood. However, the 5 elements Saint Realm experts were different. They already stood at the peak of the world and possessed vast amounts of origin energy. Once they died, they would definitely enter the cycle of reincarnation. Only the path of reincarnation could withstand their powerful will after death. Reincarnation only existed in legends. It was said that there was a path of reincarnation between heaven and earth. Many powerful beings who had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation would choose to step onto the path of reincarnation to complete their transformation. Of course, the path of reincarnation was also extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would cause one's soul to disperse. Only 1 in 10,000 could truly be reborn through the path of reincarnation. The samsara knife? Feng Chen lost his composure, and his face suddenly changed. The demonic beasts in the dense forest had the samsara knife hanging on their bodies. What was going on? Are they the guardians of the path of reincarnation? Roar! While Feng Chen was in a daze, the demonic beast stopped. The leader held the samsara knife and turned to Feng Chen with a ghostly smile, letting out a roar. Just when Feng Chen thought they were going to attack, the demonic beasts uniformly entered the depths of the dense forest. See you on the path of reincarnation. Such a shocking sentence came from the void. When he heard it, Feng Chen's body shook violently, and he immediately looked into the depths of the forest in disbelief. Gone. Under his eyelids, the demonic beasts disappeared. Only the aura of reincarnation in the void proved that it was not an illusion. See you on the path of reincarnation. Feng Chen pondered seriously. Was this sentence directed at me? Why did it say see you on the path of reincarnation? Could it see my future? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Feng Chen jumped and rushed into the depths of the forest. He wanted to catch up and investigate, but he did not find any clues even after turning the forest upside down. What's going on? Does the path of reincarnation really exist? Are they the reincarnators on the path of reincarnation or the guardians? In the battle of ancient gods, the peak experts were all killed, and the path of reincarnation changed drastically. Was that why the scene just now happened? While thinking, Fang Qin saw something out of the corner of his eye. He strode forward and came to a bluestone. A standard long saber lay quietly on it. It was the samsara knife that could only be found on the path of reincarnation. The long saber vaguely emitted a unique reincarnation power which corroded the bluestone. Fang Qin was stunned. Did they forget about the samsara knife, or did they deliberately leave it here? Combining all the previous events, Fang Qin felt a little incredulous. Why did I happen to run into the guardians of the path of reincarnation as soon as I came in? After careful consideration, Fang Qin carefully picked up the samsara knife. As soon as the long saber was in his palm, it changed drastically. The reincarnation power crazily absorbed the perfect bloodline in his body. In the blink of an eye, the perfect blood completely submerged the samsara knife. Buzz! After absorbing enough perfect blood, the dim samsara knife became lustrous again. Fang Qin looked at the samsara knife and waved it gently. Suddenly, the void was torn and a space storm appeared. It's so powerful! Fang Qin exclaimed. The samsara knife could corrode the void. Even if a sage was hit, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Fang Qin suspected that the meat on the path of reincarnation, mentioned by the leader of the demonic beasts, might have something to do with the perfect bloodline, and this samsara knife might also have something to do with it. Anyway, the samsara knife is stronger than the origin holy weapon. It can be regarded as a trump card. Fang Qin tried to calm down and put away the samsara knife. After this incident, he felt more and more that the path of reincarnation might really exist. Maybe it was in the demonic mountains. Why is the nest of the no-demon cult here? They have been hiding for countless years. Even the heaven-defying alliance can't detect them. Why? Fang Qin thought of a possibility. The no-demon cult was very likely to be exploring the path of reincarnation, where they had found it and were secretly plotting a shocking plan. Phew! Thinking of this, Fang Qin trembled. If his guess was true, then the no-demon cult was far more terrifying than he had imagined. After calming down a little, Fang Qin quickly left this troublesome place. Chapter 3593. In the demonic mountains, Fang Qin was still aimlessly looking for the no-demon cult's lair. Buzz! Wherever he went, there would be a trace of perfect bloodline left in the void. These bloodlines continued to spread, helping him to sense the place with the densest evil power. Just like that, a month passed without him noticing. During this time, Fang Qin didn't find any clues about the no-demon cult, but he made a shocking discovery. He found traces of the Blood Emperor in the demonic mountains. On this day, he stood in front of a mountain peak, looking at the blood-red token in his palm shining with soft light. He was a little stunned. This token was obtained by the Gu family in the primordial chaos. He had kept it with him for so long that he had forgotten about it. He didn't expect to find the Blood Emperor's relics here. The Blood Emperor has been here. Fang Qin frowned, puzzled. After he reached the completion of the Yin-Yang origin realm, he had obtained some key information from the Blood Emperor's token. He knew that the Blood Emperor's strength hadn't reached the 5 elements Saint Realm. Without entering the Saint Realm, it was almost impossible to reach this dangerous place with one's own strength. He was puzzled and curious at the same time. Fang Qin's powerful divine consciousness sensed a strange aura approaching not far away. Soon he found that there were 2 people looking for something on the other side of the mountain. "Amojio, are you sure that guy is here?" The man with sword-like eyebrows asked irritably. The other person called Amojio said in a deep voice, "How can a guy in the Yin-Yang origin realm come here? It's because of that thing. I also inadvertently obtained a secret. Back then, that guy was just a nobody, but because he obtained that item, his reputation shook greatly. After that, he disappeared without a trace, and the people of the world were very puzzled." Amojio's eyes flickered. He had borrowed the psychic mirror from the sect to look for that thing. If he could find it, it would be a great achievement. Alas, even if we really find it, it's not our turn. The man with sword-like eyebrows shook his head. That thing was very important and was very attractive to saints. They were not qualified to get it. Emo Gio didn't say anything. He was secretly calculating in his heart. Fong Qin heard their conversation. He frowned and pondered. From Emo Gio's words, Fong Chen could feel that the Yin-Yang origin realm guy they were talking about was Blood Emperor. Is it Blood Emperor? Fong Chen muttered to himself. If it was the Blood Emperor, then it matched the information that he had. What are they looking for? The Blood Emperor brought that thing here? If that's the case, everything makes sense. Fong Chen's eyes lit up. He disappeared into the void and stared at the two of them in secret. 2 9th-level saints. Fong Chen was thinking, if the two of them really found that thing, how should he snatch it? Although his strength had increased greatly, he still did not have the confidence to face 2 9th-order sages. Finally, he steadied his mind. Wait for an opportunity. Emo Gio and the man with sword-like eyebrows searched for a long time on the mountainside. Suddenly, they triggered some kind of mechanism. Immediately after, a void door appeared. The two men looked at each other and wanted to enter it. Bang! The void door blocked them. The man with sword-like eyebrows said angrily, "Damn it, there's a restriction." On the other hand, Emo Gio's eyes lit up. He was increasingly convinced that the item was here because he could feel a palpitating aura coming from the restrictive spell. "Think of a way to break the restriction," Emo Gio said. In secret, Fong Qin used his powerful primordial spirit to conceal his aura. The two men did not notice him at all. This, the Blood Emperor's token, started to vibrate. It was unusually restless. Fong Qin was shocked. He stared at the void gate on the mountainside. Does it need the Blood Emperor's token to open it? Fong Qin thought quickly. Once he made a move, he had to kill at least one of them. The remaining one would be easy to deal with. Moreover, he had to consider all factors. After all, this was the territory of the Sans demon cult. Once he made a move, he would be killed. Set up the Demon Slayer formation and trap the two of them. Then, use the Heaven-Slaying alchemy to kill one of them. Fong Qin had a detailed battle plan in his mind. Although there were risks, he had to give it a try. Boom! Just as Emo Gio and the man with sword-like eyebrows were sent flying, the world suddenly changed. The power of the Demon Slayer formation swept through the void. The next moment, the formation base gathered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Slayer formation was set up. "Who is it?" Emo Gio steadied himself and said coldly. Swoosh! The dazzling sword light carried a sharp golden sword chi as it descended from the sky. At the same time, the origin of gold and the origin of fire appeared and merged into the sword light, causing its power to increase exponentially. It struck the man with sword-like eyebrows at lightning speed. "You're courting death." Emo Gio was furious and ready to attack. At this time, the perfect bloodline arrived in front of Emo Gio and suppressed his bloodline. Emo Gio felt that his bloodline was completely suppressed and he could not move. His strength was also affected. His body swayed and he felt a throbbing from the depths of his primordial spirit. Pucci, the heaven-cleaving alchemy, was too powerful. Fong Qin did not give the man with sword-like eyebrows any chance to breathe. The sword pierced through his body and killed him instantly. When Emo Gio came to his senses, the man with sword-like eyebrows was already dead. "Who are you?" Emo Gio went crazy, but it was too late. Fong Qin raised his sword again and fought with him. Rumble! A fierce battle broke out in the Demon Slayer formation. In the end, Fong Qin severely injured Emo Gio and suppressed him. "How dare you kill my people here? You're dead!" Emo Gio said angrily. Crack! Fong Qin pressed his hand down, and Emo Gio's bones cracked. He grimaced and almost fainted. "What's behind the void gate?" Fong Chen asked. Mo Jio was angry but did not say anything. Fong Chen came in front of Mo Jio with his sword and cut off his arm. Blood spurted out and Mo Jio screamed in pain. Unfortunately, his power was sealed and he could not fight. Crack! Seeing that he did not reply, Fong Chen continued to attack and cleanly cut off his other arm. "Make a guess. Where do you think I'll stab next?" There was a chance only if he was alive. Once he died, everything would be for naught. Moreover, the people of the Demon Slayer sect had a demon heart. They would do anything to survive. Soon, Mo Jio bowed his head. "A little guy called Shui Di came here before. We want to go in and have a look." Sure enough, Fong Chen's guess was right. How did a yin-yang origin realm come here? Fong Chen asked. Mo Jio knew that their conversation was most likely heard by Fong Chen. There was no point in hiding it, so he told him everything. Fusion, source, fragment. Mo Jio said he came here with the fragment. Chapter 3594. Mo Jio panted, his forehead full of sweat. The Demon Slayer power invaded his body, corroding his flesh and blood, and completely suppressing his demon-free bloodline. He felt extremely uncomfortable, and his heart palpitated from the depths of his primordial spirit. His only goal now was to preserve his life. As long as he was alive, there was hope. As long as he could escape from the clutches of this devil, everything would be fine. Seeing Fong Chen's hesitation, Mo Jio thought that he did not believe him, and hurriedly said, "You should know very well that the yin-yang primordial realm can't enter this dangerous place. They can't resist the gloomy aura in the air. Only the fusion source fragment can let him come here safely." While speaking, Mo Jio watched Fong Chen's expression. "What's a fusion source fragment?" Fong Chen asked. Mo Jio explained that in ancient times there were peak experts who used heavenly means to fuse the origins into elixirs. This elixir was called the fusion source elixir. It could be understood from the literal meaning that this elixir could help martial artists fuse the origins. At the beginning of the world, 5 origins were born as the foundation to stabilize the space. If one could comprehend one of the origins, they could enter the 5 elements sacred realm. Many talented martial artists could comprehend different origins. The 5 origins were completely different. Under normal circumstances, it was basically impossible to fuse them. However, everything in the world existed for a reason. There were almighties who spent their entire lives to fuse 2 different origins, and their combat strength skyrocketed. After that, there were countless imitators, and fusing the origins gradually became a mainstream practice. Those who wanted to go further on the martial Tao would do everything they could to fuse the origins. The fusion source elixir was born at this time. Even in ancient times, when there were many experts, the value of the fusion source elixir was immeasurable. Even a half-step chaotic supremacy could not resist the attraction of the fusion source elixir, unless it was a true chaotic supremacy. With the fusion source elixir, it meant that at least 2 origins could be fused together. The power of the fusion of origins was unimaginable. After the Deity Fall War, the world changed greatly. There were no more chaotic supremacies in the world, and the fusion source elixir disappeared. Fong Chen stared at Mo Jio in shock, his heart pounding. If what Mo Jio said was true, then this was an incredible opportunity for him. After the Battle of God's Fall, the Rongyuan pill became extinct. No one could refine this kind of divine pill anymore. However, news of the Rongyuan fragment would spread in the world from time to time. My no-demon cult collected information for a long time and paid a great price to obtain this information. Mo Jio continued. The upper echelons of the Sans demon cult attached great importance to the Rong source fragment. However, due to certain reasons, they could not find the exact location of the fragment. They could only speculate that it was in the demonic mountain range. For countless years, the no-demon cult had never given up. This time Mo and the man with sword-shaped eyebrows had also received a task to conduct a routine search. They did not expect to run into Fong Qin. According to the information we received, this fusion source fragment should be the only one left on the God's Fall battlefield since the ancient times. Fong Chen's expression was grave. He increasingly felt that things were beyond his imagination. Rong Yuan fragment. Fong Qin clenched his fists, his heart pounding. He had comprehended two origins and naturally knew how powerful they were. If he could obtain the Rong Yuan fragment, he might be able to merge the two origins. By then, his combat strength would soar, and he would be able to dominate the God's Fall battlefield. Phew! He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He no longer thought about how the Blood Emperor obtained the Rong Yuan fragment with his yin-yang origin realm cultivation. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to obtain the Rong Yuan fragment. He looked at Mo. The latter shrunk his neck and said, "I have already told you such important information. Shouldn't you let me go?" Buzz. Fong Chen waved his hand, and a mortal cave mountain appeared and suppressed Mo. Mo was furious, but he could not struggle. Fong Chen still had a use for Mo. He did not know what was behind the void gate and did not know anything about the Rong Yuan fragment. He still needed Mo. for many things. Whoosh! With a thought, a mirror appeared in Fong Chen's hand. "You, give me back my psychic mirror." Mo's angry roar came from a mortal cave mountain. An origin sacred weapon. Fong Qin played with the psychic mirror and was surprised. He had seen the power of this bronze mirror before. He held the psychic mirror in his hand and came to the void gate. The Blood Emperor's token shook and shone with a strange light. It merged with the void gate in an instant. Then a blood-red aura shrouded Fong Qin and drowned him. It was dark and filled with a corrosive aura. The sun could not be seen here all year round. Countless bones were piled up on the ground, emitting a rotten smell. Rip! In the void, a figure suddenly appeared. There was a terrifying scar on his forehead. The moment he opened his eyes, the world became dark without any light. "Is there still no news from Mo?" The person's voice was hoarse, but it contained great power. "Lord Protector, there is still no news." A few disciples walked out from the dark and answered respectfully. The no-demon cult attached great importance to the fusion source fragment. However, they had spent so much effort over the years and still could not find it. Therefore, every once in a while, they would send people to patrol. This time it was Mo and the man with sword-like eyebrows' turn. They had been out for more than 10 days and still had not returned. Recently, the god-perishing battlefield has not been peaceful. The Demon Sky Fire region is full of war. Send some people out to see what is going on. In the dark, the Protector said gloomily. The disciples nodded and were about to leave when the Protector spoke again. "How is the situation in the Demon Sky Fire region?" Has the messenger replied? The no-demon cult had sent a messenger to the Demon Sky Fire region to meet with the young Marquis and the others. They wanted to cooperate and plan something big. "Lord Protector, the messenger has arrived at the Demon Sky Fire region and met with the young Marquis, but speak." The Protector's tone was cold. The disciple who spoke earlier was frightened. The young Marquis said that if we want to cooperate with him, we must show sincerity. Moreover, he does not think that the no-demon cult is qualified to cooperate with him. Oh, the Protector sneered. "Tell the messenger to tell the young Marquis that the no-demon cult has shown sincerity. Whether we are qualified or not, he will know soon." After that, the Protector disappeared into the darkness, leaving the disciples looking at each other in dismay. The no-demon cult had been silent for countless years. Recently, they were ready to make a move. Even they had a feeling that a storm was coming. It's really going to change. Perhaps the nightmare of the gods will come again. The heaven-defying alliance thinks of themselves as the leader of the god-perishing battlefield. The no-demon cult only has a chance in troubled times. If the God-perishing battle comes again, we will benefit the most. Chapter 3595. Demonic Mountain Range Behind the Void Door. The Blood Emperor's token flashed, and a blood-red light illuminated the entire cave dwelling. Fang Qin saw an independent space that was surrounded by seals. It seemed like the Blood Emperor had cultivated here before. Fang Qin held the Blood Emperor's token and looked around. After confirming that there was no danger, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he noticed that there was a futon in front of him. Under the futon, there were some words engraved on it. This is... Fang Qin was a little confused. Judging from the writing, it seemed to be an ancient language. He could not understand it. Whoosh! He threw Emojio out of Dark Cave Mountain and asked him to translate. Do you know the ancient language? Dark Cave Mountain was an independent space, and Fang Qin was the ruler. With just a thought, Emojio would be tortured to death. In just a short period of time, he had already been tortured to the point of wanting to die. Now, after coming out of Dark Cave Mountain, he was a little excited. After hearing Fang Qin's words, he hurried to the futon. Is this the place where the owner of the Rong Yuan fragment came? He lowered his head and looked at the complicated words. At first, his expression was still normal, but soon his scalp went numb and his body trembled. What's going on? Fang Qin asked as he came forward. Emojio's heart was filled with fear. There's danger. We're in great danger. Seeing Emojio in such a panic, Fang Qin was even more curious and asked him what the ancient language meant. Emojio took a long time to calm down. He told him that the words were indeed ancient language left behind by a guy called the Blood Emperor. As expected, Fang Qin nodded. The Blood Emperor was the lucky person who obtained the Rong Yuan fragment. What? However, when he learned that the Blood Emperor was the descendant of an ancient expert, he was also shocked. The descendant of the Blood God clan? And it's the purest bloodline? I've seen records of the Blood God clan in the ancient books of the No-Demon cult. This clan is too strong. Even in the ancient times when there were many experts, they were still one of the most powerful clans. They had almost unified this world. The top giants of the clan had even touched the threshold of the primal chaos. Taking a deep breath, Emojio continued. Back then, there were rumors that the Blood God clan's supreme elder had already become a primal chaos supremacy. Fang Qin's heart trembled. Was the Blood God tribe so powerful? Now I finally understand why the Blood Emperor was able to obtain the fusion source fragment when he was only at the Yin-Yang origin realm. The rumors in the world are simply a joke. Emojio shook his head and sighed. Rumor had it that the Blood Emperor had gotten the fusion source fragment by chance. However, after knowing the Blood Emperor's identity, Emojio refused to believe the rumor. What kind of joke was this? According to the ancient characters at the bottom of the cattail hassock, the Blood Emperor was a descendant of the Blood God tribe. Moreover, he possessed the strongest bloodline of the Blood God tribe. He had already reached the stage of atavism. Why are the characters here blocked? Fang Qin woke up from his shock and pointed at the last line of the characters. It was blocked by fog, as if it had been erased by time. Fang Qin tried everything, but he could not restore it. Don't move, Emojio screamed. How can you resist the means of a supremacy? Means of a supremacy. Fang Qin took a few steps back and widened his eyes. Then, Emojio's voice trembled. I don't know much about ancient characters, but I can basically translate these characters. These are some of the cultivation stories that the Blood Emperor left behind before he died. The last few lines are an introduction to his identity and the ancient Blood God tribe. After pausing for a moment, Emojio continued. In front of the blocked characters, the Blood Emperor mentioned the supreme elder of the tribe. After that, the characters were blocked. I strongly suspect that this is related to the primal chaos supremacy. Therefore, The Great Path manifestation covered it up. The primal chaos supremacy was a legendary existence. His words were law, and he could influence the past and the future. If it was the means of a supremacy, then it was not surprising. The supremacy is a taboo. No one can talk about it casually, not even his descendants, Mo-Gio said. He even suspected that the Blood Emperor was a direct descendant of the supreme elder of the Blood God tribe. Thinking of this, he was extremely shocked. Back then, the Battle of Gods was called the Battle of Extinction. Almost all the top experts participated in the battle, and it was said that the primal chaos supremacy was behind it. The tragic situation of the battle made people pale. The supreme elder of the Blood God tribe? Fang Chen's heart palpitated. If he really became a supremacy, was he still alive in this world? Anything related to a supremacy is a taboo. Don't make wild guesses, or you will be in trouble, Mo-Gio reminded. Fang Chen came back to his senses and asked Mo-Gio to continue translating to see if the wrong source fragment was still here. Soon, Mo-Gio completely translated the ancient text. Only the last part was blocked and could not be translated. However, it did not stop Fang Chen from looking for the wrong source fragment. The wrong source fragment is here. The Blood Emperor brought it here to find the traces of the ancient Blood God tribe. Unfortunately, his realm was too low and he eventually fell here. Mo-Gio said, "What's here? Could it be that the Blood God clan has survived and is hiding in some secret place?" Fang Chen released his powerful divine sense. No matter how hard he searched, he could not find any clues about the Blood God tribe. In the end, he could only give up. This place is too strange. Let's leave quickly. Mo-Gio was a little guilty. When he was translating the text, he accidentally touched the blocked text. He was afraid that he would be entangled with a supremacy. Not long after, Fang Chen found the wrong source fragment according to the information left by the Blood Emperor. In his palm, there was a fragment the size of a thumb. It emitted a faint fragrance. There was nothing special about it. If he did not know that it was the legendary wrong source fragment, Fang Chen would have thought that it was an ordinary pill fragment. Is this the wrong source fragment? Fang Chen held it in his hand and felt a strange power invading his body. The two types of origin force circulated crazily and surrounded the strange power. The repulsive force weakened. This Fang Chen was shocked. Although he already knew the effects of the wrong source pill and the wrong source fragment, he was still shocked when he felt it for himself. "I've really found a treasure." Fang Chen kept it and was secretly delighted. Mo-Gio looked at the wrong source fragment and hesitated. Fang Chen looked at him. Mo-Gio gritted his teeth and said, "My no-demon cult has been eyeing the wrong source fragment for countless years. If you give it to us, you will definitely be protected by the no-demon cult. If the Battle of Gods happens again in the future, the no-demon cult will protect you." Hee, Fang Chen sneered. If the no-demon cult dared to show up, they would definitely be surrounded by many top forces. Chapter 3596. Even in the golden age of the ancient times, the Rongyuan elixir would still be fought over by top experts. The value of the Rongyuan elixir was immeasurable. As long as one could obtain it, they would be able to completely merge the two origins. This was already at the threshold of becoming a supreme being, which was why people went crazy over it. As for the Rongyuan fragment, it was a fragment of the Rongyuan elixir. After the Battle of Gods, the top experts had all died in battle. No one could refine the Rongyuan elixir after that. So the Rongyuan elixir disappeared in the long river of history. It was no exaggeration to say that the importance of the Rongyuan fragment was enough to cause an earth-shattering battle in the Battle of Gods. Fang Chen looked at Mo-Gio. The latter's voice carried a hint of threat. In Mo-Gio's opinion, no matter how strong Fang Chen was, he couldn't be compared to the no-demon cult. Now that he had the Rongyuan fragment, he would definitely be hunted down by the no-demon cult. Therefore, he used this to threaten Fang Chen. He wanted the latter to obediently hand over the Rongyuan fragment and submit to the no-demon cult. If the people outside know that you have the Rongyuan fragment, they will definitely go crazy. At that time, even the heaven-defying alliance won't be able to protect you. You will definitely die. Emojio didn't notice the change in Fang Chen's expression and continued, You should know that with your strength, you won't be able to keep the Rongyuan fragment. You might as well exchange it for existing resources. Buzz. However, just as Emojio was speaking, he suddenly felt an eerie and terrifying aura behind him. Then, his body couldn't help but tremble. When he turned around, he was shocked to see Fang Chen's cold face right in front of him. His eyes were emitting an aura of death. Emojio took a few steps back and looked at Fang Chen in fear. What are you trying to do? He was a little scared and regretted what he had just said. After all, he had underestimated Fang Chen's means. I'm really stupid. Fang Chen didn't hide his killing intent. Emojio was a little annoyed. He only cared about threatening Fang Chen with the Rongyuan fragment, but he had forgotten that it was a Rongyuan fragment that was enough to make any martialist take a risk. For example, the current Fang Chen definitely wanted to kill him to silence him. You can't kill me. Emojio was a little anxious. If I don't return soon, Lord Protector will definitely be alerted and send out powerful cultivators to search for me. When that happens, you'll be courting death. Fang Chen stepped forward and suppressed Emojio with his imposing manner. A ghostly smile appeared on his cold face. You should know the value of a fusion source fragment better than I do. If the outside world knows that I have a fusion source fragment, it will bring me endless trouble. So, Emojio's expression changed. Only the dead could keep secrets forever. Aren't you afraid of the no-demon cult's revenge? Emojio panicked. No demon cult? Fang Chen chuckled. Even without the fusion source fragment incident, the no-demon cult and I would never have been able to coexist. The hatred between us is irreconcilable. Back then, in the Tsang Kingdom, the no-demon cult secretly massacred the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance, and Fang Chen was almost killed. Later, in a rage, the Sky Sword Peak Master killed his way to the no-demon cult's lair and had yet to return. With the new and old grudges added together, how could he let it go? Boom! The fear in Emojio's eyes gradually turned into anger. He roared angrily and wanted to escape, but the power in his body had already been sealed by Fang Chen, so there was no way he could escape from Fang Chen's palm. With a slap, a terrifying force vibrated and flames burned, turning Emojio into ashes that drifted away with the wind. After killing Emojio, Fang Chen did not dare to stay here any longer. He bowed deeply to the futon and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a dazzling light came from the last line of words that were blocked. Fang Chen subconsciously reached out to grab it, but he failed to do so. The light penetrated his palm and entered his glabella. Dong! 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 His mind trembled and his primordial spirit churned. It took him a long time to stabilize his body. At this moment, a melodious and ancient voice sounded in his mind. Blood, God, clan. The voice was trembling and hoarse, as if it was pleading. Hiss! Fang Chen pondered. What did it mean? What was the Blood Emperor trying to say? Suddenly, he saw the light turn into a drop of blood in his mind. Layers of aura gradually spread out and was absorbed by the perfect bloodline. The true appearance of the drop of blood was gradually revealed, floating motionlessly near his primordial spirit. A large amount of information appeared in Fang Chen's mind, and he instantly felt relieved. Senior, don't worry. If I meet a descendant of the Blood God clan in the future, I will definitely return this drop of blood. If I have the strength, I will also help the Blood God clan. Fang Chen cupped his fists one last time and then quietly left. Boom! After he left, the futon was annihilated, and the words on the ground drifted away with the wind. The The last line of words turned into a bloody light and rushed into the sky. The cave collapsed, and even the mountain began to shake and fall to the ground, causing a great commotion. However, all traces of the Blood Emperor and the Blood God clan had disappeared completely. Fong Qin found a place to rest. He was not in a hurry to find the nest of the No Demon cult. He needed to digest the information he had received before. Looking at the drop of blood in his mind, Fong Qin was shocked. No matter how he looked, he could not feel any aura in the blood. It was as if it was the blood of an ordinary person. However, he knew how terrifying this blood was. This was the blood essence of the Blood God clan. It was the hope of the Blood God clan. Perhaps only a descendant of the Blood God clan can activate this drop of blood. Fong Qin said to himself. He felt that the perfect bloodline was very interested in the blood of the Blood God clan. It was constantly absorbing the aura emitted by it. Not long after, Fong Qin felt the change of the perfect bloodline. Huh. Fong Qin exclaimed. After the perfect bloodline absorbed the aura of the Blood God clan's blood, there was a slight change. The perfect bloodline was the strongest bloodline in the world. It could evolve all bloodlines in the world. He began to try to evolve the bloodline of the Blood God clan. After a while, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and announced that he had failed. In the end, he concluded that the bloodline of the Blood God clan belonged to the highest level of bloodline. At this stage, he could not exert the full power of the perfect bloodline. At the same time, near the collapsed mountain, the people of the No Demon cult came. After a careful inspection, they confirmed that the aura of Mo Jiu and the man with sword-like eyebrows were here. Their faces were very gloomy. Both of them are dead. What about the psychic mirror? The man who spoke before shook his head. There was a battle here, and Mo Jiu and the man with sword-like eyebrows were killed by others. Then the psychic mirror must have been taken by others. Is the collapse of this place related to what we are looking for? Hearing this, the others' faces suddenly changed. For the time being, they were not sure if the two things were related, but they were certain that someone was secretly killing the people of the No Demon cult. Chapter 3597. Back in the primordial chaos, he had a grudge with the Gu clan because of his daughter, Fangxi. The Gu family stubbornly clung to their own course. They believed that Fong Chen's potential was too great and wanted to completely eradicate him while he was still in the bud. Thus, they surrounded and annihilated him. This action completely infuriated Fong Chen and led to the destruction of the Gu family. The rise and fall of a clan were often separated by a single thought. After killing the Gu clan's ancestor, he had obtained some things, including the Blood Emperor's token. After Fong Chen entered the Godfall battlefield, he had almost forgotten about it. He did not expect to find something left behind by the Blood Emperor here. The fusion source fragment was a rare treasure that countless experts dreamed of. In this Dharma-ending age, the order of heaven and earth was incomplete and the rules were limited. There could no longer be a primordial chaos supreme. This made the fusion source fragment even more precious. Although Fong Chen tried to control his emotions, he was still very agitated. However, he knew that now was not the best time to refine the fusion source fragment. He remembered what Mo Jiu said before he died. For countless years, the No Demon cult had been eyeing the fusion source fragment. Now that he had gotten it first, they would definitely be furious. They would soon discover Mo Jiu's death. Perhaps they had already discovered it. Once they knew that he had obtained the fusion source fragment, they would definitely search for him. The purpose of his trip was to rescue the Sky Sword Peak Master. If that happened, it would definitely be more difficult for him. Whoosh! Fong Chen took a deep breath and adjusted his state. He put away the fusion source fragment and withdrew his consciousness from his mind. The perfect bloodline flowed in his body, and the blood essence of the Blood God clan floated quietly. Soon he reached his peak state and decided to take the initiative to search for the No Demon cult's lair. There's a cave over there. Let's go take a look. There was a commotion outside. Fan Chen listened carefully and knew that the no-demon cult had come. He shook his head. He did not expect the no-demon cult to come so quickly. They should not have discovered me yet. Fan Chen calmed down and analyzed the current situation. He quickly made a decision. The no-demon cult must have known that Emojio was dead and came out to search for him. The collapse of the mountain must have attracted their attention. Perhaps they did not know that he had obtained the fusion source fragment. In fact, Fan Chen's guess was correct. When the people of the no-demon cult discovered that the mountain had collapsed, they immediately reported the situation. When the protector heard about it, he was furious. He secretly went to the ruins of the collapsed mountain and carefully sensed the surroundings. However, he did not find any trace of the Rome Yuan fragment. After that, he gave the order to seal off the bewitching mountain range. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they had to find the culprit who had killed Emojio and MOU. Although the members of the no-demon sect had spread out to search for Fan Chen, they did not know that this matter involved the Rome source fragment. After all, not many people were qualified to know about the Rome source fragment. Fan Chen's eyes flickered when he heard the voice from outside the cave. Then he quickly concealed himself and entered the void to secretly check his surroundings. 5 people. Fan Chen saw the people from the no-demon cult approaching the cave he was in. There were a total of 5 people, and the leader was a 9th Order saint, while the other 4 were all at the peak of the 8th Order. They were a small team responsible for searching this area. Be careful. Since that person could kill Emojio, he must have the strength to fight against a 9th Order saint. Once we find him, we will join forces to encircle him, said the leader. Don't worry, big brother. With you and the 4 of us, once we set up a battle formation, he won't be able to escape unless he is an invincible saint. The others did not think much of it. This was their territory, and it was more than enough to deal with an outsider. As they spoke, the 5 of them had already arrived at the entrance of the cave. The blond man took a step forward and directly went into the cave. He scanned the surroundings but did not find anything. Big brother, there is no one. The others followed in and confirmed that no one was going to leave. Boom! However, at this moment, the surrounding walls of the cave began to crumble. The terrifying demon slayer power swept out in an instant, and the entrance was directly sealed. The sudden change made the 5 people's faces change drastically. They felt the power of the formation and were very careful. Send the message quickly. The leader shouted and entered a state of battle. Pucci! In the demon slayer formation, a ghostly figure flashed. The members of the no-demon cult only saw a flash of light in front of their eyes. The next moment, they found their companions beside them, clutching their necks and falling to the ground. 4th brother! Someone shouted. When he looked down, he was instantly stunned. There was a small sword wound on 4th brother's neck, and blood was flowing out. Although the wound was small, 4th brother was already dead. Big brother! The other 3 finally felt afraid and looked at the leader. The latter's face was gloomy. He knew how terrifying the formation was after failing to send the message. Let's work together and break the formation. Not long after, the cave returned to peace. 5 corpses were lying on the ground with blood flowing out. The demon slayer formation had collapsed, and Fan Chen was long gone. Whoosh! Whoosh! Someone heard the sound of the battle and rushed over. Was there a commotion here? One of the elders of the no-demon cult arrived. When he saw the 5 corpses, he was furious. He spread out his divine sense, but did not find any clues. Damn it! He spread the news, and the other search teams began to prepare for battle. However, this was just the beginning. Soon, there would be a bloody storm in the demonic mountain range. Fan Chen was like a hunter, hiding in the dark and beginning to hunt. In the dark space, outside the dark sword mound, the protector stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the dark sword mound and the sky sword peak master, who was in a sorry state. The latter could not fight against the dark sword mound, but he would rather die than submit. Sky Sword Peak Master, you don't have much time left. The Protector's body was shrouded in black mist, and his voice was slightly hoarse and sinister. Pucci, one of the Sky Sword Peak Master's legs was pierced by the dark sword, and he fell to the ground, struggling at death's door. He raised his head and looked at the void with his determined eyes. "Humph, you want me to do something heartless for you, black sheep? Dream on." The Sky Sword Peak Master said coldly, he would rather die than betray the world. The Protector shook his head. "Why, if you die, the Heaven-Defying Alliance will not be able to avenge you. Because of you, many of the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciples will die." The Protector pointed to the distant sky. "Now, there are people from the Heaven-Defying Alliance who have broken into the demonic mountain range. I guess they are here to save you. Unfortunately, you will never see it." Hearing this, the Sky Sword Peak Master's eyes turned red and he fell into madness. "Kill me." He rushed into the array set up by the dark sword and attacked wildly without caring about anything else. What a stubborn person. If you were not useful, you would have died long ago. The Protector snorted, very displeased. If the No-Demon cult wanted to shake the foundation of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, they had to destroy it from the inside. They had sent some disciples to infiltrate the Heaven-Defying Alliance, but they had not found anything after countless years. Chapter 3598. In the demonic strange mountain range, a figure was flying through the void. If he had not released his aura, he would not have been discovered. Over there. Sure enough, as soon as he released his aura, he was discovered by the people of the No-Demon cult. A small team quickly caught up and surrounded him, staring at him coldly. This was already Fong Chen's 5th day as a hunter in the demonic strange mountain range. The number of No-Demon cult members who had died in his hands was already numerous. Humph! Anyone who dares to go against the No-Demon cult will be killed without mercy. The No-Demon cult members did not say anything and immediately joined forces to encircle and kill Fong Chen. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fong Chen executed the time immemorial sword art and engaged in a chaotic battle with them. After a long while, looking at the corpses lying on the ground, Fong Chen disappeared into the darkness. After a long time, Fong Chen appeared in front of a mountain stream. There was a waterfall flowing down from the cliff, and the surroundings were lush with towering trees. He spread out his consciousness and checked the surroundings. After finding no danger, he sat down on the bluestone. Fong Chen's primordial spirit had undergone several transformations and had reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. He was only one step away from the nascent Soul realm. Looking into his mind, his Golden Core realm primordial spirit stood quietly. Beside it, a drop of red blood floated. This was the blood essence of the Blood God clan. My primordial spirit has reached a bottleneck. It will be difficult to break through in a short time. Fong Chen sighed. The cultivation of the Soul Dao was much more difficult than the cultivation of the martial Dao. Especially the later stages, the harder it was to improve. Across the entire God's Fall battlefield, there were very few who could reach the primordial spirit transformation realm. There were probably less than 10 of them. If his current attainments in the Soul Dao were to spread, it would definitely cause a commotion. His primordial spirit was far superior to most saints at the 5th level of Holy Emperor cultivation. It was even comparable to an invincible saint. This was not something an ordinary person could do. The Chaos Sword art is gradually falling short of my desire. Fong Chen continued. In these few hunts, he could clearly feel that even if he displayed the 9th sword of the Chaos Sword art, he would not be able to cause large-scale damage to a 9th level saint, unless both the metal and fire origins appeared at the same time. Fong Chen pondered for a moment. He knew that the road ahead would be difficult. Every step he took could create a miracle of his own. Therefore, he was very serious about planning his own path of cultivation. No matter how he thought about it, the heaven-severing alchemy technique was the only thing he could rely on. I wonder who is being worshipped on the altar in the northern sea. Feng Chen faintly guessed that the powerhouse on the altar was most likely the super powerhouse who created the ancient chaos. The evil powerhouse in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum had hidden his incarnation in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum for so long. Was it because he was afraid of the one in the North Sea? Whoosh! Feng Chen took a deep breath and sorted out his thoughts. Now the world changed greatly. The primal chaos battlefield disappeared. The peak giants were trapped, unable to return. But at this time the young Marquis and the others arrived at the magic sky fire domain in an invincible manner. Could it be that the force behind the young Duke is the one who instigated the battle of gods? Feng Chen pondered, and his face was a little solemn. He felt more and more pressed for time. He thought of the blood cavalry saint, the abyss of immortal corpses, and the star knights. With a thought, a token appeared in his palm. It was obtained in the abyss of immortal corpses. The blood cavalry saint had given him many opportunities. He also said that if he could comprehend the three origins at the same time, he could activate the token and return to the abyss of immortal corpses to obtain his ultimate inheritance. 3. Feng Chen smiled bitterly. The 5 origins had different powers. It was easy for him to comprehend the metal origin, but it was more difficult to comprehend the fire origin. The 2 origins repelled each other. If he had not refined the fire source, he would not have fully comprehended the fire origin. Now, if he wanted to comprehend the 3rd origin quickly, he could only rely on rare treasures or amazing opportunities. In the end, Feng Chen thought of the fusion source fragment. He tried to refine it, but to no avail. He could only smile bitterly. Let's save the sky, Sword Peak Master first. After all, this was the lair of the No Demon cult. It was dangerous. When he returned to the myriad Tao world, he could refine the fusion source fragment in peace. Once he refined it, the 2 origins would fuse. Then his strength would skyrocket. He might even be comparable to an invincible saint. Whoosh! Feng Chen took a deep breath and put away the fusion source fragment. The next moment, he jumped into the waterfall. For the next few days, Feng Chen hid in the dark and hunted the people of the No Demon cult. The team sent by the No Demon cult consisted of 5 people led by a 9th level saint. Most of the others were 8th level saints. Of course, there were also some powerful teams with 5 9th level saints. However, after going through so many hardships, Feng Chen could deal with 9th level saints easily. Unless he faced 5 peak 9th level saints at the same time, he had nothing to fear. Of course, even if he was surrounded by 5 peak 9th level saints, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Feng Chen captured several elders of the No Demon cult. From them, he learned that the Sky Sword Peak Master was still alive and trapped in the Dark Sword Mound. They want the Sky Sword Peak Master to submit. Feng Chen thought to himself, was the No Demon cult trying to disintegrate the heaven-defying alliance from the inside? He thought of Su Yan, a disciple of the Tao Palace who was ranked in the top 50 but had the No Demon bloodline. His heart palpitated. How many spies were there in the heaven-defying alliance? Moreover, he also knew that the sect master of the No Demon cult was also trapped in the chaos battlefield. Now, the strongest person in the lair was the guardian dragon, who was stronger than an ordinary invincible saint. However, for some reason, he could not leave the demonic mountain range, as if he was suppressing something. In this way, Feng Chen's chances of rescuing the Sky Sword Peak Master increased. The Sky Sword Peak Master's life is not in danger for the time being. I've caused such a big commotion recently. They must have prepared an inescapable trap for me. Feng Chen pondered. I've improved rapidly in the battle with the No Demon cult. It's hard to find such a high-quality sparring partner. Feng Chen smiled leisurely. He had already made his decision. The no-demon cult was notorious, and everyone in the Godfall battlefield had the right to punish them. Anyone who joined the no-demon cult was basically a lunatic and deserved to be killed. Why not take this opportunity to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and promote good? In the process, he could also hone himself and break through. The purpose of the Black and White Elders sending him here was to hone himself in blood and fire and break through. Kill. Kill until the no-demon cult trembles. Fang Qin was filled with invincible confidence. At this moment, he was like a god of war. No demon cult, I'm coming. Chapter 3599. With Fang Chen's current battle prowess, he could be considered one of the best in the God's Fall battlefield. At least, no one below the invincible Saint Realm could kill him. After all, his current cultivation was only a 5th-level Holy Emperor. Even in the most glorious era of the ancient times, there wasn't such a monster like him. This was why the Black and White Elders favored him so much. At this stage, the entire God's Fall battlefield was in chaos. With the disappearance of the Chaos battlefield and the appearance of the young Marquis and the others, the entire God's Fall battlefield was shrouded in a dark aura. If it weren't for the Nether Ghost Lord and the others, the young Marquis and the others would have already swept the world. All the major sects were in imminent danger. Some of the weaker sects had almost all their disciples run away. After all, even if they cared about their sects, it was under the premise that they could survive. Only the top sects were holding on bitterly. Among them were the ancient Ox Demon Clan and the Sword Saint Mountain. These two major forces were secretly plotting how to kill Fang Qin and inflict heavy losses on the heaven-defying alliance, especially the Sword Saint Mountain. All their outstanding disciples had been wiped out, and they had all died at the hands of the same person. This made them very angry. As for the ancient Ox Demon Clan, they were originally somewhat afraid of the heaven-defying alliance. However, under the persuasion of the Sword Saint Mountain and the appearance of the young Marquis and the others, they were somewhat shaken. Now, the Sword Saint Mountain Lord and the Ox Demon Clan's patriarch had entered the Chaos battlefield and couldn't return. The secret talks between the two sects were handled by their elders. Third Elder Nyo, the Ox Demon Clan's punishment elder, was a peak 9th level saint. When the Ox Demon fell, he was in the radical faction that advocated revenge. Now that the invincible saints of the Ox Demon Clan were trapped in the Chaos battlefield, he naturally presided over the matters of the Ox Demon Clan. Today, in the ancestral land of the Ox Demon Clan, the empty mountain peak was surrounded by green smoke. It was like a fairyland. One could vaguely hear the sound of moo. According to the Ox Demon Clan, this was the sound of the great Tao being chanted by their ancestors. If one cultivated in the ancestral land and listened to the sound of the great Tao, there was a chance that one could comprehend the ultimate secret technique and become the supreme existence of the Ox Demon Clan. They could even step into the legendary primal chaos supreme. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the lush willow branches hung down. Two people sat in front of the stone table. Third Elder Nyo picked up the teacup and took a sip. Although this tea is expensive, it tastes a little bitter. On the other side, the elder of Sword Saint Mountain stroked his beard and smiled. Elder Nyo-san, in troubled times come ambitious heroes. Only in this chaotic situation can we break the monopoly of the heaven-defying alliance. At the same time, he gave an example. For countless years, ever since the heaven-defying alliance had dominated the God's Fall battlefield, over 90% of the resources had been taken by the heaven-defying alliance. One had to know that this was the place where the gods had fallen. There were inheritances and opportunities for cultivation everywhere. There were even remnants of thoughts left behind by some ancient powerhouses. However, as long as the heaven-defying alliance existed, they would never have a share. Right now, the top leaders of the sect are trapped in the chaos battlefield. This is our chance, said the elder of the Sword Saint Mountain. If the two forces work together, they wouldn't be afraid of the heaven-defying alliance. With the young Marquis and the others holding them back, it would be difficult for the heaven-defying alliance to divert their attention. Third Elder Nyo put down the teacup and stated the conditions of the Ox Demon clan. Our prodigy was killed by Fong Chen of the Dao Palace, so we only have one goal, and that is to capture Fong Chen. If the two forces worked together and defeated the heaven-defying alliance, the Ox Demon clan would only want Fong Chen. The Elder of Sword Saint Mountain pondered. Fong Chen might be a monster, but he shouldn't be so important to the Ox Demon clan, right? Could it be that the Ox Demon clan had discovered something? But even if he had a secret treasure, so what? Could it compare to the vast resources of the heaven-defying alliance? When the time came, Sword Saint Mountain would become the strongest sect. They would have endless resources for cultivation. Why would they care about Fong Chen's secrets? The Elder of Sword Saint Mountain shook his head and agreed to Third Elder Nyo-san's conditions. Well then, shouldn't we discuss it now? In the demonic mountain range, Fong Chen hid in the darkness and turned into a dark hunter, slaughtering to his heart's content. He didn't feel any guilt for killing the no-demon cult. He only felt good. He could clearly see that the sinful light on the no-demon cult's people was terrifyingly thick. How much sin did they have to commit to have such a terrifying sinful light? You all deserve to die. Fong Chen was furious. Holding the hidden star sword, he rushed into the crowd. Wherever the sword light passed, the no-demon cult's people fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a group of people was killed just like that. Clap, clap, buzz. A terrifying dark aura whizzed over. Fong Chen's expression changed drastically. His heartbeat accelerated, and his perfect bloodline instantly erupted, enveloping his entire body. Then, without thinking, he directly performed the heaven-slashing alchemy and slashed out with his sword. The origin of gold ran wildly, raising the power of the heaven-slashing alchemy to a new level. In the void, the golden sword light turned into a golden storm, sweeping through the forest and blasting towards the source of danger. Huh. A soft sound of surprise came from the void. The next moment, a dark hand blocked the golden storm. Rumble! The golden storm was instantly annihilated, and the golden sword light also shattered. The dark hand shook a little, and a wound was torn between the thumb and forefinger. Fong Chen was hit by a powerful impact. He took a few steps back and stabilized his body. His pupils constricted, and he stared straight ahead. In the void crack behind the dark hand, a black figure walked out. So strong! Fong Chen immediately felt the strength of the other party. Facing this person, he actually felt fear. Invincible Saint! Fong Chen exclaimed. He didn't expect to be targeted by an invincible saint when he was hunting the no-demon cult in the demonic mountain range. Protector! He thought of the protector that Mo Jio mentioned. Interesting. The protector spoke. There was no light in his dark eyes, and he looked coldly at Fong Chen. A 5th-level Holy Emperor can burst out the battle strength of a 9th-level saint. In this era, your potential is unmatched. This was the first time the protector met Fong Chen, but he had a high opinion of him. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the swordsmanship you just used should have touched upon the power of a supreme being. In fact, this was what shocked the protector. Fong Chen was shocked. The heaven-slashing alchemy came from the expert on the altar in the North Sea. According to his guess, that expert was most likely related to the Battle of Deity Fall. Now, the protector said that this swordsmanship had touched upon the power of a supreme being. Fong Chen seemed to have thought of something. You are Fong Chen. Clearly, the protector of the Sans Demon cult knew who Fong Chen was, and had recognized him in an instant. Fong Chen was silent, thinking of a way to escape. Chapter 3600. An invincible saint was a super expert who was above a 9th-level saint. It was no exaggeration to say that an invincible saint was considered a top existence if the chaotic supremes did not appear. Even in the heaven-defying alliance, there were not many who could compete with them. Such experts had cultivated their physical body, primordial spirit, and origin to the extreme. Their strength was simply unimaginable. Fang Chen's face was gloomy. He did not expect to be targeted by the protector of the no-demon cult. He held the hidden star sword tightly, ready to escape at any time. However, the protector's aura was firmly locked on him. He did not dare to move easily. After all, he was facing an invincible saint. The slightest mistake would cause his soul to scatter. What? Fang Chen shook his head and waved his hand blankly. I don't know what you're talking about. He knew the importance of the Rome Yuan fragment better than anyone else. The no-demon cult had been here for countless years for it. He would definitely not admit it at this moment. Of course, Fang Chen also knew that it made no difference to him whether he admitted it or not. The no-demon cult would not let him go the moment they discovered him. The protector sneered. He waved his sleeve, and a mighty dark power swept across the world, instantly confining the surrounding void. I thought it would be the two old farts from the Dao Palace who would come to save the Sky Sword Peak Master. I didn't expect it to be you. The protector no longer asked about the Rome Yuan fragment. He stared at Fang Chen with interest and surprise in his eyes. Previously, the higher-ups of the no-demon cult had analyzed and agreed that Fang Chen's potential was too strong. He would definitely become a stumbling block to the revival of the no-demon cult in the future. Therefore, they had issued the order to kill him. However, the protector was still shocked when he saw Fang Chen. They had underestimated Fang Chen's potential. In such a short time, he had stepped into the 5th-level Saint King realm from the 3rd-level Saint King realm. Most importantly, he had the combat strength of a 9th-level saint. One could imagine how terrifying he was. Boom! Fang Chen knew that if he delayed any longer, he would definitely die, so he chose to escape. The blood in his body was fully activated. With a stomp of his foot, a terrifying crack appeared on the ground. Then he flicked his wrist, and the hidden star sword pierced through the air toward the guardian of a Sans demon cult. Heaven-severing alchemy. At this moment, Fang Chen couldn't care less. He directly used his strongest technique. As soon as the sky-severing alchemy was used, the world instantly darkened. Dense sword lights contained sharp sword chi. The origin source in his body spun as the origin source of metal entered the hidden star sword. The origin source of fire condensed into a fire dragon that circled above the hidden star sword, resonating with it from a distance. Kill! The sword slashed out with an imposing aura, causing the sealed space to vibrate. At the sight of this, even the protector of the no-demon cult was somewhat stunned. Clearly he was shocked by the heaven-severing alchemy technique, an ancient secret technique. Is this the legendary ancient supreme technique? As an invincible sage, he was a living fossil in the ancient times. He had come into contact with many half-step, chaotic supremes. Therefore, he could tell at a glance that this secret technique wasn't something that could be created by a half-step, chaotic supremacy. Therefore, the answer was self-evident. This was most likely the legendary ancient supreme technique. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling swordlight had already closed in on the protector of the no-demon cult. He woke up from his daze, and his eyes emitted a shocking gaze. This is interesting. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Fang Chen was hiding a great secret. He licked his dry lips as his heart pounded. The ancient supreme technique had appeared once again. He must get it. Break! The aura around the protector of the no-demon cult rippled as dark energy circled around his palm. He instantly struck out with his palm, colliding with the sword light. The sound of metal colliding was heard. In the next moment, he flipped his palm and grabbed the dazzling sword light with his bare hands. Crack! Under his powerful strength, the sword light shattered. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and sealed the light that shot out from the shattered sword light and the complicated runes. Then he looked into the distance. In the distant horizon, Fang Chen was shuttling through the void at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. "You want to escape from under my nose?" The protector of the no-demon cult sneered. In a flash, he gave chase. In this demonic mountain range, he was the absolute king. Facing a fifth-level holy emperor, he could suppress him with a single hand. "The ancient supreme technique is mine." The protector of the no-demon cult's eyes turned red. He was going crazy. The ancient supreme technique was too tempting for him. He had to get it no matter what. This was also the reason why he didn't kill Fang Chen. If not, Fang Chen wouldn't have been able to escape. What should I do? Sensing the terrifying aura behind him, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than an invincible sage. At the same time, in the huge demonic mountain range, countless no-demon cult members who were searching for Fang Chen's whereabouts stopped in their tracks. They felt the pressure from the void, and their hearts trembled. It's the Protector. Oh my God, the Protector is personally making such a big move. Could the person who killed Mo Jiao be an expert from the Dao Palace? So what if he's from the Dao Palace? How dare he come to our no-demon cult's lair? He's courting death. Just wait. It won't be long before the Protector suppresses him. Almost everyone in the no-demon cult thought that the Protector's strength was unparalleled and he was an undefeatable legend. They were completely unaware that the person the Guardian was chasing was the monstrous genius Fang Chen, whose name had recently shaken the world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen was already using all his strength. His speed soared to the maximum. The faster he moved, the more desperate his eyes were. Am I gonna die just like that? Fang Chen was unwilling. He couldn't shake off the Protector's pursuit. At this moment, he was mocking himself. Before entering the demonic mountain range, he was ambitious and thought that he could escape unscathed even if he faced an invincible saint. Now he finally understood what an invincible saint was. Freeze! In front of a mountain stream, the Protector of the Sans Demon cult caught up. He raised his hand gently, and the waterfall instantly froze. The surrounding void was also sealed. Fang Chen floated in midair, motionless. The supreme ancient technique. The Protector looked at Fang Chen with an extremely greedy gaze, as if the supreme ancient technique was already in his hands. Fang Chen couldn't move. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. Just as Zhang Xian was about to detonate his perfect bloodline, the waterfall suddenly exploded, causing the earth to tremble violently. An aura of endless vitality burst forth from the depths of the earth. Everywhere it passed, flowers and trees grew rapidly. This strange scene stunned the Protector of the no-demon cult. He immediately shouted coldly, "Who's there?" As if it had passed through the river of time, the ancient voice sounded leisurely. Chapter 3601. An aura of desolation surged forward and detonated the space as soon as it appeared. Crack! The sound of the void cracking could be heard as the cracks on the ground grew bigger. A terrifying aura was emitted, forming a vast vortex in the void that spun wildly. Break! The Protector of the Sans Demon cult, who was chasing after Fang Chen, was blocked by the vortex. His eyes turned cold as he threw out a punch. However, his fist was sent flying as soon as it came into contact with the vortex. Bang! As the two made contact, the vortex swayed and dissipated. The Protector's body was sent flying and dragged on the ground for a long time before stabilizing himself. His entire body was shrouded in a dark aura as his aura grew increasingly terrifying. His eyes turned scarlet as he stared ahead. An old man in a green robe suddenly appeared from the crack in the ground. At that instant, the world came to a standstill. Fang Chen was stunned as his heart was in turmoil. The voice that crossed the river of time was still echoing in his ears. It was too shocking. Who is he? Fang Chen stared at the old man in green robes. The latter looked like an ordinary person, but Fang Chen could sense an extremely dangerous aura from him. His heart raced as his heart skipped a beat. Did the old man in green robes just say that he's in a deep slumber here? Could he be a super expert that survived the ancient battle of gods? Was he awakened by the aura of the protector? At the thought of this, Fong Qin was secretly delighted as he vaguely saw a glimmer of hope of escaping. The old man in green robes had a skinny figure with a hint of displeasure between his brows. His cheeks were full of wrinkles, and he looked very old, as if he would sway when he walked. However, the threat that he posed to the protector was extremely great. "Who are you?" Finally, after a long silence, the void regained its calm. Amidst the dust, the protector of the Sans demon cult suppressed the shock in his heart and asked in a deep voice. He had also participated in the ancient battle of gods. However, he did not have the strength he had now and was not qualified to take part in the core battle. An ancient expert? The protector of the Sans demon cult stared straight at the azure-robed old man. He wanted to determine his identity from his appearance and the presence he radiated. However, in the end, he was disappointed because he could not find such an old man even after searching through all the ancient memories in his mind. However, he was certain that the old man's strength was not inferior to his. At the very least, the combat strength that he had just displayed was already comparable to that of an invincible saint. Of course, he didn't believe that the green-robed elder had stepped into the primal chaos supremacy realm. After all, it was basically impossible for a primal chaos supremacy to appear in this world. Who am I? The blue-clothed old man chuckled, as if he were mocking himself. After so many years, even I have forgotten. I only vaguely remember that someone once called me Monarch Green. What? The protector cried out when he heard that. He staggered a few times as his heart trembled. He could not help but take a few steps back as he stared at the old man cautiously. Waves of shock rose in his heart. He didn't dare to believe that the person in front of him was actually the famous Monarch Green. "You are Qing Jun?" Qing Jun, the one who suppressed the 3 major demon clans and made them bow their heads? The protector was speechless. If there is no second Monarch Green in this world, then you should be talking about me. The green-robed old man squinted his eyes and smiled. The protector was completely confused. The demon cult had been hiding here for the fusion source fragment, but they had never discovered that there was an ancient expert sleeping under the earth. How is that possible? Monarch Green has already died in the battle of the ancient gods. The protector shook his head. Although he couldn't participate in the core battle back then, he had heard of Monarch Green's fame. He suppressed the 3 major demon clans and made them bow their heads. When the battle of the ancient gods broke out, he led the 3 major demon clans and killed the enemies. At that time, the name of Monarch Green resounded throughout the world. However, in the end, Monarch Green still fell. It was said that a super expert who was suspected to have touched the threshold of the supremacy realm secretly attacked and killed Monarch Green, shattering his primordial spirit so that he could not be resurrected. That battle was earth-shattering, and it was said that it almost shattered the sky. Monarch Green's death was witnessed by all the experts. His primordial spirit was shattered and annihilated in the void. Even the supremacy realm of chaos could not be resurrected. Not far away, Fong Qin was stunned. The ancient peak expert, Monarch Green, was not dead and had awakened here? That's not right. Suddenly, the protector was in a trance, and then he quickly reacted. Rumor has it that Monarch Green has a violent temper and will directly attack if there is a disagreement. He must have been sleeping here to cultivate. I woke him up, and according to his character, he will not talk nonsense with me and will directly kill me. The protector analyzed, and he even told me his name, as if he wanted me to retreat. Thinking of this, the protector's eyes turned, and he said coldly, "You are not Monarch Green, or rather, you are just an incarnation." Sure enough, the expression on the green-robed old man's face changed. Yes, this is indeed an incarnation of mine. If my real body is here, Do you think you can still stand here and talk to me?" The green-robed old man no longer concealed. "Humph! Pretending to be mysterious. You were at your peak back then, but you could not escape the shackles of fate and died in the Battle of God's Fall. Now that you are just an incarnation, do you think I will be afraid of you?" The protector sneered, but at the same time he was secretly delighted. He was facing the legendary Monarch Green. Even if it was just an incarnation, if he could kill him, it would be enough to make him famous. "An ant like you, when I was at my peak, I could suppress you with one hand," the green-robed old man said indifferently. Boom! The protector took the lead and a terrifying power rushed over from all directions. At the same time, he flipped his palm and crushed a jade talisman. The next moment, the entire demonic strange mountain range was shrouded in a layer of invisible power, exuding an incomparably evil aura. "This is the celestial sacrificial array?" The green-robed old man frowned. Such an evil array still existed in the world. "Ha ha ha! Originally, this array was prepared for those old farts of the Defying Heaven Alliance, but it was worth it to use it on you, Monarch Green." Previously, when the Protector found that Mo was dead and the fusion source fragment had disappeared, he returned to his lair and began to plan. Now that the celestial sacrificial array had been completed, he had nothing to fear. Even if there was a small accident midway, a mere incarnation of Monarch Green could not stop him. "You go first. I will stop him." Monarch Green's voice sounded in Fong Chen's ears. He was stunned for a moment and immediately asked, "Senior." Monarch Green seemed to understand what Fong Chen wanted to ask and said bluntly, "My life and death brothers are in the Blood God clan. I don't want to see the last hope of the Blood God clan disappear." Fong Chen was relieved. Without saying a word, he leaped and disappeared into the darkness. "Humph! The celestial sacrificial array has completely sealed off the demonic strange mountain range. He can't escape." Chapter 36:02. Lord Qing's name had shaken the ancient times. However, in this age of chaos, almost no one knew him. His reputation no longer existed. The no-demon cult protector opened his arms, his black robe fluttering, and a terrifying dark aura swept across the world. The heavens' sacrificial array had been completely completed, and the demonic mountain range was completely sealed. Originally, this forbidden array was prepared for the experts of the Defying Heaven Alliance, but the arrival of Fong Qin and the appearance of Lord Qing forced the Protector to activate the array in advance. The Celestial Sacrificial Array, as its name suggested, was an extremely evil array. In ancient times, this type of array was explicitly forbidden. Its core operating principle was to use the blood and qi of the world's living beings as the main source, and the corpses as the supplement, to absorb the darkest aura between heaven and earth. The more this was the case, the more powerful it would be. Even an invincible saint would be in danger if they were trapped in the heavens' sacrificial array. It could be said that in the entire God-fall battlefield, unless the leader of the Defying Heaven Alliance intervened, no one could resist it, not even Lord Qing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the heavens' sacrificial array had been completely activated. The dark aura swept through every corner, and the storm-like power struck Lord Qing's body. The latter's body was slightly thin, as if he would fall to the ground at any time. However, there was a touch of determination on Lord Qing's withered face. His pupils were also emitting a lustful light. "After sleeping for countless years, it seems that the world has forgotten me," Lord Qing said coldly. Even though it was just a clone, it was not something that ordinary people could compare to. An invincible saint of the age of chaos? Lord Qing sneered when he saw the no-demon cult protector coming at him. The definition of an invincible saint was different in different eras. If the definition was different, then there would naturally be a gap in strength. Moreover, how could the age of chaos be compared to the ancient times? It was no exaggeration to say that an invincible saint of the ancient times was comparable to a half-step, chaotic supremacy of this era. One could imagine how big the gap was. Boom! Lord Qing stomped his foot, and the ground cracked. Above his head, a green light emerged, and then quickly condensed into a handprint. Under his control, the handprint rushed towards the no-demon cult protector as fast as lightning. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The power of the all-heavens sacrificial formation filled the air. The protector of the Sans demon cult was fearful of Lord Qing from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he used a thunderous method to suppress Lord Qing the moment he attacked. He manipulated the power of the celestial sacrificial matrix and constantly squeezed Qing Jun, forcing him to divert his attention to resist. At the same time, he launched his strongest attack at the handprint condensed by Qing Jun. Boom! When the two collided, a deafening explosion erupted. Terrifying energy rippled out. Fang Chen, who had already fled far away, was also sent flying by this force. With a bang, he crashed into a mountain and directly smashed into it. Pucci, climbing up from the rubble, Fang Chen cut a sorry figure. His qi and blood were boiling, and his internal organs were trembling. Too strong. Is this a showdown between peak experts? The celestial sacrificial array was enough to shock Fang Chen, who had extraordinary attainments in the Tao of formations. Unexpectedly, the collision between Qing Jun and the protector of the no-demon cult was even more breathtaking. Fang Chen could imagine that if he were to take this blow from the protector of the no-demon cult, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. He quickly adjusted his breathing, and then rushed out of the broken mountain. He glanced at the battle in the distance and continued to flee, even though he knew very well that once the all-heavens sacrificial array was set up, it was almost impossible to break through. However, if he stayed here, he would undoubtedly die. It was better to fight to the death and see if he could create a miracle in a hopeless situation. The trembling sound behind him grew louder and louder. Fang Chen knew that Qing Jun had temporarily blocked the protector of the no-demon cult. He sighed. Qing Jun had survived the battle of the ancient gods. Now, with just a clone, he was able to resist the protector of the no-demon cult, who was at the level of an invincible saint. From this, one could imagine how terrifying Qing Jun was at his peak. Disciples of the no-demon cult, listen to my order. Kill Fang Chen with all your strength. A cold voice reverberated over the demonic strange mountains. Fang Chen was stunned. Immediately, a sense of crisis soared. He almost did not think about it and directly fled into the void. Qing Jun's clone had blocked the no-demon cult's protector, but with the all-heavens sacrificial array blocking him, he could not escape the demonic strange mountains. In other words, he would face endless encirclement. Most of them were ninth-order saints. Whoosh! Fang Chen knew that the most severe test had arrived. Qing Jun could not free himself and could only rely on himself. Kill. Kakik. Fang Chen, you can't escape. The no-demon cult people fell into a frenzy. They had been searching for the person who killed Mo Jiao, but it turned out to be a disciple of the Tao Palace. They were furious. A large group of people spread out and searched inch by inch. In the dense forest, towering trees stood in great numbers. Fang Chen hid in one of the trees. Fortunately, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The protector of the no-demon cult was blocked by Qing Jun, and even the all-heavens sacrificial array had a certain stagnation. The evil power was weakened a lot, and the impact on him was greatly reduced. In this way, he could concentrate on dealing with the others. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, someone found him. A mid-ninth order saint. The strongest person in this team was a mid-ninth order saint, and the other four were early-stage ninth order saints. With a thought, Fang Chen made his decision. What he needed to do now was to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, if he delayed, he would be surrounded, and that would be troublesome. Kill. He used a secret technique and hid in the void. In an instant, he appeared behind the leader. Heaven-severing alchemy. He used his strongest attack as soon as he attacked. A dazzling sword light appeared out of thin air, and before the leader could react, it pierced through his head. Damn it! The leader fell to the ground. Only then did the other 4 people react. Unfortunately, it was too late. Not long after, Fong Qin disappeared, leaving behind 5 corpses. There's movement over there. Soon, the movement here attracted the attention of the other teams. When they found the traces of battle, they were furious. You can't escape. Everyone searched for Fong Qin according to the clues left in the void. In the center of the All Heavens sacrificial array, Qing Jun stood with his hands behind his back. There was a smile on his shriveled face. The protector of the no-demon cult was furious. Qing Jun said leisurely, I'll say it again, let this little brother go, and I won't pester you any more. Humph, dream on. The protector of the no-demon cult said coldly, you can't even protect yourself, and you still dare to meddle in other people's business. Qing Jun shook his head, and the look in his eyes changed. The demonic mountain range is much more dangerous than you think. If you continue to fight here, the consequences will be unimaginable. After the battle back then, Qing Jun chose to sleep here for a reason. This dangerous place involved the secret of reincarnation. Not long ago, Fong Qin also saw the protector of the reincarnation road and obtained the standard reincarnation blade. Chapter 3603. The celestial sacrificial array had completely sealed off the demonic strange mountain range, and some of the powerful demonic beasts in this dangerous place were awakened. Lord Qing tried to stop the protector, but it was impossible for the latter to stop. The moment the celestial sacrificial array appeared, it was destined that the protector's plan for many years would be officially launched. Since we dared to station ourselves here, how can we not know the strangeness of this place? The protector sneered. Why did the descendant of the Blood God clan enter here with the fusion source fragment? Why was Lord Qing sleeping here? Boom! The 2 men once again engaged in a chaotic battle. Although Lord Qing was only an incarnation, his means were heaven-defying, and he was able to withstand the attack of the protector of the no-demon cult. Moreover, he used his own strength to suppress the celestial sacrificial array, preventing it from exerting its strongest power. This way, it could be considered to have bought time for Fong Qin. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Fong Qin sped along, a commotion could be heard behind him. The members of the No-Devil cult were chasing after him, but he couldn't care less. He didn't want to deal with the weaker members of the No-Devil cult. Where do you think you're going? An early-stage 9th level saint blocked Fong Qin's path. His task was very simple, which was to stall for time. Die. Fong Qin performed the heaven-severing alchemy technique, and the power of the 2 sources erupted, forming a terrible spatial storm. Pucci! Almost in an instant, the hidden star sword pierced through the man's head, and then Fong Qin leaped and disappeared. Damn it! Behind him, there was a terrible aura sweeping over, and angry roars were incessant. Everyone realized the terrifying strength of Fong Qin. Be careful! His strength is enough to kill an early-stage 9th level saint. Someone reminded. The ones at the front were peak 9th level saints. Their cold eyes locked onto Fong Qin's position. The dragon, severing terrace, is ahead. Someone in the chasing team said, the demonic sun seems to be cultivating there. Quickly send a message to the demonic sun. Let him stop them. The dragon severing stage was located at the core of the demonic mountain range. Its surroundings were filled with terrifying dragon roars. There was a rumor about the dragon severing stage. It was said that there was once a powerful being who cultivated here. The dragon clan wanted to occupy this place and fought fiercely with the powerful being. In the end, the dragon clan was beheaded. Since then, the dragon clan's expression changed when they talked about this place. This was the origin of the dragon severing terrace. There were a total of 3 devil sons in the no-demon cult. Each devil son had the battle prowess of the peak of rank 9. They were the hope of the no-demon cult's rise, as well as the personal disciples of the no-demon cult master. The stone dragon demon child had been cultivating on the dragon severing platform for 300 years. He possessed a trace of the dragon clan's bloodline, and by chance it had fused with the demonic bloodline, evolving into an even more terrifying bloodline. He cultivated at the broken dragon platform in order to capture the blood left behind by the dragon clan powerhouse. The black-clothed stone dragon demon son was shrouded in demonic chi. His jade pendant vibrated as he slowly opened his eyes. Dao Palace disciple Fangchen? At first he was disdainful, but when he found out that this person might have obtained the fusion source fragment that the no-demon cult coveted, he was instantly excited. As he pondered, he got up and stood at the peak of the dragon severing terrace, looking down at the ground. Soon, he discovered Fangchen, who was rushing over. A rank 5 holy king? The stone dragon demon son was clearly surprised when he saw Fangchen. Boom! With a thought, he slammed his palm forward. Instantly, a terrifying demonic chi handprint condensed in the void and shrouded Fangchen. Poof! Fangchen cursed in his heart. With a shake of his wrist, he split the handprint with his sword. At the same time, his body was forced to stop. Interesting. The stone dragon demon son's pupils shrank as he was shocked. He had been cultivating in seclusion for 300 years and knew nothing about what had happened in the outside world. Naturally, he did not know about Fangchen's shocking deeds in the demonic sky fire domain. In his impression, it was rare for a rank 5 holy king to have the battle prowess of a rank 9 saint. You are Fangchen, a disciple of the Doctrine Palace? The stone dragon demon son regained his composure and stared at Fangchen as he asked. Fangchen remained silent as he thought of a way to deal with the situation. The stone dragon demon son sneered. Hand over the Rong Yuan shard on you and swear to be my servant. I can guarantee your safety. Dream on. Fangchen did not want to waste any more time and immediately used the sky-severing alchemy skill. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light mixed with 2 terrifying origins whizzed out. This is the stone dragon demon son's eyes widened. The sword light in the void made his heart palpitate. What kind of secret technique is this? This kind of secret technique had already surpassed his understanding. His heart was filled with greed as his eyes were filled with greed. Die. The stone dragon demon's son flipped his palm and 2 different origins appeared. A black aura covered his body as he faced the dazzling sword light with his bare hands. Crack! The stone dragon demon's son caught the dazzling sword light with his bare hands. It's useless. You can't escape in front of me. The stone dragon demon's son said coldly. Not far away, the other members of the Sans demon cult had already caught up. Fangchen's heart sank as he looked behind him. If this drags on, he will definitely die. The guardian of the Sans demon cult, who was fighting with Lord Green, also sneered. That guy is already surrounded and will definitely die. You will die because of him. You will regret this battle. Although there was a change in the plan and Lord Green's incarnation had awakened, it was still under the seal of the heavens' sacrificial array. Everything was under control. There were countless peak 9th rank sages rushing towards Fangchen. How could he, a mere 5th rank holy emperor, resist them? Although the Paragon's secret technique is strong, he still can't unleash its full power. The guardian of the Sans demon cult thought. Fangchen was a little anxious. The stone dragon demon son did not give him a chance and increased the intensity of his attacks. The sky-severing alchemy skill was already hard to resist, and there were many peak 9th rank sages behind him. Fangchen was in a life-and-death crisis. He had to make a decision. Do I really have to use it? Fangchen was a little hesitant. The samsara blade was related to the true reincarnation. Once it was used, it would plant a seed of karma. How could he casually touch the reincarnation that even the ancient almighties avoided? Boom! The stone dragon demon's son shattered the bright sword light with a punch and forced Fang Qin to retreat. The hidden star sword made a sound of metal clashing. Fang Qin felt a pain in his hand and a trace of blood flowed out. The perfect bloodline quickly operated, protecting his internal organs and primordial spirit, and at the same time providing him with an endless supply of energy. Die. The stone dragon demon's son attacked again. Fang Qin had no other choice. He gritted his teeth and took out the samsara blade. Buzz! Dense death chi suddenly appeared, and the temperature in the sky suddenly dropped. The stone dragon demon's son trembled as he felt a chill. What is that? The stone dragon demon's son saw the samsara blade in Fang Qin's hand. Kill. Chapter 3604. The stone dragon demon's son's body was covered by a special bloodline, forming a layer of extremely strong defense armor. He was very confident in his own strength, and it was difficult to find a match among ninth-level saints. Moreover, he had cultivated on the dragon severing platform for so many years, and his bloodline had been evolving. He had not fought in these years, but he could clearly feel the changes in his own strength. He had now reached the critical point of ninth-level peak, and only needed an opportunity to enter the invincible saint realm. Now he was facing a fifth-level saint emperor. From the beginning, he seemed to have seen the result. Die. The stone dragon demon's son growled and used his strongest attack. However, when the death aura of the samsara blade approached him, a trace of shock finally appeared on his confident face. What's going on? He cried out. It was just an ordinary blade. But why did it make his primordial spirit tremble? Moreover, when the saber approached him, he felt the temperature in the surrounding void drop rapidly. Could it be? In a flash, he thought of a legend about reincarnation. No. Then he seemed to have thought of something. When he looked at the samsara blade, his pupils suddenly shrank and he screamed loudly. His face was extremely gloomy. He attacked wildly, wanting to destroy the samsara blade, but it was to no avail. The samsara blade emitted a terrifying death aura. Under the control of Fang Qin, it easily cut through the void, and wherever it passed, the void was directly corroded. Reincarnation was a taboo matter that the peak experts of ancient times avoided talking about. It was said that the path of reincarnation involved too many things. Even an invincible saint would die if he was not careful. It was also said that if one mastered the path of reincarnation, they would be able to control the world and become one with the way of heaven. The stone dragon demon's son had never believed in reincarnation, but now that he truly felt the aura of the path of reincarnation, he finally felt fear. Pucci, the strongest attack that he was proud of, had no power to resist the samsara blade and was instantly shattered. Then, before he could react, he was hit by the samsara blade. Ah! He screamed miserably. He held his head with both hands, and the death aura invaded his mind, corroding his primordial spirit. He fell to the ground in pain, rolling continuously. In the blink of an eye, he lost his vitality. This sudden scene caused the large group of pursuers to be stunned on the spot. Their hearts trembled, and they did not dare to believe what they were seeing. Is that Shurlong Demon's son? After a moment of silence, such a voice came from the crowd. Heavens! What exactly is that saber? Why does it make my primordial spirit tremble? The stone dragon demon's son's cultivation base has reached the peak of the 9th stage, but he can't even block a single slash. It's too scary. The group of people started to waver, and the way they looked at Fang Qin became unusually serious. At this time, Fang Qin held the samsara knife in his hand and looked like the god of death. His aura was too terrifying and cold. In the distance, Qing Jun and the protector of the demon cult, who were fighting fiercely, were also stunned. This was especially true for Lord Green. In ancient times, he had already reached the pinnacle. He had a greater understanding of the secrets of samsara. Moreover, he had been in a deep slumber after being severely injured in the Battle of Godfall. He more or less had some understanding of the so-called samsara road. The samsara knife? Lord Green cried out involuntarily. He did not expect that Fong Chin actually had the samsara knife in his hand. Could it be that the samsara road really exists in this mountain range? Otherwise, how could the samsara knife in Fong Chen's hand be explained? But he's a fifth stage Saint Emperor. How can he hold the samsara knife? It should be known that in ancient times there were many powerful figures who searched for the samsara road and even tried to get the samsara knife, but they were all annihilated in the long river of history. No, the protector of the demon cult roared wildly. His heart was burning with anger. He wanted to rush over and kill Fong Chin, but was stopped by Lord Green. "Your opponent is me." After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, Lord Green regained his composure and went all out to stop the protector of the demon cult. At the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how Fong Chin got the samsara knife and was able to activate it, at least his life was not in danger at this stage. Whoosh! While Lord Green and the protector of the demon cult were fighting fiercely, Fong Chen's heart was also shaken. Is this the power of samsara? In his mind, he recalled that he had just entered the demonic mountains and encountered the samsara protector. "See you on the samsara road." Fong Chen racked his brains but could not figure out why those people would say such words to him. Would he step on the samsara road in the future? Kill! The battle cries shook the sky. The members of the No Demon cult received the order of the protector to kill Fong Chin and destroy the samsara knife at all costs. They completely fell into madness and attacked together to besiege Fong Chin. Puchi! The perfect bloodline ran and covered the samsara knife. A terrible death aura swept through heaven and earth. Fong Chin held the samsara knife and shuttled through the crowd, launching a fierce, bloody battle. The samsara knife was too terrifying. After all, it was something from the samsara road. It was difficult for ordinary people to resist. The knife flashed and heads rolled. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with bones and blood flowed like a river. With the samsara knife in hand, Fong Chin could easily kill a 9th rank saint. Even if he faced a 9th rank saint, it would only take a little time. Fong Chin fell into a frenzy of killing. The people of the demon cult were retreating. They were terrified. Run. Finally, some people began to flee. Their hearts were in chaos. For a moment, Fong Chen's will was affected by the samsara knife. Like a walking corpse, he chased after the people of the demon cult. Wake up! Lord Green's voice, like a thunderclap, sounded in Fong Chen's mind. Buzz! The perfect bloodline poured into his mind and expelled the will of the samsara knife. In an instant, Fong Chen woke up. Phew! That was, just now he had fallen into a mysterious state. He saw a path that he couldn't see the end of. That path was gray and hazy without any signs of life. It was filled with the aura of death. In fact, he even saw some scattered corpses on the path. The samsara road? Fong Chen's heart was set off stormy waves. He suspected that he had just seen the legendary samsara road. The samsara knife is no small matter. Don't let it affect your mind. Lord Green's voice came again. At the same time, he warned Fong Chin that the All Heavens sacrificial array was temporarily suppressed by him, and he needed to escape from this place as soon as possible. Senior, how long can you resist? Fong Chin asked hurriedly. How could he leave before he found the sky, Sword Peak Master? 3 days, Lord Green said. Fong Chen nodded. Thank you, Senior. After that, Fong Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Lord Green, you're courting death. The people of the demon cult were terrified by the samsara knife. The protector was furious. He wanted to kill Lord Green's incarnation at all costs. Chapter 3605. Fang Chen came to his senses. He followed the path he had just seen in the mist. His intuition told him that the path was very likely to be the legendary Reincarnation Road. Whoosh! Soon after, Fang Chen found the lair of the no-demon cult. At this moment, his heart was incomparably shocked, setting off perilous waves, because the no-demon cult's lair was actually on the hazy path he saw. How is this possible? Fang Chen was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Countless speculations flashed through his mind. Finally, he raised the samsara knife, activated the perfect bloodline in his body, and slashed down. Hiss! Hiss! When the samsara knife hit the seal of the lair of the no-demon cult, it immediately caused the surrounding void to collapse. The next moment, an overwhelming aura of death rushed over. Fang Chen was horrified and wanted to dodge, but when the aura of death approached him, it was instantly absorbed by the samsara knife. Is the lair of the no-demon cult really on the reincarnation road? When he controlled the samsara knife to kill the enemy, Fang Chen fell into a daze. For a moment he saw the gray reincarnation road, which was in this direction. Now, after combining his speculations, he concluded that the lair of the no-demon cult should be on the edge of the reincarnation road, and they were also exploring the mystery of the reincarnation road. Crack! The samsara knife grew bigger and bigger, and it cut open the seal of the lair of the no-demon cult. Fang Chen was even more convinced that this place had something to do with the reincarnation road. Otherwise, no matter how strong the samsara knife was, it could not ignore the obstruction of the All Heavens' sacrificial deployment. Swoosh! With a stir of his mind, Fang Chen got into the void crack. Roar! In the demonic mountain range, the corpses of the no-demon cult were piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. Some people were fleeing in panic, for they had been scared out of their wits. Even Shilong, one of the 3 devil sons, was killed by Fang Chen with one strike. How could they resist him? Run! The crowd was in chaos and fled in all directions. Seeing this scene, the protector's anger reached the extreme. He slapped at Qing Jun and forced him to retreat. Then, he stared at Qing Jun with his deep eyes. You forced me to do this. The no-demon cult protector roared furiously. Soon after, he spread open his hands. Drops of blood flowed out from his fingertips and dripped onto the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The power of the All Heavens' sacrificial formation was fully activated. The power of the All Heavens' sacrificial formation was further enhanced by the injection of the demonic bloodline. Sacrifice of the heavens, slaying gods and annihilating Buddhas. The protector of the Sans demon cult fell into a frenzy. His hands formed a terrifying mudra as he tried to control the heavens' sacrificial formation that had already fallen into a frenzy. Wang. Seeing this, Qing Jun's expression changed. However, before he could react, he was imprisoned by the All Heavens' sacrificial formation. Not good. Black Lord cried out in his heart. Immediately, his incarnation collapsed and disappeared into the void. Boom! Boom! The protector of the no-demon cult frantically bombarded the void where Qing Jun had disappeared. His face was ferocious and incomparably deranged. Trying to escape? The protector of the no-demon cult forced Qing Jun out of hiding. But at this time, an extremely powerful object also appeared in Qing Jun's hand. Wang. This object was a compass. The needle on it was rotating slowly. As Qing Jun poured his power into it, the dim compass emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, the compass was activated. An extremely vast death aura erupted. This is... The protector of the no-demon cult was shocked and kept retreating. This is the power of samsara that I have collected from the reincarnation road over the countless years. I was originally going to use it for my original body, but now I have no other choice. Qing Jun said, even though he was once a top expert of this world, he still felt a little pained when he activated the compass. This compass was a powerful object that was once famous in the world, the ancient gazing compass. Only such a powerful artifact could contain the power of reincarnation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The power of samsara dissipated and quickly swept across the world, shrouding the protector of the no-demon cult. No, impossible! Even the ancient gazing compass can't withstand the corrosion of the power of samsara. The protector of the no-demon cult shook his head frantically. He recognized the ancient gazing compass and couldn't believe it. Puff! Shrouded by the power of samsara, the protector of the no-demon cult let out a miserable scream. One of his arms was bloody and broken. He slapped his other hand, and the celestial sacrificial array shrank and trapped Qingjun. Then his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Fang Chen had no idea about the battle outside. After entering the lair of the no-demon cult, he held the samsara knife and went on a killing spree. Anyone who tried to stop him was killed without mercy. Along the way, Fang Chen was shocked to the extreme. After entering the lair of the no-demon cult, the power of the samsara knife was actually increasing. What did this mean? Fang Chen exclaimed, and he was even more certain of his guess. This should be the edge of the reincarnation road. Although the death aura was thin, it was enough to raise the samsara knife to a higher level. Puff! When a 9th level saint approached, Fang Chen flicked his wrist and killed him with a slash. The strongest protector of the no-demon cult was stopped by Qingjun's incarnation. Now that Fang Chen had taken out a powerful weapon like the samsara knife, no one could stop him. As a sword cultivator, his attainments in swordsmanship were extremely high. As soon as he entered, he sensed that there was an extremely terrifying sword tomb in this space. Whoosh! 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 Soon he saw the dark sword tomb and the sky sword peak master, who was in a sorry state and whose aura was weak. He dragged his tired body and held a long sword in his hand, fighting against the broken swords in the dark sword tomb. Sky sword peak master. Fang Chen shouted and stepped into the dark sword tomb. Boy, you're courting death. A 9th level saint who stayed in the lair attacked, and the heaven-turning palm print covered Fang Chen, trying to suppress him. Get lost. Fang Chen, who was already very angry, was enraged when he saw the sky sword peak master's appearance. With a backhand slash, he cut the 9th level saint in two. How is this possible? In the distance, some of the weaker martial artists sucked in cold breaths. Oh my God, how can this guy be so strong? He killed the junior guardian with one slash? Hurry up and inform the guardian. The no-demon cult's lair was facing the biggest crisis in hundreds of millions of years. Fang Chen did not stay and directly entered the dark sword tomb. Lord Qing could only hold on for 3 days. In other words, whether they could save the Sky Sword Peak Master or not, they had to leave this place after 3 days. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger. Sky Sword Peak Master. Fang Chen shouted as he entered the dark sword tomb. At this moment, the Sky Sword Peak Master was at the center of the dark sword tomb. When he heard someone calling him, he turned his head. Fang Chen? The Sky Sword Peak Master was stunned. Have you been captured too? Soon, the Sky Sword Peak Master asked with a solemn expression. Fang Chen shook his head. Sky Sword Peak Master, you've suffered. I'm here to save you. You, the Sky Sword Peak Master was stunned and then a little worried. Fang Chen continued. There's a senior who's holding back the guardian of the no-demon cult outside. The rest are no match for me. With that, Fang Chen moved forward. Don't come over. Chapter 3606. The Sky Sword Peak Master's face was filled with fear. He held the sword in one hand and waved it at Fang Chen with the other to prevent him from getting close to the center of the dark sword mound. Buzz! Terrifying sword radiance floated out from the countless broken swords and surrounded the Sky Sword Peak Master. It instantly shattered his defense and wreaked havoc on his body. Pucci! The Sky Sword Peak Master spat out blood and staggered 2 steps before falling to the ground. His aura was weak, as if he was haunted by evil spirits. Sky, Sword Peak Master. Fang Qin exclaimed. His powerful consciousness captured the movement of the broken swords in the dark sword mound. He was shocked. The dark sword mound was much more terrifying than he had imagined. At this moment, the Sky Sword Peak Master was already exhausted and could not hold on any longer. What a terrifying dark sword chi! Fang Qin was an expert of the way of the sword and had created his own invincible way of the sword. Moreover, he had cultivated the supreme art, sky-severing alchemy, and had some understanding of the way of the sword. However, he was still shocked by the dark sword chi. He even wondered what kind of environment could form such a terrifying dark sword mound. The broken swords in the dark sword mound had changed. The remnant thoughts left by their masters had turned into resentment and entered the broken swords, turning them into the most vicious weapons in the world. These broken swords seemed to be even more ruthless to sword principal martial artists. Pucci! In a flash, the Sky Sword Peak Master's body was riddled with holes. If he did not have a sword principal secret treasure, he would have died. Dong dong dong! Fang Qin could not care less. With the invincible sword chi surrounding him, he held the star-hidden sword in one hand and the reincarnation blade in the other, and walked toward the Sky Sword Peak Master. It could be seen that Fang Qin's steps were getting heavier and heavier. With every step, he was eroded by the dark sword chi. However, he did not retreat. Refine. The dark sword chi wrapped around his body and tried to erode his organs. However, Fang Qin used his perfect bloodline to refine it. Soon there was a hissing sound. Fang Qin was surprised to find that his perfect bloodline could restrain the dark sword chi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the dark sword chi invaded his organs, it was enveloped and refined by his perfect bloodline. This scene gave Fang Qin great confidence. He quickly walked toward the Sky Sword Peak Master. Soon, he walked toward the center of the dark sword mound. Sky Sword Peak Master, how are you? Fang Qin took out some healing pills and gave them to the Sky Sword Peak Master. The latter swallowed them, and his face became rosy after a while. His injuries were also under control. This place is very strange. Those broken swords seem to be targeting us, sword cultivators. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. The Sky Sword Peak Master took a deep breath and said quickly. Fang Qin was a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, and he was someone that the Tao Palace's Palace Lord Lei thought highly of. He was the future hope of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, so even if it cost him his life, he had to protect his disciple. Fang Qin patted the Sky Sword Peak Master's shoulder. At that moment, the densely packed, broken swords in the dark sword mound seemed to have a telepathic connection. They trembled violently and floated in the air, releasing dark sword light. They intertwined and formed a dark cage. Fang Qin's complexion changed greatly. He waved the hidden star sword in his hand and used the heaven-slashing alchemy technique. Rays of golden sword light carried two different origins and attacked the dark cage with great force. At the same time, the samsara knife in his right hand moved. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of metal colliding was heard. The dark sword chi in the dark cage was so terrifying that it seemed to devour the void. Fang Qin's hidden star sword was greatly hindered. Kill. To Fang Qin's surprise, the dark cage began to shake as soon as the samsara knife was out. It seemed that the death aura released by the samsara knife could restrain the dark sword chi. With this discovery, Fang Qin immediately put away the hidden star sword and injected all his strength into the samsara knife. He slashed at the dark cage. Crack! The knife cut open the dark sword light and shattered the hidden sword chi. Samsara! No! At the moment when the sword chi was shattered, there was a miserable and horrified voice. Fang Qin slashed again and again. Every time he slashed, a sword chi would be completely destroyed. The Sky Sword Peak Master, who was standing not far behind him, was completely stunned. He had been trapped in the Dark Sword Mound for so long and knew nothing about the outside world. Naturally, he didn't know how strong Fang Chen was now. Go! In the chaotic battle, Fang Chen's voice came into the ears of the Sky Sword Peak Master. Seeing this, the latter didn't stay any longer. He took advantage of the gap created by Fang Chen to escape. At this moment, the Dark Sword Mound seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes. In the center, the ground shook and a shocking battle sword broke out of the ground. As soon as the battle sword appeared, all the other sword chi around it. Samsara? Fang Chen was shocked. His pupils suddenly shrank. He felt the power of samsara in the battle sword. Let's go. He seemed to have realized something. Without thinking, he turned around and left. At this moment, the Sky Sword Peak Master had already escaped from the Dark Sword Mound. He turned around and found that Fang Chen was engulfed by a terrifying aura. No! The Sky Sword Peak Master shouted desperately. He wanted to turn around and save Fang Chen. Don't worry about me. You go first. I'm fine. Fang Chen's voice came into his ears. The Sky Sword Peak Master gritted his teeth and continued to escape. Is the Dark Sword Mound the entrance to the Reincarnation Road? Fang Chen was shocked. The battle sword in the center of the sword mound was too terrifying. It released the aura of the Reincarnation Road. In front of it, the power of the Reincarnation Knife was restrained. He couldn't move his body. He saw the dense sword chi being swallowed by the battle sword. In the end, there seemed to be an ancient laughter coming from the battle sword. Then, Fang Chen felt a strong suction force. He was instantly sucked into the ground under the battle sword. Boom! The Dark Sword Mound completely collapsed. Thousands of remnant thoughts disappeared. The Dark Sword Chi also quickly dissipated and spread to the nest of the No Demon cult. In the demonic mountains, the Sky Sword Peak Master, who had just escaped, heard countless screams. The protector of the No Demon cult, who was fighting with Lady Qing, didn't care so much. He turned around and rushed into the nest. At this time, the celestial sacrificial array collapsed. Lady Qing glanced at the Sky Sword Peak Master, grabbed him, and disappeared in the demonic mountains. Damn it. Soon, the protector of the No Demon cult roared angrily in the demonic mountains. His face was ferocious and burning with anger. Heaven-defying alliance, you will pay the price. The protector of the No Demon cult looked at the ruined nest and the collapsed Dark Sword Mound. The Dark Sword Mound is broken. The Reincarnation Road has appeared. The battle of deity fall will come again. At the same time he muttered, just wait. It won't be long before the No Demon cult rises again. Chapter 3607. On this day, what happened in the demonic mountain range swept through the entire God's Fall battlefield. All the martial artists felt a tremor from the depths of their hearts. The legend of the Reincarnation Road spread again. Some of the surviving experts from ancient times turned pale when they heard the words Reincarnation Road. They seemed to have recalled something. Not long after, another explosive news came out. When the Reincarnation Road appeared, the world would change. The last time the Reincarnation Road appeared was when the God's Fall battle began. For a time, everyone was in a state of panic. Myriad Tao World, Tao Palace. Qing Jun's avatar escaped the demonic mountain range with the Sky Sword Peak Master and returned to the outer sect of the heaven-defying alliance. However, when the Sky Sword Peak Master learned of what happened while he was trapped in the Dark Sword Tomb, he immediately set off for the Myriad Tao World. In a magnificent hall, Elder Black and Elder White looked at Qing Jun in surprise. Qing Jun. Elder Black's eyes widened. Elder White stroked his beard and sighed. I didn't expect you to survive the battle back then. Something happened in the chaos battlefield? Qing Jun cried out after a brief understanding of the situation. He didn't expect the outside world to become so chaotic. Elder Black nodded. The Chaos battlefield was sealed and then disappeared. All the top powerhouses of the God's Fall battlefield were trapped inside a conspiracy. Elder White said in a deep voice, "If I'm not wrong, those demons in the Chaos battlefield should want to use this opportunity to train the young Marquis." Qing Jun pondered, thinking quickly in his mind. A moment later, he took a deep breath and said, "Perhaps they are planning a second God's Fall battle." Elder Black and Elder White's expressions changed. At the same time, Qing Jun also told them about Fong Chen's situation. The two looked at each other. Fong Chen obtained the opportunity of the Blood God clan? The two suddenly realized that it was so. No wonder Qing Jun would help. "Elders, Fong Chen fell into the Dark Sword Tomb in order to save me. You must find a way to save him." The Sky Sword Peak Master was very guilty and blamed himself. Fong Chen's potential was too great. If it wasn't for him, he might have been able to step into the primal Chaos Supreme realm in the future. "My original body has always been sleeping under the ground of the demonic mountain range. I once sensed the power of reincarnation. According to my research over the years, the entrance to the path of reincarnation is most likely in the demonic mountain range." Qing Jun slowly said, "Moreover, the No Demon cult should also know this, so they built their lair there." "What's with the Dark Sword Mound?" The Black and White elders were confused. All these years they had been searching for the No Demon cult's lair, but they had failed time and time again. They didn't expect that they were actually hiding here. They must have used some kind of powerful force to conceal their auras. There are broken swords everywhere in the Dark Sword Mound. These broken swords are infused with the remnant resentment of the ancient times. They are extremely evil. I was trapped inside and was ravaged by the broken swords every day. The reason why the protector of the No Demon cult didn't kill him was that he wanted him to submit to the No Demon cult and then use his position in the heaven-defying alliance to overthrow it. After Fong Chen entered the Dark Sword Mound, he fought fiercely with many broken swords with the samsara knife in his hand. Finally, he walked to the center of the Dark Sword Mound. He seemed to have cut open the core of the Dark Sword Mound with his knife. A terrifying power emerged there. I couldn't resist it at all, so I retreated. Now that he thought about it, that terrifying power was exactly the same as the aura of the samsara knife. Could this so-called Dark Sword Mound be the legendary entrance to the path of reincarnation? Qing Jun muttered. At that time, he was focused on resisting the celestial sacrificial ray and fighting with the protector of the No Demon cult. He had no time to check the situation in the Dark Sword Mound, so he didn't know the details. But according to the description of the Sky Sword Peak Master, his guess was most likely true. In the end, they carefully analyzed every detail and came to a conclusion. Fong Chen used the samsara knife to cut open the Dark Sword Mound. The entrance to the path of reincarnation appeared and he fell into it? Elder Black looked worried. After all, that was the legendary path of reincarnation. Even an invincible sage wouldn't dare to touch it easily. It's a miracle that Fong Chen can get the samsara knife. Maybe it's not a bad thing that he fell into the path of reincarnation. Instead, it's an opportunity for him. Elder White was relatively optimistic. Qing Jun was silent. In any case, it was absolutely impossible to rescue Fong Chen. Even if he came in person, it was impossible to bring him out of the path of reincarnation. Now, he could only pin his hopes on Fong Chen himself. Fong Chen is very special. He has the perfect bloodline and also has the supreme skill. I think he must have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. After thinking for a moment, Qing Jun said, "His potential is rare. Even I am not as good as him in the same realm. And he also got the samsara knife in the demonic mountains. This means that there are secrets related to the path of reincarnation on him." Qing Jun analyzed that Fong Chen should not die so easily. Alas, I hope he will be blessed. Elder Black and Elder White sighed. If the leader was here, there might be a chance. The nest of the No Demon cult has been destroyed. Their painstaking efforts have been destroyed. They will definitely fall into madness. We should be on guard. Qing Jun changed the topic. At present, no one could solve Fang Chen's problem. Instead of wasting time, it was better to think about how to deal with the remnants of the No Demon cult, as well as the young Marquis and his group who came out of the chaotic battlefield. Our Dao Palace will cooperate with other forces to attack the No Demon cult. As long as they dare to show up, we will kill them without mercy, Elder Black said. Elder White also nodded in agreement. The matter of the No Demon cult is still under control. What I am most worried about is the confrontation in the demonic sky fire domain. The young Marquis behind the young Marquis is most likely the person behind the disappearance of the chaotic battlefield. It's not too difficult for us to deal with the young Marquis and his group. What I am worried about is that once the young Marquis is killed, will young Marquis come out of the chaotic battlefield? Elder White's eyes flickered. Hiss! At this moment, Qing Jun's body suddenly began to fade away. I used too much strength before, and my incarnation can't support it, Qing Jun said. My original body is too seriously injured and can't wake up in a short time. I need to borrow some special bloodlines. You too. Don't worry, we will definitely help you find these special bloodlines. Elder Black and Elder White nodded. Buzz! Qing Jun's incarnation dissipated with the wind. Elder Black and Elder White stared ahead and did not speak for a long time. In the void where darkness and coldness coexisted, there was no end in sight. Everywhere was gray. After Fang Chen was sucked into the core of the dark sword mound, he instantly felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had appeared in an extremely strange place. He felt the samsara knife trembling, and at the same time he felt the aura in the void. What a strong samsara power is this place! Combined with his previous guess, Fang Chen's breathing was a little rapid. The Reincarnation Road. Chapter 3608. Since ancient times, even the peak mighty figures would turn pale at the mention of the Reincarnation Road. In their opinion, the Reincarnation Road involved two complicated things, and it was very likely to be related to the Chaos Supremacy. Once one was tainted by karma, one might die on the Reincarnation Road in the future. Rumor had it that the Reincarnation Road was connected to the underworld. After a martial artist died, as long as his soul did not disperse, he could be reincarnated. Only the experts who had reached the 5 elements sacred realm had the opportunity to step on the Reincarnation Road after death. Walking on the Reincarnation Road could give one a great opportunity. Moreover, the most important thing was that when one was reincarnated at the end of the Reincarnation Road, he could carry what he had learned in his previous life. The boundless Reincarnation Road was gray everywhere. The Reincarnation saber in Fang Chen's hand flickered with a strange light. The power of the Reincarnation saber spread out, perfectly merging with the aura of the Reincarnation Road. The Reincarnation knife was held horizontally in front of his chest. It vaguely formed a reincarnation armor around Fang Chen, resisting the powerful corrosive power from the Reincarnation Road. Since ancient times, the mighty figures would turn pale at the mention of it. What secrets are hidden on the Reincarnation Road? Fang Chen steadied himself and carefully moved forward to check it out. Now that he was trapped in the Reincarnation Road, it was almost impossible for him to go back. Instead of being trapped here, it was better to take the initiative to explore. Whoosh! With the Reincarnation knife in hand, Fang Chen almost didn't encounter any danger. He moved forward. Bang! After walking for about an hour, a crisp sound suddenly came from under his feet. He looked down and was surprised to find that he had just kicked a corpse. A corpse! Fang Chen looked at it carefully. The corpse had been baptized by the aura of death for a long time, and it had become dilapidated. He could barely see that it should have been a human when it was alive. Fang Chen fiddled with the incomplete corpse with the reincarnation knife. With a crack, the corpse directly shattered and scattered on the ground. What's that? He found that an ancient character was engraved on a piece of bone. There's a character. Fang Chen's pupils followed closely as he cried out in surprise. The reincarnation road was known to be able to annihilate everything. The aura of death here could even cleanse the world. Even after passing through endless years, the corpse still couldn't resist the corrosion and was badly damaged. However, the words carved on the corpse were incomparably clear, as if they weren't affected in the slightest. A human qualified to enter the reincarnation road must have been an expert when he was alive. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He carefully observed the ancient characters and finally determined that they belonged to the ancient chaos era. Ancient chaos? That was an era that was even darker than the ancient times, and even more ancient. Is this corpse an expert from the ancient chaos era? Fang Chen's heartbeat quickened. He could feel how extraordinary the reincarnation road was. At the same time, he was even more alarmed. It was truly rare for a corpse from the ancient chaos era to be able to survive until now. This person must have been a peak expert when he was alive. Fang Chen took a deep breath. His samsara knife carefully removed the broken bones that were blocking the ancient characters, and then he studied them carefully. He searched through his memories and finally recognized this word, bastard. Fang Chen frowned and racked his brains. The word bastard was engraved on the bones. What did it represent? At the same time, he also recalled the ancient books about the ancient chaos era that he had read in the Taoist palace. He wanted to check if there was an expert with the name bastard in that era. This investigation really gave him a fright. Bastard. Fang Chen almost screamed, because the truth was too shocking. If the skeleton in front of him was really Venerable Hun Yi from the ancient chaos era, it would be too shocking. Fang Chen trembled. He wanted to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Swoosh! However, at this moment, the skeleton engraved with the word bastard suddenly moved. Then, it shot toward him and quickly disappeared between his eyebrows. Ah! Fang Chen let out a miserable scream. He held his head with both hands and was in great pain. Buzz! At the same time, the perfect bloodline also operated crazily to expel the skeleton. The word bastard on the skeleton emitted a dazzling light. Fang Chen felt his mind shake. Then, it was filled with dense information. After a long time, he stabilized his body and his mind calmed down. Is it really Venerable Hun Yi? Fang Chen was shocked. He did not expect his guess to be true. At this moment, he finally understood why Venerable Hun Yi's skeleton entered between his eyebrows. It was because of the blood essence of the blood god tribe. So that was it. Soon, Fang Chen came to a realization. Venerable Hun Yi was a top expert at the end of the ancient chaos era. He was close friends with the ancestor of the blood god tribe. This skeleton engraved with the word bastard contained all the power of Venerable Hun Yi. Therefore, after sensing the blood essence of the blood god tribe, it entered between Fang Chen's eyebrows. Venerable Hun Yi, you want me to take you away? Fang Chen tried to talk to the skeleton, but there was no response. Soon, Fang Chen gave up. No matter what method he used, the skeleton remained indifferent. Do you want me to take you to the end of the reincarnation road? As soon as he said this, the skeleton moved. Fang Chen was speechless. The reincarnation road was too mysterious and too dangerous. With his strength, he would definitely be in danger after entering the depths. At that time, even the reincarnation knife could not protect him. Not to mention the end of the reincarnation road. Only the supreme masters of the chaos dared to go to such a dangerous place. Fang Chen shook his head as if he wanted to refuse. But there was a fluctuation in the skeleton. What? Venerable Hun Yi told Fang Chen that no one had ever set foot on the reincarnation road with their physical body. He was the first. There were only two choices in front of him. Either he risked his life to go to the end of the reincarnation road and be reborn together, or he died on the reincarnation road. Since ancient times, anyone who entered this place had died in the outside world. Their souls were baptized on the reincarnation road, and then they were reborn. Fang Chen wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was forced to enter. "Isn't there any other way?" Fang Chen asked. The skeleton vibrated, transmitting a message. Fang Chen was a little disappointed. Was he really going to die on the reincarnation road? Once he died on the reincarnation road, he would die for real and would never be reborn. Ding! Ding! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Fang Chen was shocked. He saw a group of people coming from the thick fog in the distance. They were the reincarnation guardians. The reincarnation guardians rushed at Fang Chen with murderous intent. Fang Chen took a few steps back. The skeleton vibrated, urging him to run quickly. "Let's go." Almost at the moment when Fang Chen fled, the reincarnation guardians also took action. They were as fast as lightning, shuttling on the reincarnation road, chasing after Fang Chen. Why? While fleeing, Fang Chen was puzzled. The reincarnation knife in his hand came from the reincarnation guardians. At that time, the guardians said that they would meet on the reincarnation road. Chapter 3609. What's going on? Fang Chen was shocked. His strength was limited on the reincarnation road. The power of reincarnation. Fang Chen was a little anxious. If this continued, he would definitely be caught up by the reincarnation guardians, and his life would be in danger. Behind him, the reincarnation guardians were getting faster and faster. They could almost ignore the obstruction of the thick fog and force their way through. However, Fang Chen couldn't do that. He had to rely on his own strength to block the obstruction of the thick fog, and at the same time he had to divert his attention to resist the corrosion of the death aura. In this way, the situation was very unfavorable for him. Moo, moo, moo! While fleeing, Fang Chen found a castle in front of him. It was completely black and surrounded by the death aura. At the same time, there were strange sounds coming from it. Is that a ghost town? When he got close to the castle, Fang Chen saw countless ghosts roaming around inside the castle. Behind him, the reincarnation guardians were already approaching. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and prepared to rush into the ghost town. Roar! The sound of metal colliding rang out, followed by an angry roar. Fang Chen turned his head and saw a shocking scene. Killing each other? Behind them, the reincarnation guardians were engaged in a fierce battle. In just a few seconds, several guardians had their bodies exploding and dying. Roar! The leading reincarnation guardian opened his bloody mouth and roared angrily. Those guardians who were chasing Fang Chen were pale with fright and kept retreating. Kill! A cold voice rang out. Suddenly, a cruel battle between the guardians broke out. The reincarnation guardians I met in the demonic mountains. Fang Chen was stunned. Are there factions among the reincarnation guardians? Why are there two teams killing each other? Crack! When the last guardian was killed, the guardian who had talked to Fang Chen turned around and grinned at Fang Chen. You have stepped onto the reincarnation road. The guardian's voice was slightly hoarse. The reincarnation knife in Fang Chen's hand flew into his hand uncontrollably. Immediately, the reincarnation defense on his body collapsed, and the death aura eroded him. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Fortunately, at the critical moment, his bones shook, and Venerable Han helped him block the death aura. Who are you? Fang Chen tried his best to calm the shock in his heart and asked, Why did we meet in the demonic mountains? Why did the guardian leave the reincarnation knife to him? Why did we meet here? Countless questions arose in his mind. Fang Chen stared at the guardian and realized that he was somewhat different from the other guardians. There were 3 layers of inscription marks on his forehead. The guardian behind him only had 2 layers on his forehead. I am a reincarnation guardian. Guardian. Did you deliberately leave the reincarnation saber in the demonic mountain range to lure me here? Fang Chen continued asking. Fang Chen was puzzled. At this time, Venerable Hun Yi sent a message to Fang Chen, telling him that there was indeed a peak-level expert at the end of the reincarnation road who could control everything on the reincarnation road. Moreover, this peak-level expert was suspected to be related to the Battle of Gods. Fang Chen secretly asked, "What's the realm of that peak-level expert?" Venerable Hun Yi was silent for a long time and then answered with 2 words. "Supreme. Chaotic Supreme." "Is there really a Chaotic Supreme?" Fang Chen exclaimed, and his heart was in turmoil. "Didn't they say that the Chaotic Supreme also died in the Battle of Gods?" "He has died," Venerable Hun Yi said. As for the specific situation, he didn't know, because he only heard about it from hearsay. In other words, the reincarnation road existed before the ancient chaos. That peak-level expert at the Chaotic Supreme realm has already appeared? Fang Chen sighed. This news was too shocking. Venerable Hun Yi didn't say anything, which was a tacit agreement. Fang Chen sorted out his thoughts and then asked, "Is there any power in the world that can make the peak-level expert at the end of the reincarnation road afraid?" Even if the Chaotic Supreme took action, it was impossible to destroy the reincarnation road, right? On the path of martial arts, you have to be respectful. This world isn't as simple as you think. The guardian with 3 layers of inscriptions said, "Your bloodline, body, and primordial spirit have all reached the standard. You are the undisputed #1 genius of this era and have the chance to step into the Chaotic Supreme realm. That's why the Supreme chose you." In fact, when Fang Chen stepped into the demonic mountain range, the peak-level expert at the end of the reincarnation road already knew everything. Later, the appearance of the reincarnation guardian and what he said to Fang Chen were all under his control. Then what happened just now? Fang Chen asked. Since the chaotic ancient era, no living person has been able to step onto the reincarnation road with a body. You are the first. Some guardians are greedy for your flesh and blood, so they risk their lives to kill you. For the reincarnation guardian, the flesh and blood of living creatures were too tempting. But don't worry. As long as you agree to work for the Supreme Realm, no one can threaten your life on the reincarnation road, the guardian with 3 layers of inscription said. Fang Chen heard the threat in his words. If he didn't agree, it would be very difficult for him to pass the reincarnation road. What do I need to do? Fang Chen asked. At this point, he could only agree. Since the Supreme Realm had chosen him, he definitely wouldn't send him to his death. The world is about to change. When the battle of gods comes again, this world will be destroyed. At that time, the reincarnation road won't be able to stay out of it. The guardian said, what you need to do is to complete the evolution of your bloodline and transform it into the strongest bloodline in the world. Fang Chen was stunned. His bloodline was already known as the strongest and most perfect bloodline in the world. But your bloodline should have been inherited from the Bloodline King and the Blood Cavalry Saint, right? Fang Chen was shocked. They died a long time ago. Now, they are at the end of the reincarnation road, following the Supreme Realm to cultivate. The perfect bloodline they spent their entire lives researching is just a part of the Supreme Realm's plan. They were also the executors of the Supreme Realm's plan. Fang Chen was completely confused. He had heard too many secrets today and was shocked to the extreme. Your bloodline is still not completely perfect. A true perfect bloodline is the undisputed #1 bloodline in the world. It can evolve the bloodlines of all races in the world and crush all bloodlines at the deepest level. It is the ancestor of all bloodlines, the guardian said. There were still impurities in Fang Chen's bloodline. To the outside world, it was already perfect. But in the Supreme Realm's plan, it wasn't perfect enough to deal with the crisis that affected the reincarnation road. Roar! Behind him, the haunted house in the city of Death roared, waking Fang Chen up. He came back to his senses, but his heart was still trembling. Chapter 36:10. Countless roars came from the ghost city behind him. Those unknown haunted houses had ferocious faces and opened their bloody mouths as if they wanted to rush out of the ghost city. However, there was a powerful seal around the ghost city. Every time they approached the gate, they would suffer a powerful backlash. Crack! Just now, a human-shaped ghost smelled fresh blood and rushed out of the city. However, when it touched the city wall, its originally illusory body was instantly struck by lightning and sent flying. Rumble! In the dark sky, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm swooped down and bombarded the body of the human-shaped ghost. Its body couldn't resist the explosive power of the lightning at all. Fang Chen's pupil shrank and he was a little shocked. If he wasn't mistaken, this ghost city's method should be from the great sovereign at the end of the reincarnation road. Ghosts were evil and were innately afraid of the power of Yang, and the lightning just happened to be a threat to them. When the lightning dissipated, the ghost city gradually calmed down. Many ghosts began to retreat and looked out of the city with fear. Fang Chen was shocked. The city you see is called the Dark Ghost City. It was personally refined by the great sovereign. The guardian with 3 layers of inscriptions said in a low voice, "This is actually a weapon that the great sovereign used in the past." Fang Chen was dumbfounded. The ghost city in front of him was actually a weapon? Wasn't the great sovereign too strong? It was unimaginable. If the great sovereign could leave the reincarnation road, then who in the world could stop his footsteps? Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then, his gaze fell on the guardian again. The latter pointed at the ghosts in the ghost city and said, "The Dark Ghost City is very special. It can restrict the power of ghosts. Moreover, with the great sovereign's work, there are powerful restrictions around it. It's impossible for them to escape." At the same time, he also told Fang Chen that the ghosts trapped in the ghost city were basically people who had committed heinous crimes when they were alive. When they entered the reincarnation road, they would be banished to the ghost city by the great sovereign. In the ghost city, there were no cultivation resources and no reincarnation power that could nourish the soul. Therefore, they were trapped in the ghost city and could only die and never be reincarnated. Of course, the great sovereign also left them a chance to live. A chance to live? Fang Chen listened attentively. However, the guardian had already changed the subject. After saying so much, "Are you willing to become a part of the great senior's plan?" Fang Chen stared blankly. Were they willing? Did he have any other choice? When he entered the reincarnation road, he had already become a chess piece in the hands of the great sovereign. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. That was a grandmaster, a legendary peak expert, an old antique who could control the reincarnation road. He could guess that a single thought from the Grand Monarch could scatter his soul and kill him completely. Do I have any other choice? After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen smiled bitterly. The protector nodded. You should feel proud. Since ancient times, very few people have been able to enter the eyes of the great sovereign. For you to be chosen by the great sovereign is truly not easy. In fact, there was one more thing the guardian didn't say. That was, if he refused the great sovereign, then he would definitely not be able to walk out of the path of reincarnation alive. Fang Chen chose to agree. He had thought for a long time. He thought of the bloodline monarch and the blood cavalry saint. His perfect bloodline was inherited from the bloodline monarch. Then, in the god corpse abyss where the blood cavalry saint had fallen, he had strengthened it further. Finally, relying on his own efforts, he had transformed to his current state. However, he didn't expect that the bloodline monarch and the blood cavalry saint would be cultivating in the path of reincarnation. Then, can I see the 2 of them? Fang Chen asked. The guardian shook his head. Although the 2 of them have fallen, their understanding of the perfect bloodline has reached a certain level. They will be of great help to the great sovereign's plan. They are currently cultivating with the great sovereign. For the time being, no one can see them. Fang Chen felt a little regretful. Since you have agreed, then the most urgent thing you need to do is to increase your strength as soon as possible. The guardian grinned. Your current realm is a little low. He pointed to the ghost city behind Fangchen and said, Not long ago, the great sovereign sent an instruction to let you enter the ghost city to temper yourself and break through. When you can sound the bell and drum, you will have completed the initial task. Fangchen stared. Standing outside the city, he could feel the extremely terrifying, gloomy aura inside the ghost city. There were also those heinous villains in their previous life. If a living person like him entered, he would definitely be besieged. The ghost city is very special. It suppresses their souls, causing their strength to be greatly reduced. Even the half-step supremacy powerhouses who had touched the threshold of the supremacy realm when they were alive can't display their full strength. The guardian explained. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. If they could only display the strength of a ninth order saint, then they really wouldn't be much of a threat to him. Don't be careless. Hundreds of millions of ghosts are trapped in the dark ghost city, but not many can survive. The guardian reminded. Those who could survive the fierce battle were almost invincible existences in the same realm. Moreover, the most important thing was that their souls were gradually adapting to the atmosphere of the dark ghost city. This point couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the guardian also told him that there were several invincible ghosts in the depths of the ghost city. However, they were all in seclusion, trying their best to sound the bell and drum. As long as one didn't provoke them, it wouldn't be a big deal. Do you understand? The guardian asked. Fang Chen nodded. He had a preliminary understanding of the dark ghost city's situation. Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you. In the dark ghost city, no matter who it is, as long as they can sound the bell and drum, they can obtain the death substitute talisman given by the great sovereign. Moreover, they can obtain the chance to reincarnate. Death substitute talisman. Fang Chen was shocked. This was really a big deal. They even took out such a rare talisman from ancient times. This was getting more and more interesting. So if I sound the bell and drum, I can also obtain the death substitute talisman? The guardian nodded. Fang Chen grinned. The death substitute talisman, as the name implied, was a talisman that could replace a person's life. If one encountered an irresistible force and their life was in danger, they could crush the death substitute talisman to resist the force. Unless the primal chaos supreme personally made a move, no one could ignore the death substitute talisman. In other words, having the death substitute talisman was equivalent to having an extra life. Fang Chen was very interested in the death substitute talisman. I've said what I need to say. Prepare to enter the dark ghost city. The guardian said. Crash! Before Fang Chen could react, he felt his vision turn black. In the next moment, he felt an overwhelming, gloomy aura pressing down on him. I hope you can succeed. Chapter 36:11. In the dark ghost city. The streets were dark and all the buildings were illusory. As soon as Fang Chen entered the city, he felt a majestic force suppressing his primordial spirit. Fang Chen was shocked. His primordial spirit had reached the peak of the elixir realm and was only one step away from the nascent soul realm. But now his primordial spirit was compressed and finally sealed. What a terrible dark force! Fang Chen exclaimed. Is this the legendary dark death chi? Roar! Not far away, a black eagle found Fang Chen. It smelled fresh blood, opened its bloody mouth, roared angrily, and then spread its wings and rushed directly to Fang Chen. Rip! Fang Chen was caught off guard and was bitten by the black eagle. His clothes were torn and tattered. He punched the black eagle and forced it back. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Kill! The black eagle's sense of smell was so sensitive that it immediately found Fang Chen's hiding place and launched an attack. Human! The black eagle spoke and looked at Fang Chen with greedy eyes. I, venerable eagle, feel fresh flesh and blood in you. Give me your body, and I can guarantee your safety. The black eagle in front of him was also a peak expert when it was alive. Fong Qin felt a strong evil force from it. Seeing the black eagle flying over, Fong Qin took out the samsara knife and slashed at it. Ah! A miserable shriek came from the black eagle's mouth. Its wings had been cut off by the samsara blade. Although its body was illusory, it still suffered serious injuries after being hit by the samsara blade. Stupid human, you entered the dark ghost city alone. Do you think you can survive? The black eagle also knew that if it delayed any longer, it would have nothing to do with the other ghosts when they arrived. I, the eagle venerable, have been trapped in the dark ghost city for 900 million years. During this period of time, I have experienced blood and fire, and my body and soul were almost destroyed. In the end, I still managed to survive in a life and death struggle. If I can devour this person's flesh and blood, I will definitely be able to break through the shackles and once again touch the threshold of supremacy. At that time, I will definitely be able to sound the bell and drum. Thinking of this, the greed in the black figure's eyes intensified. It dragged its injured body and attacked Fong Qin. Whoa! Up in the sky, a small mountain appeared out of nowhere, carrying with it boundless power as it pressed down. In the blink of an eye, it was right above Fong Qin's head. Suppressing the body? When Fong Qin noticed this, he flipped his hand and slashed out with his saber. Crack! The small mountain was split into two halves and collapsed in midair. After fighting with the black shadow, Fong Qin found that the samsara knife was very effective in restraining these ghosts. Taking advantage of this, he held the samsara knife and kept pressuring the black shadow. Soon he suppressed the black shadow. Crack! Saber after saber landed on the black figure's body. Miserable shrieks rang out incessantly. When the last slash landed, the black shadow was completely dead. Its body collapsed, and its soul floated in midair. Boom! Fire fell from the sky, rolled up the black shadow's soul, and began to burn it. Is this hellfire? According to legend, hellfire was born from heaven and earth, and it was specially used to punish the heinous people on the reincarnation road. The more evil a person was, the more vigorous the hellfire would be. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hellfire soared into the sky and spread over 1/10 of the dark ghost city. When Fong Qin saw it, he was speechless. Such a vast hellfire could burn the soul. It could be imagined how many evil things Venerable Eagle had done when he was alive. The hellfire was so strong that no ghost could resist it. When Venerable Eagle's soul was completely burned, the appearance of the hellfire caused a tremor in the dark ghost city. It must be that damned human. He attracted the hellfire and wants to destroy us. No, we have been fighting for hundreds of millions of years for transcendence. He wants to cut off our path to reincarnation? Impossible. Damn it, he deserves to die. Fong Qin angered everyone. All the ghosts roared angrily. When the hellfire disappeared, they began to attack Fong Qin. Whoosh! 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 Soon, the place where Venerable Eagle died was shrouded in a dense crowd of ghosts. It's Venerable Eagle. Some ghosts sensed the remaining aura in the void and guessed that the dead ghost should be Venerable Eagle. Everyone searched and found that Fong Qin had already escaped. They began to attack him crazily, in a dark corner somewhere. Fong Qin breathed a sigh of relief. He used the reincarnation knife to cover his aura so that the ghosts couldn't sense his flesh and blood. In this environment, I'm in a passive position and at a disadvantage. Fong Qin pondered. He wasn't afraid of fighting alone, but he was a little worried when facing the encirclement of so many ghosts. The special power in the dark ghost city suppressed his primordial spirit, causing his strength to decrease. His body also felt the suppression. If this went on, his body wouldn't be able to resist the erosion of the ghost city. I need a foolproof plan, Fong Qin pondered. These ghosts are afraid of the reincarnation knife, but they are also eager to get it. the skeleton of Venerable Hun, he said. Fang Chen's mind jolted as he asked subconsciously. Compared to the ghosts in the dark ghost city, Venerable Hun Yi was a failure. He didn't even survive the battle at the entrance of the reincarnation road. His soul dissipated, leaving only a skeleton and a trace of remnant consciousness. Relatively speaking, he knew the reincarnation road better than Fang Chen. These ghosts exist in the state of spirits. In fact, it's their souls that maintain this state. You just saw that the hellfire can burn their souls, Venerable Hun, he said. They're afraid that the reincarnation knife will attract the hellfire, but they're also eager to try to control the reincarnation knife. That was because once they succeeded in controlling it, it meant that they could summon the karmic fire to burn other ghosts. Moreover, they would have a chance to sound the bell. What do you mean? Fang Chen rolled his eyes. Capture a ghost first, then set up a tactical deployment to attract more ghosts. Kill them, attract the hellfire, and catch them all in one fell swoop. Fang Chen slapped the table and applauded. This is really a good idea. But the problem was that he was now hated by everyone. Once he showed up, he would definitely be besieged. How could he capture a ghost without anyone noticing? The biggest problem now is that if they stay together, what should I do? I can't stay in this stalemate forever, can I? The power contained in the reincarnation knife was limited. Once it was used up, he would have nowhere to hide. He was already in such a difficult situation when the invincible ghosts in the depths of the ghost city were in seclusion. Humph! They were all super experts in charge of a region when they were alive. They each have their own ulterior motives. They can't always stay together. There will be a time when they are alone. Venerable Hun, he had a deep understanding. I can give it a try. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen nodded. If he succeeded, the following days would be easy. If he failed, he would not have a peaceful day. He would be besieged by many ghosts, and his life would be in danger. But now he had no other choice. I'll hone myself and improve my strength. Chapter 36:12. After sorting out his thoughts, Fang Chen believed that Venerable Han Yi's idea could be implemented. I'm going to set up a formation here, Fang Chen whispered. Then he made a Taoist seal with both hands and began to carefully set up the formation. The Mystic Fire Formation was a fire-type formation. The foundation of the formation was built with the origin of fire. In the end, the 108 foundations merged together to form the core of the formation. It seemed simple, but it was actually difficult to set up. However, for Fang Chen at this stage, it was still very easy. First of all, his comprehension of the origin of fire had reached a very high level, and he could control the power of the origin of fire at will. Secondly, his attainments and formations could at least be ranked in the top 10 in the entire God's Fall battlefield. Those ranked above him were basically the top giants of the God's Fall battlefield, or the masters of formations who had survived from ancient times. Whoosh! Whoosh! He covered his aura with the samsara knife and cut off the connection between this space and the dark ghost city. Then he quickly set up the formation. 108 flames surged out of his body and turned into fire dragons. They drilled into the ground from different directions and formed the foundation of the formation. Condense! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The power of the formation gathered and formed the core of the formation. The fire spread and enveloped this void. It's done! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The Mystic Fire Formation had been successfully set up. Next, he only needed to catch a lone ghost, and the plan would be half done. However, there was still a problem in front of him. The samsara knife cut through the void and cut off the connection between the Mystic Fire Formation and the Dark Ghost City. Once he took it away, the Mystic Fire Formation would be discovered. Then he could only give up the samsara knife and look for the lone ghost alone. Fang Chen was in a bit of a dilemma. Without the samsara knife to cover his aura, he would be discovered by the ghosts and besieged. What should I do? Fang Chen frowned and pondered. Damn human, you are my prey. You can't escape. At this moment, a voice came. Fang Chen was stunned and then overjoyed. It was like a pillow being sent when he was sleepy. He was just worrying, but in the blink of an eye a ghost came to him. Fang Chen's mind stirred. He controlled the samsara knife and released a trace of aura. Immediately, the ghost found something strange. What was that flame just now? The human-shaped ghost quickly stepped forward and asked doubtfully, "Could it be karmic fire?" Suddenly he came to a realization. Oh no, it must be that human who came in with his physical body. He killed the ghost and attracted the karmic fire. Thinking of this, the human-shaped ghost rushed into the mystic fire formation in a flash. Boom! The mystic fire array was activated instantly, and this space was sealed. Human! The human-shaped ghost scanned the mystic fire formation and sneered. "You dare to fight your ghost grandpa with such little tricks?" As soon as he finished speaking, the human-shaped ghost opened his palm and a blood-red dart appeared. The dart emitted a terrifying bloody aura. For a moment, Fang Chen was eroded by the terrifying baleful aura and fell into an illusion. Fortunately, he was in the mystic fire formation. He quickly dispelled the corrosive, baleful aura and walked out of the illusion. He could not help but sigh. The blood-red dart must have grown after being bathed in the blood of the 10,000 races in the universe. Otherwise, it could not possess such a strong, murderous aura. This is, in his mind, the skeleton of Supremacy Hun. He vibrated and said angrily, "Flying escort god. He's the flying escort god. Damn it, he's here." One could tell that Supremacy Hun, he was furious. "What's going on?" Fang Chen asked. Not long after, he came to a realization. He did not expect to meet Supremacy Hun Yi's enemy while waiting. Ancient chaos? Fang Chen did not expect that the human-shaped ghost trapped in the mystic fire formation was actually an expert of the ancient chaos, and the famous flying escort god at that time. This guy cultivates demonic arts and uses the blood of the 10,000 races in the universe to nurture his blood dart. Back then, he was greedy for my treasure and attacked me, almost causing me to go berserk. After that, I searched for him for countless years, but I could not find him. Supremacy Hun, Yi said coldly. Swoosh! The human-shaped ghost activated the blood-red dart, and the baleful aura burst out like a flood, instantly engulfing the entire mystic fire formation. Hiss! 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 In the mystic fire formation, the power of the origin of fire was blocking the baleful aura of the lotus. At the same time, Fang Chen activated the samsara knife, quietly approached the human-shaped ghost, and then slashed at it. Ah! With a scream, the flying escort god was hit by the samsara knife. Frightened and angry, he took back the blood dart and completely activated it, trying to suppress Fang Chen. Go to hell! A terrible black hole appeared around the blood dart, and a space storm appeared, as if to sweep the mystic fire formation away. This blood dart was originally condensed by the flesh and blood of a giant of the demonic arts in the ancient chaos period. Later, it was nurtured by the flying escort god with the blood of the 10,000 races in the universe. It's an out-and-out supreme treasure of the demonic arts. Even the origin, holy weapon, can't compare with it. Supremacy Hun, he reminded. Now we have to suppress the blood dart before we can control the flying escort god. After all, they were rivals in the same period. Supremacy Hun, he knew the flying escort god like the back of his hand and had a good eye for the blood dart. Thump! Supremacy Hun, Yi's skeleton vibrated, and a ray of light fell. Finally, it broke out of his body and floated in front of Fang Chen. I once cultivated a secret method that can temporarily restrain the evil aura in the blood dart. I've already condensed it in this ray of light, but it can only hold on for 3 seconds. 3 seconds! Fang Chen pondered and then nodded. 3 seconds was enough. Break. Under Supremacy Hun Yi's command, the ray of light burst out, passed through the space storm, and drilled into the black hole, instantly covering the blood dart. Buzz! The The blood dart, which was full of evil aura, was instantly imprisoned. Seeing this, the flying escort god roared with a ferocious face. Right at this moment, Feng Qin moved. He fully activated the mystic fire formation and burned the flying escort god with the power of the origin of fire. At the same time, he kept hacking with the samsara knife. Crack! Before the 3 seconds were up, he severely injured the flying escort god with the samsara knife. Bang! The flying escort god's body was scattered by Feng Qin. The ray of light dissipated, and the blood dart touched the imprisonment. But without the support of the soaring power, the light quickly dimmed and it fell to the ground. Feng Qin suppressed it without saying a word. This thing is really hard. He hacked with the samsara knife, but it was not damaged at all. This thing is not inferior to a connate divine weapon. How can the samsara knife break it? But you can try to burn it with the hellfire, Supremacy Hun, he said. Damn human, if you have the guts, fight with me fairly. The flying escort god was suppressed and could not move, but he was very unwilling to give up and was extremely angry. Fight with you fairly? Feng Qin sneered. He was only a 5th rank Holy Emperor. It was ridiculous for him to have a fair fight with a ghost who used to be a top expert and now had the battle strength of the peak of the 9th rank. Puff! Feng Qin cut off the flying escort god's arm with his broadsword, severely injuring his vitality and making him on the verge of death. Then, Feng Qin could carry out his plan. Not long after, when he was ready, he left the mystic fire formation alone. Boom, boom, boom. He activated the samsara knife without hesitation and hacked wildly in the void around him. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire dark ghost city was shaking. The aura of the samsara knife made many ghosts discover Feng Qin. It's a human. Damn it, a human is hiding here. Human, you are my prey. Numerous ghosts madly rushed to the mystic fire formation. Let's go. Seeing that it was about time, Feng Qin decisively got into the mystic fire formation and completely closed it. Swish! A moment later, a ghost came and discovered the mystic fire formation. Damn human, you are hiding in the formation. The ghost madly attacked the mystic fire formation, but it could not break it. What's going on? More and more ghosts gathered here. Their eyes fell on the mystic fire formation. There is a very strange formation here. I've tried, but it's difficult to break it. That damn human is hiding here, a ghost said. Let me have a try. Another ghost stepped forward and madly attacked the mystic fire formation. Whoosh! A moment later, he gave up attacking with a ferocious face. This formation is set up with the power of the origin of fire as its foundation. We ghosts are most afraid of fire. Even if the origin of fire isn't karmic fire and doesn't specifically target our remnant thoughts, it can still restrain our power. A ghost analyzed. This is not a solution. We need to work together. Yes, if we work together, we can definitely break this formation. However, some ghosts were not willing to do so. There is only one human, but there are so many of us, after breaking the formation, who will get the human flesh and blood. A ghost raised an objection. At this time, the weaker ghosts also began to waver. Once the formation was broken, they were too weak and would definitely not get a share of the human flesh and blood. They might even be killed by the powerful ghosts because of this. The ghosts looked at each other with some fear. Inside the mystic fire formation, Feng Qin watched all of this and sneered. Fight. When both of you are injured, I will open the mystic fire formation and let you in. Feng Qin said, At that time, I will give you an unexpected surprise. These ghosts were unpardonably evil when they were alive. He would not feel guilty killing them. Chapter 30, 613. Ghosts rushed into the mystic fire formation one after another. They roared angrily, but their eyes were full of unconcealable excitement. The competition in the dark ghost city was too fierce. Since ancient times, Very few people had been able to sound the bell and drum and passed away. The resources were scarce. Besides, those trapped in the dark ghost city were all top experts. They were all proud and wanted to pass away. Therefore, it was extremely cruel. For countless years, those who were able to survive in such a cruel environment were basically the strongest ones. As long as they took a step forward, they would be able to recover their peak cultivation. Once they succeeded, they would be able to suppress the dark ghost city and go to the end of the reincarnation road. Therefore, in the face of Fong Qin, a living human who came in with his physical body, they naturally wanted to kill him. Kill! Some ghosts roared and frantically searched for Fong Chen's traces. Some ghosts seemed to have found something strange when they looked at the mystic fire formation carefully. Of course. Do you think a mere formation can stop us? Some of the more powerful ghosts began to attack the array formation. They had sealed off this area of the void. Even a fly would not be able to escape. As long as Fong Qin was here, he would definitely die. Human flesh is absolutely delicious. Some of the ghosts had already begun to fantasize about how they would enjoy the flesh and blood of humans. Seeing more and more ghosts in the dark, Fong Qin was secretly delighted. Here they come. The more the better. He said to himself. In just a few minutes, hundreds of ghosts rushed into the mystic fire formation. At this time, Fong Qin felt that the time was right, because the mystic fire formation had reached its maximum capacity. Moreover, most of the ghosts in this area had entered the mystic fire formation. Flying escort god. Someone recognized the flying escort god. At this moment, the flying escort god was lying in the center of the formation, motionless. It must be that human. The ghosts quickly walked over, trying to get close to the flying escort god to check the specific situation. However, at this moment, Fong Qin suddenly appeared. With the samsara knife in his hand and a wicked smile on his face, he glanced at the ghosts. "Welcome to my world," he said coldly and raised the samsara knife in his hand. "Human, you really are here." One of the ghosts instantly arrived in front of Fong Qin. However, the latter didn't even think and directly slashed out with his saber. Crack! The reincarnation saber struck the ghost's body, instantly shattering its remnant consciousness. At the same time, the other ghosts made their move as well. They rushed towards Fong Qin, wanting to get their hands on his flesh and blood. Hellfire. Fong Qin thought to himself. Then he brandished his samsara blade and slashed the flying escort god's body again and again. Rumble. A dark storm appeared in the sky, forming a frightening vortex. Within that vortex, frightening flames erupted. Like an erupting volcano, the karmic fire condensed into numerous fire dragons that carried endless power as they swooped down. At the same time, Fong Qin pushed the power of the mystic fire formation to the extreme. The power of the origin of fire swept through every corner of the formation. Hoo! As if it had sensed the origin of fire, the hellfire's speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the first fire dragon had already rushed into the mystic fire formation. Boom! The fire dragon condensed by the hellfire exploded when it came into contact with the ghosts. The terrifying hellfire swept through the world. Ah! Miserable screams were heard. Some ghosts were too close to the flying escort god and were instantly surrounded by the hellfire. Oh no! In the face of the hellfire, many ghosts felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. They kept retreating and crazily bombarded the mystic fire formation, trying to escape. Damn human! They did not expect that human would dare to lure so many ghosts. Run! The hellfire was too strong, and it was especially used to restrain ghosts. In the blink of an eye, the vast hellfire swept through the mystic fire formation, turning it into a sea of fire. Fong Qin controlled the sea of fire to burn the ghosts. Ah! One ghost after another fell into the sea of fire, their souls scattered. Their last hope of reincarnation was shattered. Human, let us out. Human, we were wrong before. How about we end this now? We can give you an opportunity. Ah, no. Many ghosts began to beg for mercy. But it was useless. They were doomed the moment they stepped into the mystic fire formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The hellfire burned. Inside the mystic fire formation, corpses and ghosts were everywhere. So powerful. Fong Qin could not help but sigh. The hellfire might not be as good as the origin of fire, but it was really unparalleled in restraining ghosts. An hour later, the hellfire disappeared and the sky returned to normal. However, there was dead silence in the dark ghost city. Hundreds of ghosts had all died in the hellfire. The mystic fire formation was already damaged. Fong Qin stood on the ground and looked at the corpses everywhere. He quickly collected them. Those that could survive the hellfire were the essences left behind by each ghost. In a short while, he collected a large number of bones. These bones are all at the level of an invincible saint. If they are refined into weapons, it will be amazing. Fong Qin said to himself, at least it would be a weapon at the level of an origin sacred weapon. Deep in the dark ghost city, the three powerful ghosts that were cultivating suddenly opened their eyes. The hellfire in the dark ghost city alarmed them. Who triggered the hellfire to attack us? One of the wolf-like ghosts said coldly. Over 100 ghostly beings died under the karmic fire just like that. How cruel! The human-shaped, ghostly being said. The final outsider's pitch-black eyes pierced through the void and landed on Fong Qin. A human, and he even brought his body into the dark ghost city? The ghost muttered. Could it be that he came here to train? Thinking of this, the ghost stood up and took a step forward. In the next moment, it was in front of Fong Qin. Buzz! Suddenly, Fong Qin felt a horrifying pressure pressing down on him. His body was actually unable to move. He abruptly raised his head, only to see a strange ghost descending from the sky. Feeling the terrifying aura of the ghost, Fong Qin was shocked. Could it be that he had just used the mystic fire formation and the hellfire to kill hundreds of ghosts and angered those in the depths of the dark ghost city? Human, the otherworldly ghost said. The dark ghost city is completely sealed. Only the grand sage at the end of the reincarnation road can open it. How did you come in? It was the first time in countless years that someone had entered the dark ghost city with his body. Training? The ghost continued to ask. Fong Qin nodded. Strictly speaking, the grand sage chose me and asked me to carry out a plan. Before that, he wanted to use the dark ghost city to train me. As expected, the ghost said, its guess was correct. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the other two ghosts also came. Chapter 36:14. The three ghosts were called Ghost Lords. They were the most powerful ghosts in Dark Ghost City. The three of them almost ruled the entire Dark Ghost City. Even so, they couldn't return to their peak state, so they couldn't sound the bell and drum. The three of them usually didn't care about the cruel battles of the ghosts in Dark Ghost City. They cultivated in the depths of the city and explored the deepest level of the path of reincarnation. But now they were attracted by the hellfire. They found a living being who brought a body into Dark Ghost City. This was the first time in nearly 10,000 years. The wolf sovereign opened his bloody mouth, wanting to devour Fong Qin. His body was emitting a fiendish aura. He was from the wolf clan and had the strongest wolf god bloodline in his body. Human. The human-shaped ghost was called Lin Zun. When he was alive, he was an almighty being surnamed Lin and possessed extraordinary strength. However, because he was wicked beyond redemption, he stole the heart-blood of young boys and girls to cultivate his demonic arts. After he died, he was thrown into Dark Ghost City by the great sovereign at the end of the Samsara Road. He was greedy by nature. When he saw that Fong Qin was also a human, his eyes were full of greed. He was secretly thinking about how to take Fong Qin and find a way to leave from him. How did you get in? Lin Lord asked coldly. His eyes were red. Among the three ghost lords, the foreign ghost was the strongest. He had 1 foot in the half-step chaotic supreme realm. Now he was cultivating in dark ghost city and had recovered to the invincible saint realm. He had tried to sound the bell and drum and almost succeeded. In the end, due to the heinous crimes he had committed when he was alive, he was punished by the flames of karma and failed. All these years he had been unwilling to give up and had been looking for an opportunity. Roar! The foreign ghost roared at Lin Lord and the Wolf Lord. The 2 ghost lords were frightened and kept retreating. The 2 of them gathered together and seemed to be discussing how to fight against the foreign ghost lord. Fang Qin couldn't resist the foreign ghost lord at all. He felt that he didn't even feel such pressure when facing Palace Master Lei of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Is this the pressure from a half-step chaotic supreme realm? Even though the variant ghost lord had been dead for countless years, his primordial spirit had once touched the threshold of the primordial spirit. It was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Human, we can work together. The variant ghost lord transmitted its voice to Fang Qin. He told Fang Qin that Lin Zun and Wolf Zun were too evil and cruel. They would definitely attack him. Only by cooperating with the ghost Zun could he survive. Fang Qin looked around, not knowing what to do. The 3 ghost lords were covered in blood-red light. Their sins were too heavy. They were all vicious and merciless people. None of them was someone he could fight against. Fang Qin's mind spun. If he could leave this place and head to the bell and drum region, he might have a chance at survival. Impossible. Great Sage wanted me to temper myself here, not to throw away my life. Fang Qin thought seriously. He clearly knows that there are 3 ghost lords in Dark Ghost City that I can't fight against. Why did he still insist on having me come here? Fang Qin was very puzzled. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the guardian of the 3rd layer of inscriptions was lying? Fang Qin shook his head, denying this idea. There must be hope. Just as Fang Qin was thinking, Lin Zun and Wolf Zun suddenly roared to the sky, causing the entire dark ghost city to tremble. The 2 of them released a terrifying power. In the huge dark ghost city, all the remaining ghosts prostrated themselves on the ground, suppressed by the aura of the 2 ghost lords. You too, the variant ghost lord said angrily. So what if we join forces? Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. The 3 ghost lords suddenly fought. Fang Qin kept retreating. The space was cut, and the whole battlefield seemed to be about to collapse. The wolf Zun turned into an illusory green wolf. He roared to the sky, opened his bloody mouth, and swallowed the world. Beside him, Lin Zun's body skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 feet tall. The 2 ghost exalts joined hands and unleashed an extremely evil secret technique. Once the secret technique was unleashed, the many ghosts in the dark ghost city let out miserable shrieks. This is... Fang Qin was completely shocked. He found that the Wolf Zun and Lin Zun were setting up a vicious array. This array was crazily absorbing the power of the other ghosts to strengthen it. Let's go. Fang Qin didn't care so much. Taking advantage of the chaotic battle between the 3 ghost lords, he quietly left this place. All the ghosts trembled. Their power was dissipating. Once they were completely sucked dry, they would disappear from the world forever. Brothers, we can't just sit here and wait for death. Someone took the lead, wanting to break their race set up by the Wolf Zun and Lin Zun. They were all powerful figures when they were alive. Naturally, they didn't want to be pawns of others. All the ghosts joined forces and attacked the terrifying array, courting death. The Wolf Zun's bloody mouth suddenly appeared and crazily swallowed the ghosts. As for Lin Zun, he stood with his hands behind his back, confidently controlling the array. One could vaguely hear the angry roars of the variant ghost lords coming from the array. Phew! Fang Qin breathed a sigh of relief. There was no obstruction along the way. He quickly moved and arrived at the depths of Dark Ghost City in the blink of an eye. He looked up and found that there was a bell and drum tower at the top of a small mountain. There was a bell and drum on the tower. Let's go. Fong Qin didn't say anything. He jumped and arrived in front of the bell and drum tower. Dong, dong, dong. He injected his power and wanted to sound it, but a moment later he failed. Puchi! He spat out blood. His blood was boiling and his body was almost sent flying. Am I not strong enough? Fong Qin smiled bitterly. Since entering Dark Ghost City, he had been hunted by the ghosts. He didn't have time to cultivate. Although the process was considered training, he still didn't have a breakthrough in his realm. I feel like I'm almost there, Fong Qin said to himself. He could clearly feel that the power in his body was restless. His origin star had reached the limit. He only needed an opportunity to break through. If I use my full strength now, my combat power should be above the peak of the 9th stage. There's still a gap between me and an invincible saint. Fong Qin was calm. He was thinking. In the distance, the fierce battle was still ongoing. It seemed that the foreign ghost lords couldn't break the array, and the Wolf Lord and Lin Lord couldn't do anything to them. The 3 ghost lords were in a stalemate. Most of the other ghosts were devoured by the Wolf Lord. The remaining few hid far away and didn't dare to get close to the battlefield. Fortunately, the Wolf Lord and Lin Lord are maintaining the array and can't get away. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Fong Qin sighed. However, this couldn't go on. He needed to think of a foolproof plan. At this moment, how about you and I work together to deal with the Wolf Lord and Lin Lord? This was the voice of the foreign ghost lord. Fong Qin was stunned. He didn't expect the foreign ghost lord to send him a message. Working with him was like working with a tiger. Fong Qin naturally wouldn't agree. Soon, the foreign ghost lord spoke again. Chapter 36:15. Fong Qin knew that cooperating with a variant ghost lord was tantamount to conspiring with a tiger. Once the variant ghost lords had a chance to breathe, they would definitely pose a threat to him. What should I do? Fong Qin was in a dilemma. If he did not cooperate with the variant ghost lords, then once the variant ghost lords were completely suppressed by the Wolf Lord and Lin Lord, the 2 ghost lords would definitely turn around and kill him. No matter what, Fong Qin was in a passive state. Blood curse. Venerable Hun Yi's skeleton trembled as he transmitted his voice. In the chaotic ancient era, there was a super powerful incantation called blood curse. This incantation is very ancient and extremely powerful. For ordinary warriors, it is basically useless. Moreover, with the strength of their soul, they can't bear the power of blood curse. Venerable Hun Yi quickly explained, "But you can. Your primordial spirit has already formed a golden core and is complete. It can bear the power of the blood curse." In the ancient chaos era, when experts made a promise to each other, they would usually make a blood curse. Once the blood curse was made, the seed of the blood curse would be planted in one's body. If one broke the promise, one's soul would be destroyed instantly. This blood curse was very restrictive on experts. Fong Qin's eyes lit up and he immediately transmitted his voice to the variant ghost lord. "We can cooperate, but you have to make a blood curse. Otherwise," Fong Qin expressed his attitude. If he wanted to cooperate, he had to make a blood curse. Otherwise, he would rather die. "You." Obviously, the variant ghost lord had also heard of the blood curse. There was a hint of anger in his voice. "Your primordial spirit is too weak to bear the power of the blood curse. You're courting death." The variant ghost lord tried to deceive Fong Qin. However, he would never dream that Fong Qin's mind had a bone of an expert from the ancient chaos era. "Humph, you still dare to deceive me at this time? I can't see your sincerity in cooperating. Let's end it here." With that, Fong Qin stopped contacting the variant ghost lord. Rumble. The array became smaller and smaller, leaving less and less space for the variant ghost lord. He did not have much time left. At this time, the variant ghost lord was getting more and more anxious. Lin Zun, Wolf Zun, are you two really going to do this? The Variant Ghost Lord roared angrily. If you push me too far, both of you will die with me. Humph, Lin Zun sneered. The formation that they had set up together was flawless, and they were not afraid of foreign ghost lords at all. Of course, they needed an enormous amount of energy to maintain the formation. Therefore, they had to speed up and suppress the Variant Ghost Lords. Otherwise, if they took too long, it would be easy for changes to occur. Continue suppressing them. Lin Zun and Wolf Zun looked at each other. Then, the two of them frantically activated the array formation to suppress the foreign ghost Zun. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A terrifying force swept over. The Variant Ghost Lord felt threatened. He punched out, wanting to block it. However, he was shocked to find that the force ignored his attack and circled around his illusory arm. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from the mouth of the Variant Ghost Lord. In the blink of an eye, one of his illusory arms was destroyed. How is this possible? He was shocked. He didn't expect this array to be so powerful. Finally, he couldn't help but contact Fang Chen again. I can cooperate with you, or I can set up a blood curse. After suppressing Wolf Zun and Lin Zun, I will not attack you. I will personally escort you out of Dark Ghost City. How about it? The anxious voice of the Variant Ghost Lord sounded in Fang Chen's ears. Finally, can't help it? Fang Chen looked into the distance. He could vaguely see the majestic and bloody array formation cutting through the void and suppressing the Variant Ghost Lord. This array is very strange. Once it successfully cuts through the void, even if the Variant Ghost Lord doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Fang Chen murmured. At this time he rolled his eyes and had a bold idea. No, you don't seem to understand your current situation. Fang Chen said coldly, we can cooperate, but the blood curse you set up is not that you won't attack me, but you have to obey my orders and serve me for 10,000 years. You've gone too far. The Variant Ghost Lord was furious. When he was alive, he was the strongest. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He was burning with anger. If he could get out now, he would definitely slap Fang Chen to death. Unfortunately, not only could he not get out, but his situation was getting worse. I can break the array that trapped you, and I can use their array to reverse engineer it. I can make Lin Zun and Wolf Zun fall into an illusion for a short time, but it can only last for 3 seconds at most. Fang Chen continued, if you agree, I will do it now. If you don't, then pretend I didn't say anything. Fang Chen grasped the Variant Ghost Lord's weakness. In a boring place like Dark Ghost City, they had fought for hundreds of millions of years for reincarnation. They valued life too much, especially the 3 Ghost Lords. They all wanted to escape from here. Once they died, they would be completely dead. Therefore, even if Fang Chen made a very disrespectful request, the Variant Ghost Lord fell into silence. Damn it. The Variant Ghost Lord clenched his fists, struggling in his heart. 10,000 years to him was just the blink of an eye. However, he was unwilling to work for a 5th-level Holy Emperor ant. You should know that if we cooperate, Lin Zun and Wolf Zun will most likely be suppressed by you. All the power they have gained over the years will be taken by you. At that time, maybe we will all be able to sound the bell and drum? Fang Chen tempted step by step. He believed that nothing could be more tempting than reincarnation. Crack! While he was thinking, the array shrunk again. The majestic attack smashed into the Variant Ghost Lord's body, instantly shattering his other illusory arm. Ah! The Variant Ghost Lord roared in anger. His power was weakening. No, I can't die here. I want to be reborn. I want reincarnation. Thinking of the bits and pieces of his life, the Variant Ghost Lord clenched his teeth and made a decision. How can I believe you? Although the Variant Ghost Lord was prepared to work with Fang Chen, he still had a backup plan. He did not completely trust Fang Chen. If I set a blood curse and am controlled by you, What if you attack me after I suppress Lin Zun and Wolf Zun? After the blood curse was set, his life would be completely controlled by Fong Qin. As long as the latter wanted, he would die. He would not take such a big risk. Since it's a cooperation, I will naturally make you rest assured. I will also set a blood curse. You will be under my control for 10,000 years. During this period, you will protect my safety and obey my service. Of course, I will not let you do anything that will send you to your death. Fong Qin said. After pondering for a moment, the variant ghost Lord agreed. Okay, I promise you. Then Fong Qin taught the blood curse technique that Venerable Hun Yi had taught him to the variant ghost Venerable. Chapter 36:16. The blood curse technique was a very vicious spell. However, it was very simple to operate. According to the method provided by Fong Qin, the variant ghost Lord picked up a drop of blood left by Fong Qin in the previous battle and then began to operate the blood curse technique. After a while, a blood-red light appeared on his body. A blood-red flower grew in his illusory body. This was the blood curse seed. At the same time, Fong Chen's blood merged into the blood curse seed. Dong! Fong Chen's body trembled as he sensed the life aura of the variant ghost lord. Is this the blood curse secret technique? Fong Chen murmured, his heart shocked. He could easily control a peak powerhouse, just like that? It was terrifying. Okay, I have planted the blood curse seed. It's your turn. The variant ghost lord said eagerly, because outside the formation, Lin Zun and Wolf Zun's attacks were too fierce. He had to speed up. Okay. Soon, Fong Qin also planted the blood curse seed in his body. As for the variant ghost lord's blood, he obtained it from his seclusion. Fong Qin was secretly delighted. The blood curse seed he planted had no effect on his body, as long as he did not attack the variant ghost lords for 10,000 years. And his gains were huge. He got such a powerful bodyguard for free. It was simply wonderful. Can we start? The variant drum lord urged. Launch a fierce attack and attract the attention of the two ghost lords. Then follow the footwork I taught you and inject your power into several nodes of the formation. Fong Qin said telepathically. The variant ghost lord nodded and did as Fong Qin said. Boom! In the formation, the variant ghost lord roared and launched a fierce attack. In the eyes of Lin Zun and Wolf Zun, the former should be going all out. Maintain the formation. He is making the final attack. Lin Zun said. The mutated ghost lord attacked the array formation crazily and used its own body to resist the attacks of the two ghost lords. Its body was constantly turning illusory, but during this process, it still remembered what Fong Qin had said. His body seemed to be moving chaotically, but in reality his feet were stepping in different directions. Every time his feet touched the ground, there would be a hidden force injected into the ground. Not long after, a deafening sound rang out. The deviant ghost lord could not hold on any longer and was sent flying. However, the mission was accomplished. It's my turn. Fong Chen concealed his aura with the samsara knife and quietly approached the tactical deployment. He quickly patted the nodes of the array. Lin Zun discovered him and roared angrily. Human, you're courting death. However, it was too late. He grinned and his hands formed seals. Lin Zun discovered that he had lost control of the formation. Rumble. Countless explosions could be heard from the nodes of the formation. Half of the array base was destroyed, and the array formation was instantly broken. Roar. Without the restraint of the formation, the strength of the mutated ghost lord was restored. It looked down at the two ghost lords in anger. You two actually besieged me. You deserve to die. The mutated ghost lord said coldly. You actually cooperated with a human? Lin Zun and the wolf lord looked at each other, ready to deal with Fong Qin first. However, Fong Qin was already prepared. The moment they rushed over, the incomplete formation suddenly reversed and ran in reverse. A terrifying force instantly enveloped Lin Zun and the Wolf Lord. No, the two ghost lords were trapped in the formation, and they were horrified. What kind of formation is this? They underestimated Fang Chen's attainments in formations. He was almost invincible in the world. Not only did he crack the formation set up by the two ghost lords, but he also made a reverse calculation. Now the formation was completely reversed. It was still a familiar formation, but it was not familiar with the power. "Let's go!" the Wolf Lord exclaimed. "I can only trap them for 3 seconds." Fang Qin said. The Drum Lord nodded, and its figure flashed and disappeared into the formation. Fang Chen maintained the formation, and his face was pale. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When 3 seconds passed, the formation shattered with a bang, and Fang Qin was directly smashed away. Blood flowed, and he was seriously injured. At this time, the mutated Ghost Lord had successfully injured the Wolf Lord with the help of the formation. Kacha! The moment the formation was broken, he took the Wolf Lord's head. Hiss! The Wolf Lord's body quickly collapsed, and finally turned into a vast force that was absorbed by the Ghost Lord. After absorbing the Wolf Lord's power, the Ghost Lord's strength had obviously become stronger. He smiled eerily and locked onto Lin Zun. "Let me go." Lin Zun begged for mercy. In a one-on-one fight, he was not the Ghost Lord's strength at all. Ridiculous. The Ghost Lord attacked, and Lin Zun fled in panic. The entire Dark Ghost City was completely overturned by the battle between the two, and the remaining ghosts were also affected by the terrifying force. "Do you really want to kill all of us?" Fang Qin climbed up from the soil. He could vaguely hear Lin Zun's desperate and angry voice in the storm. "Die." In the next moment, he heard the Ghost Lord's roar, and then the sky fell and the earth cracked and hellfire poured down. Whoosh! The Ghost Lord's figure flashed, and he came to Fang Chen's side. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Fang Chen nodded. After absorbing the power of the two Ghost Lords, the Ghost Lord's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. He was even confident that he could recover his peak strength when he was alive. Therefore, when he saw Fang Chen, he actually smiled. "Are the two of them dead?" Fang Chen asked. "Humph. In a one-on-one fight, they're no match for me." The Ghost Lord was full of confidence. Whoosh! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was finally over. "I will do what I promised you, but I also hope that you can keep your promise," the Ghost Lord suddenly said. "And if you can sound the bell and drum, you must take me with you." The Ghost Lord increasingly believed that Fang Chen might be the successor chosen by the Great Lord. If he went with him, he might be able to reach the end of the reincarnation road and enter the reincarnation cycle. "Don't worry. How can I leave such a powerful hand behind?" Fang Chen grinned. "I am seriously injured now, and I need to find a place to heal. Follow me." The Ghost Lord brought Fang Chen back to his place of seclusion. Dark Ghost City gradually calmed down. The death of the two Ghost Lords was a good thing for the remaining ghosts. Dark Ghost City was back on track again. At the end of the reincarnation road, there was an endless sea shrouded in gray fog. This was the legendary Sea of Rebirth. At the edge of the Sea of Rebirth, there was a statue. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw the scene in Dark Ghost City through the reincarnation road. Beside him, the guardian with the 3-layer mark was also speechless. All the crises were resolved so easily. Buzz! The statue emitted a terrifying light, and a message was transmitted to the guardian's mind. Chapter 36:17. This is... Fang Chen was completely stunned when he arrived at the cave abode of the variant ghost venerables. There was a pool in the cave abode. The pool was steaming hot, but the color of the water was black. Dark soul-cleansing water? Fang Chen almost jumped up. The dark soul cleansing water that only existed in legends actually had such a large pool here. It was simply unimaginable. In the past, he had only seen records of the dark soul cleansing water in the ancient books of the Tao Palace. The dark soul cleansing water was a very powerful liquid. This liquid was specially used to cleanse the primordial spirit of martial artists. The primordial spirit golden core could form a nascent soul after being cleansed for countless years. In the 5 elements sacred realm, it was very difficult to comprehend the origin of heaven and earth. However, with the dark soul cleansing water, it could cleanse the primordial spirit and form a nascent soul, making cultivation much easier. Moreover, it was said that in the chaotic ancient era, there was a peak expert who used the dark soul cleansing water to cleanse the primordial spirit for a long time. Finally, he broke through the shackles and stepped into the legendary chaotic supremacy realm. Of course, this was just a legend. The legend is true. In his mind, the skeleton of Venerable Hun Yi vibrated and spoke. It seemed that even Venerable Hun Yi was shocked. He told Fong Chen about the legend and then said that the dark soul cleansing water was also very useful to him. If he could soak his skeleton in it, he might be able to condense his primordial spirit again and reincarnate. This was simply a great opportunity for Venerable Hun Yi, who had already broken his reincarnation road. Without saying anything, Fong Chen took out the skeleton and put it in the pool. Hiss! After the skeleton entered the pool, it was constantly cleansed, and the last trace of Venerable Hun Yi's consciousness fell into a deep sleep. "This is your place of seclusion?" Fong Chen asked. The variant ghost Venerable nodded. "The dark soul cleansing water is rare in the world. It's not a rare thing in Dark Ghost City. Maybe the mighty figure at the end of the reincarnation road placed the dark soul cleansing water here to cleanse the evil people in our lives." The variant ghost Venerable muttered to itself. After a long time, Fong Chen woke up from his shock. He let the variant ghost Venerable help to guard him and then entered the dark soul cleansing water. Plop! Waves splashed on the surface of the pool. After Fong Chen sank to the bottom of the pool, he felt a strong pressure. At the same time, he also felt the power of the dark God-cleansing water invading his mind. Hiss, hiss, hiss! His primordial spirit golden core spun rapidly as it was enveloped by the dark soul cleansing water. As for him, he gradually fell into a deep sleep. The path of reincarnation was a mystery to the people on the God's Fall battlefield. Many people regarded it as a taboo and did not dare to casually talk about it. When Fong Chen fell into the path of reincarnation, the black and white elders of the Tao Palace believed that he was doomed. During this period of time, the flames of war were unceasing in the demonic sky fire region. Moreover, the protectors of the no-demon cult seemed to have pledged allegiance to the young Marquis. Their strength instantly skyrocketed, and they began to launch a large-scale attack on the God's Fall battlefield. Just relying on Nether Ghost Lord alone, it was very difficult to resist. The God's Fall Alliance had suffered heavy casualties. Qing Jun's incarnation had collapsed, and his original body was still sleeping in the demonic mountains. While healing, he searched for the reincarnation road to see if he could rescue Fong Chen. After all, the latter had the essence blood of the Blood God clan. As for the black and white elders, after making arrangements for the Tao Palace, they began their journey to the demonic sky fire region to meet up with Nether Ghost Lord. After the 3 invincible saints met up, the alliance finally stopped collapsing and began to counterattack. At the critical moment, the young Marquis used his trump card and forced the 3 invincible saints to retreat. On the same day, the chaos battlefield that had disappeared for a long time suddenly appeared out of thin air, shocking the entire God's Fall battlefield. At the same time, many top invincible saints felt the terrifying power emanating from the chaos battlefield. In the fire marrow mine in the demonic sky fire region, young Marquis, the chaos battlefield has appeared, a servant said in a low voice. I can feel the power erupting from within the chaos battlefield. I think the Master has already taken action. Humph! A group of sinners wants to fight with the carefree mansion. What wishful thinking! The Chaos Battlefield is the Master's territory. Once the so-called top invincible saints are trapped, they will definitely die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dark figure suddenly appeared in the fire marrow mine. It was the protector of the no-demon cult. Greetings, young Marquis. Although the protector of the no-demon cult was also an invincible saint, he did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of the young Marquis. Moreover, he chose to cooperate with the young Marquis, which basically meant that he had surrendered. Of course, he was willing to do so. He was especially excited after learning about the situation in the Chaos Battlefield from the young Marquis. What's the matter? The young Marquis glanced at him and asked. I heard that the young Marquis was looking for the fire source mine the protector of the no-demon cult said. I guess that it should have been obtained by Fong Qin. Fong Qin? The young Marquis frowned. He is a disciple of the Defying Heaven Alliance and also a Tao Palace genius. He once suppressed many geniuses in the demonic sky fire region by himself. He was the first to find the fire marrow mine. The no-demon cult had always regarded Fong Qin as a person they must kill, so they knew a lot about him. Connecting the dots, if there was anyone who was most likely to obtain the fire marrow mine, it was most likely Fong Qin. The young Marquis's expression finally turned serious. He stared coldly at the protector and asked, Then do you know where Fong Qin is? No matter what, he would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than miss out on one. This was the young Marquis's way of doing things. Besides, everyone here was a sinner. It didn't matter how many he killed. Not long ago, he broke into the demonic mountain range and snatched the fusion source fragment that we have been planning for a long time. He slaughtered our disciples and finally disappeared in the Dark Sword Mound. The protector of the no-demon cult explained the situation at that time. Hearing this, the young Marquis's body trembled. The path of rebirth, the other servants also exclaimed in surprise. Oh my God! Why would the path of rebirth manifest here? Is something big going to happen? Obviously, they were also very afraid of the path of rebirth. After a long time, the young Marquis finally calmed down. He said in a deep voice, Pay close attention to the movements in the demonic mountain range. At the same time, speed up the attack on the sinner's land. As for Fong Qin, if he falls into the path of rebirth, he most likely won't survive. The path of rebirth was a matter of great importance. The young Marquis did not dare to be negligent. He wanted to rule the entire God's Fall battlefield as soon as possible, and then carefully study the path of rebirth. Whoosh! He took a deep breath, and a trace of determination flashed across his eyes. Young Marquis, isn't it a little too hasty to act now? The sudden appearance of the chaos battlefield that had disappeared meant that although the top giants were trapped, they were fighting hard. They were attacking the seal from the inside. The servants hoped that it would not be too late for them to act after Xiaoyao, who had completely stabilized the chaos battlefield. Chapter 36:18. Reincarnation Road, Dark Ghost City. Hot air surged in the vast pool. Fong Qin dove to the bottom of the pool and endured the intense pressure from all directions. If it was an ordinary person, this kind of pressure would be enough to instantly shatter them. Fortunately, Fong Qin's physical strength was extremely strong, and he had the perfect bloodline to protect him. He could withstand the cleansing of the dark, soul-cleansing water. Buzz! After a long time, Fong Qin finally adapted to the power of the dark, soul-cleansing water. He then began to carefully guide the dark, soul-cleansing water into his mind. Hiss! When his primordial spirit golden core came into contact with the dark, soul-cleansing water, a terrifying power rippled out. At this moment, Fong Qin felt his body trembling. His primordial spirit golden core was trembling and on the verge of collapse. Condense! Fong Qin shouted. His perfect bloodline exploded at this moment and drilled into his mind. It covered his primordial spirit golden core and formed a strong defensive barrier. Whoosh! At this moment, the power of the dark soul-cleansing water gradually decreased. Crack! The dark soul-cleansing water gradually seeped into his primordial spirit golden core. The terrifying corrosive power kept eroding Feng Chen's primordial spirit. In a moment, a crack appeared on his primordial spirit golden core. Oh no! Feng Chen wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The dark soul-cleansing water had begun to attack his primordial spirit golden core. He was anxious. If he did not stop it, his primordial spirit golden core would most likely shatter. Once his primordial spirit golden core shattered, it would mean that he would die here. Damn it. Feng Chen cursed and quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Beside the pool, the variant ghost lord saw this scene and its eyes flickered. His primordial spirit has reached the golden core level, but his realm is too low. The dark soul-cleansing water was a rare item. Even a half-step chaotic supremacy would find it difficult to resist its temptation. One could imagine how powerful it was. Your primordial spirit can no longer bear it. Leave quickly. The voice of the outsider ghost lord entered Feng Chen's mind and exploded, waking Feng Chen up. However, it was too late. Feng Chen wanted to leave, but he discovered that his body was imprisoned by the dark, cleansing divine water, unable to move. Damn it! The ghost lord of the exotic species growled and reached out its hand to the bottom of the pool, trying to rescue Feng Chen. However, just as his palm was about to touch Feng Chen, he suddenly let out a miserable cry. A terrifying shockwave sent him flying. How is this possible? The variant ghost lord, lying on the ground, looked at his blood-stained palm and trembled. He hastily looked at the pool and was shocked to find Feng Chen at the bottom of the pool, emanating a vast aura. Above his head, a copper bowl was spinning. There were complicated patterns on the copper bowl. Every time it spun, it would trigger the movement of the dark, soul-cleansing water. The light from the copper bowl shrouded Feng Chen's body. At this moment, Feng Chen was like an eminent monk sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the pool, receiving the cleansing of the dark, soul-cleansing water. That is, the ghost lord was completely stunned. He felt the terrifying aura hidden in the copper bowl. That aura made even him tremble. A supreme weapon that is superior to a dual origin sacred weapon? The ghost lord exclaimed. Origin's sacred weapons were condensed from the origin energy of heaven and earth. They were extremely powerful and were almost the strongest weapons in the world. However, just like the supreme technique of the secret technique, there was also a weapon that belonged to the chaotic supremacy. It was called the supreme weapon. As the name suggested, it was a weapon that was personally refined by the chaotic supremacy. Only the chaotic supremacy could control it. There are supreme weapons in this era. When he looked at Feng Chen, his eyes were filled with shock. He could not imagine how a guy in the 5 elements sacred realm could have a supreme weapon and use it. At the bottom of the pool, Feng Chen felt the powerful power of the copper bowl, and his heart was in turmoil. He had once obtained this copper bowl from the altar in the North Sea of the primordial chaos. He vaguely remembered that the altar was dedicated to a super expert, and his trump card, the heaven-severing alchemy, was obtained from that super expert. At that time, when he left in a hurry, he obtained a copper bowl and had been carrying it with him. He did not expect the copper bowl to be so powerful that it could resist the power of the dark, soul-cleansing water. Phew! Feng Chen carefully sensed the copper bowl and then breathed a sigh of relief. Rays of light shot out from the copper bowl and shrouded him. Under the deterrence of the copper bowl, the dark spirit cleansing water actually became much more docile. The dark spirit cleansing water flowed into his mind and cleansed his Yuan Shen golden core in an orderly manner. This, Feng Chen was shocked. The origin of the copper bowl was too mysterious. He even guessed that this copper bowl was most likely related to the primordial chaos. However, it was useless to think about this now. The most important thing was to cleanse his primordial spirit. Buzz! He began to try to control the dark soul-cleansing water to cleanse his primordial spirit. A moment later, the dark soul-cleansing water had completely enveloped his primordial spirit. At this time, his primordial spirit golden core had already emitted a brilliant golden luster and was about to be perfected. Phew! In just half an hour, his primordial spirit golden core had already reached the peak and was only one step away from forming the nascent soul. Forming the nascent soul from the golden core is the most difficult and dangerous stage on the path of martial arts. Fong Chen's face was solemn. After all, it was a matter of life and death. He did not dare to be careless. Success or failure depends on this. A moment later, Fong Chen collected his thoughts and began to break through, outside the pool. Seeing this, the foreign species ghost lords were all shocked. How is this possible? He could clearly feel the pressure emanating from the copper bowl. That pressure even made his heart palpitate. It was definitely a supreme weapon. Only a supreme could control a weapon. But why does he have it? All of a sudden, the foreign species ghost lord had a bold guess. Could it be? The foreign species ghost lord's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately exclaimed, "The reincarnation of the primordial chaos!" Other than this, he really could not think of any reason to explain what he was seeing now. Why did the mighty at the end of the reincarnation road choose him as the executor of the plan? And how did he enter the reincarnation road with his physical body? One had to know that since ancient times, even the 3 ghost lords could not do this when they were alive. A little guy in the 5 elements sacred realm did it. What the hell is going on? The foreign species ghost lord murmured. Could it be that the world has changed and the dark turmoil will reappear? At the same time, the entire dark ghost city and even the reincarnation road were shocked by the supreme aura emanating from the copper bowl. Even the statue at the end of the reincarnation road suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 36:19. The path of the soul had always been mysterious, especially after entering the 5 elements sacred realm. One could absorb the origin of heaven and earth to cultivate, comprehend the 5 great origins, and truly fight against the heavens. At this time, the primordial spirit had basically formed the golden core, and it was extremely difficult to advance further. Forming the nascent soul from the golden core was the dream of every sacred realm powerhouse. Some people couldn't do it, even after spending their entire lives. Some people failed midway and died. In short, there were very few people who could form the nascent soul since ancient times. Now, Fong Chen had reached the most critical point of forming the nascent soul. His potential had already reached the top of all time, and according to Supremacy Hun E, there were very few people who could compete with him in terms of potential even in the chaotic ancient era. One could imagine how strong Fong Chen's potential was. Therefore, his path of cultivation was much smoother than others. In addition to his perfect bloodline and the powerhouse behind the bloodline, all kinds of factors had made him who he was now. Now he was using the dark soul-cleansing water to constantly cleanse his primordial spirit, and he wanted to form the nascent soul. The corrosive power of the dark soul-cleansing water was too strong, and it specifically targeted the primordial spirit. Once it invaded, even an invincible saint would find it difficult to resist. Previously, when the foreign ghost lord cultivated here, he didn't dare to immerse himself in the dark soul-cleansing water. He had a unique, secret technique, and he only dared to absorb it slowly. Unlike Fong Chen, who had the protection of the copper bowl that seemed to be a supreme weapon, the corrosive power of the dark soul-cleansing water's threat to him was greatly reduced, and the copper bowl even helped him absorb the dark soul-cleansing water. This allowed his primordial spirit to be cleansed faster. A month later, his primordial spirit had been cleansed by 10%. At this time, he felt that his primordial spirit was unprecedentedly strong, and he could resist the dark, soul-cleansing water with a thought. However, it was still not enough. Continue. He summarized his experience and continued to immerse himself in the cleansing. A year later, his primordial spirit had been cleansed by 30%. Phew! He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and he was a little tired, and his forehead was full of sweat. The deeper he went into the cleansing, the more time it took. In the beginning, it only took him a month to purify 10% of his primordial spirit. Now, after a year, he had only purified 30%. At this moment, the primordial spirit golden core in Feng Chen's mind was emitting a dazzling golden light. It was becoming more and more transparent, and on the surface of the golden core, complex patterns appeared. According to the current speed, it will take at least 10 years. Feng Chen thought to himself, for a sage realm expert, 10,000 years was like a snap of a finger. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Just like that, with the help of the copper bowl, Feng Chen continued to purify his primordial spirit. During this period of time, his cultivation level had silently increased. He had risen from the 5th level Holy Emperor realm to the 6th level Holy Emperor realm. His physical strength had improved as well. Impressive. The variant Ghost Lord had been guarding Feng Chen all this time. He had seen the changes in Feng Chen with his own eyes and was amazed. Since the beginning of time, I have seen countless geniuses. However, none of them can compare to him. Time passed. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. As time passed, Feng Chen's primordial spirit golden core became more and more transparent, and the patterns on it became more and more numerous. In the end, they were densely intertwined, forming a complex pattern. Crack! 10 years later, Feng Chen's primordial spirit golden core had been purified by more than 90%. One day, the dark holy cleansing water suddenly surged and spun wildly, attacking Feng Chen's body. Splash! Feng Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying aura swept through the cave. At this moment, Feng Chen could clearly see that a crack had appeared on his primordial spirit golden core. If an ordinary warrior saw a crack in his primordial spirit, he would be extremely shocked. However, at this moment, Feng Chen was exceptionally surprised. This was because this was the sign that the primordial spirit golden core had been purified to the extreme. The crack was just the beginning. When the primordial spirit golden core was completely shattered, it would reform and form the nascent soul. Phew! Feng Chen took a deep breath. His expression was very serious. During this period, Supremacy Hun had also given him a lot of advice, telling him to be careful. Feng Chen nodded. With a thought, he controlled the copper bowl to temporarily isolate the dark, holy cleansing water in the pool and absorbed it drop by drop into his mind. Crack! Another crisp sound was heard. Another crack appeared on the primordial spirit golden core. Feng Chen felt dizzy. This was the after effect of the shattering of the primordial spirit golden core. Let's do it in one go. He knew that this was an excellent opportunity. If he missed it, his primordial chi would be greatly damaged, and it would be difficult for him to form the nascent soul in the future. Absorb! He shouted and absorbed a drop of dark, holy cleansing water, enveloping the cracked primordial spirit golden core. In the next moment, one could see with the naked eye that the primordial spirit golden core was like an egg. The cracks began to spread. Feng Chen's body was on the verge of collapse. He gritted his teeth and persevered. The pain spread throughout his body. He stared at the primordial spirit golden core without blinking. Crack! With a crisp sound, the primordial spirit golden core finally shattered completely. At this time, the perfect bloodline in his body surged wildly, protecting the broken primordial spirit and preventing the power of the soul Tao from leaking out. Condense the primordial spirit again and form the nascent soul. Feng Chen murmured. He sat in the pool with difficulty and began to condense the primordial spirit according to the method taught to him by Supremacy Hun. In fact, This method was very common in the chaotic ancient era. However, because of the battle of the gods, the world was limited and the method of forming the nascent soul was lost. Fang Chen's hands were constantly forming seals. He used himself as the array base and the pool as the array. An endless stream of dark, holy cleansing water entered his mind. Rumble. Under the purification of the dark, holy cleansing water, the shattered primordial spirit slowly reformed. Ah! Fang Chen could not help but let out a painful cry. The pain of the reunion was unbearable for ordinary people. Even Fang Chen cried out in pain. He succeeded. Beside the pool, the foreign species, ghost lords, widened their eyes in shock. He completed the purification of the primordial spirit in just 10 years. This is too. The foreign species, ghost lords, felt that they had suffered a great blow. They had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years and lived like a dog. The foreign species, ghost lords, stared at Fang Chen without blinking. After all, they had never accomplished such a feat when they were at their peak. As for Venerable Han Yi's skeleton, it was trembling non-stop with joy. He had seen countless elites, but none of them could be compared to Fang Chen. Once the primordial spirit forms the nascent soul, even the invincible sages will be no match for him. Right? Supremacy Han, he exclaimed. It was a long process to reassemble the primordial spirit and form the nascent soul. Even Fang Chen was no exception. However, Fang Chen was not in a hurry. He already saw hope and felt that there was a high chance of success. He was secretly happy and grateful to the Copper Bowl and the Super Overlord in the primordial chaos. If not for them, it would be almost impossible for his primordial spirit to form the nascent soul. At this moment, at the end of the reincarnation road, the statue opened its eyes and looked at Fang Chen through the gray fog. Chapter 36:20. It took 10 years to cleanse the primordial spirit. After that, it took 50 years to reform the primordial spirit. It had been nearly 100 years since Fang Chen entered the reincarnation road. During this time, the outside world had been constantly fighting. The young duke and the others, together with the remnants of the no-demon cult, launched a powerful counterattack against the God's Fall alliance. Nether Ghost Lord was seriously injured several times, and in the end his soul was almost scattered. Fortunately, the black and white elders intervened and saved him. The young duke showed his powerful means in front of the world. Of course, these means were all prepared for him by his father, Duke Xiaoyao. If he really relied on himself, he would not be able to defeat an invincible saint. As the Chaos battlefield was closed, the young duke and the others spread the news that the God's Fall battlefield would usher in the greatest disaster in history. Some people began to waver, especially after Nether Ghost Lord was defeated. They were shocked to find that the Heaven-defying alliance could no longer protect them. They began to seek other ways out. Some people could not stand the tempting conditions offered by the young duke and betrayed the God's Fall battlefield, joining the young duke's side. There were also some who, although remaining neutral, were always ready to side with the young duke. For a time, rumors spread in the God's Fall battlefield, and everyone was in danger. 100 years passed in a flash. Fang Chen, the once peerless genius, the top genius of all time, had long been forgotten by the world. He fell into the reincarnation road, and it was basically impossible for him to come back alive. A dead genius was destined to be forgotten by the people. Reincarnation Road, Dark Ghost City. Hiss! Hiss! In the pool, the dark cleansing water kept bubbling, as if it would evaporate at any time. The foreign ghost lord standing to the side was secretly shocked. His heart was bleeding. The entire pool of dark cleansing water had been consumed by Fang Chen by 2/3. Now, the pool had reached the bottom, and there was only a little dark, cleansing water left. This guy, the foreign ghost lord, could not help but shake his head. At the same time, he was shocked. A guy in the sage realm had actually absorbed so much dark, cleansing divine water. Most importantly, he had actually succeeded, cleansing the primordial spirit and then forming the nascent soul. The nascent soul that had always existed in legends. He had seen it with his own eyes today. At this time, Fong Qin was sitting cross-legged in the pool, his clothes disheveled. His eyes were closed, and his body was surrounded by a red halo. The dark, cleansing water was no longer much of a threat to him. The corrosive power couldn't even penetrate the copper bowl's defense. In his mind, multicolored light shot out in all directions. A small golden figure was sitting cross-legged, looking exactly like him. It was practically a miniature version of him. The golden dwarf exuded a terrifying power of the soul Tao. This was the nascent soul transformation. It was said that after the nascent soul formed, it would take on the appearance of a human and exist in the mind, providing an endless supply of energy. Right now, Fong Qin had successfully formed his nascent soul. The tiny golden figure was still in its growth stage. It closed its eyes and continued to absorb energy. The dark, cleansing water and the power of the perfect bloodline were all absorbed by the golden dwarf. Fong Qin could clearly feel that the power of his soul Tao had skyrocketed. He could penetrate the reincarnation road with a single thought. Who? At a certain moment, Fong Qin opened his eyes, his heart filled with shock. After 100 years of hard work, I finally succeeded. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the golden humanoid, Fong Qin sighed and smiled brightly. Although the primordial spirit golden core realm and the primordial spirit nascent soul realm were only one step away, the difference between the two was simply too great. Only after successfully forming the nascent soul could one experience the difference. The power of a nascent soul realm primordial spirit is more than 100 times stronger than that of a golden core realm primordial spirit. Fong Qin exclaimed. 100 years ago, his primordial spirit could not penetrate the fog of the reincarnation road. But now he could see the end of the reincarnation road with a single glance. If I were in the outside world, I should be able to cover the entire Godfall battlefield with a single thought. This was the terrifying nascent soul transformation. Since ancient times, anyone who could form the nascent soul transformation could basically touch the threshold of the primordial spirit. As for whether they could step into the primordial spirit, it depended on the right time, place, and people. At least, Fong Qin was far from it. I didn't expect my soul Tao to take a shortcut. Fong Qin stood up, the dark cleansing water falling from his body. The copper bowl above his head also lost its luster and fell into his palm. A supreme weapon. Fong Qin murmured. After his primordial spirit improved, his understanding of the primordial spirit had improved. Therefore, he knew the origin of the copper bowl. It's all thanks to it. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to succeed. Fong Qin sighed and put away the copper bowl. Congratulations. The foreign ghost lord cupped his fists, his heart trembling. You are the first person to successfully form the nascent soul since ancient times. I was lucky. Fong Qin was more modest. After 100 years of hard work, not only did his primordial spirit break through, but his cultivation also stepped into the 6th level Holy Emperor. However, to him, cultivation level was not very significant. After all, if he attacked with all his strength, he would not be afraid even if he was an invincible saint. Unless a half-step primordial spirit expert attacked, he would not be afraid. Phew! He really did not expect to gain so much from the reincarnation road. Now that he thought about it, it was time to meet the Supreme Venerable at the end of the reincarnation road. It's a pity to leave so much dark, cleansing water here. Fong Qin looked at the 1/3 of dark, cleansing water left and muttered to himself. This dark cleansing water is extremely corrosive. There are almost no containers that can contain it. However, before the foreign ghost lord finished speaking, it saw Fong Qin take out the copper bowl and start collecting it. Whoosh! Although the copper bowl looked small, it contained a universe inside. Soon, it collected all the dark, cleansing water. Anyway, the other ghosts in the dark ghost city can't use it to cultivate, Fong Qin said. After leaving the cave, Feng Chen said to the foreign ghost lord, "Try attacking me." The foreign ghost lord was a little hesitant. It had once set a blood curse. "This is an order." Hearing this, the foreign ghost lord did not hesitate and directly attacked. Boom! It was a simple punch, but it contained a powerful force comparable to an invincible saint. Wherever the fist passed, the void collapsed. "Condense." Seeing this, Feng Chen growled. The void seemed to have frozen at this moment. Then, in his mind, the golden figure shook, and a terrifying force escaped. He punched the foreign ghost lord. Dong! The two fists collided, and a deafening sound erupted. The foreign ghost lord felt a shocking force rushing into its body, trying to destroy its remnant consciousness. Bang! 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 The foreign ghost lord was shocked and forced it out, retreating step by step. After stabilizing its body, the foreign ghost lord looked at Feng Chen in horror. Was the nascent soul of the primordial spirit so terrifying? As expected, Feng Chen nodded with satisfaction. It was similar to what he had guessed. With my current strength, I should be able to try to sound the bell and drum, right? Chapter 36:21. After transforming his nascent soul, Feng Chen's strength had reached its peak. It was very difficult for him to go any further. However, with the reincarnation knife, his combat strength was extraordinary. Even if he fought with an invincible saint, he was full of confidence. No one in the dark ghost city was his opponent. The foreign ghost lords had also set up a blood curse to obey his orders. It was time for the blood curse to sound the bell and drum. In fact, in addition to wanting to leave this place and go to the end of the reincarnation road to see the Great Senior, there was another very important reason, which was the substitute talisman. It was refined by the Great Senior himself. At a critical moment, it could save his life. Having the substitute talisman meant that he had an extra life, which was a treasure the countless martial artists yearned for. "Let's go," Feng Chen whispered. Not long after, he appeared on a mountain peak. On the mountain top there was a bell and drum. Runes flickered, and it was full of terrible power. So strong! Feng Chen couldn't help but sigh. The closer he got to the bell and drum, the greater the pressure he felt. However, when he released a powerful soul path power, the pressure disappeared. The mutated ghost lord behind him also had a look of surprise on his face. He had come here countless times, but he couldn't get close to the bell and drum. He didn't expect Feng Chen to be able to resist this terrible power. Buzz! Feng Chen took a step forward and came to the bell and drum. Then he suddenly punched out. Dong, dong, dong! After a short silence, the bell and drum burst out with a deafening sound, echoing over the entire dark ghost city. The melodious sound rippled out one after another. Feng Chen felt that the golden figure in his mind was vibrating. He had exerted his strongest power, but he could only barely sound the bell and drum. No wonder. Feng Chen took a few steps back and stared at the vibrating bell and drum, sighing. If it weren't for his nascent soul, it would be impossible to sound the bell and drum. He looked back at the foreign ghost lords. Ghosts like them didn't have physical bodies or nascent souls. They only existed in the dark ghost city as remnants of their thoughts. Even if they had the battle strength of an invincible saint, they were destined to be unable to sound the bell and drum. Dong, dong, dong! The sound of bells and drums rang out continuously. Soon, it spread throughout the reincarnation road. The gray fog suddenly spread to both sides. A golden path was formed, running through the reincarnation road and extending from the end. It finally penetrated the void, entered the dark ghost city, and came to Feng Chen's feet. Mutated ghost lords were extremely excited. They had cultivated for billions of years in order to reincarnate, and now they finally had this opportunity. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was the wisest choice to make a blood curse with Feng Chen. Perhaps he really can leave his name in history and become the pinnacle existence of prehistoric times? Mr. Drum thought to himself. The way he looked at Fong Chin became more and more serious. If it was said that he still harbored some hatred towards Fong Chin when he was forced to set up the blood curse, then now he completely approved of Fong Chin. At the end of the reincarnation road, the guardian with 3 layers of imprints grinned when he saw this. To be able to succeed in just 100 years, he really is a genius. He couldn't stop smiling. At the same time, he admired the great sage even more. He could see Fong Chen's potential at a glance, as expected of someone with a perfect bloodline. As he spoke, the guardian with 3 layers of imprints stepped out and came to the golden path to welcome Fong Chin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, Fong Chin led the mutated ghost lords across the golden path and came to the end of the reincarnation road. Congratulations. The guardian with 3 layers of imprints nodded at Fong Chin. Fong Chin also greeted him. The illusory body of the mutated ghost lord behind him was obviously shocked, and he looked at the guardian with fear. After all, he was a heinous person when he was alive, and was trapped in the dark ghost city by the great sage. Now he was lucky enough to escape with Fong Chin and come to the end of the reincarnation road. He was afraid that the great sage would be unhappy and send him back. "We already know what happened in the dark ghost city," said the guardian with 3 layers of imprints. "Since you've already set up a blood curse with Fong Chin, you can be considered his servant. The great sage will be lenient and allow you to reincarnate." Then he flicked his finger, and a crystal-clear water droplet fell into the forehead of the mutated ghost lord. Dong! The mutated ghost lord's body shook, and he looked at the guardian in disbelief. "Go! Step into the reincarnation lake and reincarnate." The guardian warned the mutated ghost lord that after reincarnating successfully, he must remember not to be a heinous person. Otherwise, the next time he died, he would never have the chance to rise again. "Thank you, Lord Guardian." "Thank you, Master." The mutated ghost lord was very grateful. Splash! The mutated ghost lord jumped into the reincarnation lake and disappeared. Fong Chin could clearly feel that the sky above the reincarnation lake was filled with a mighty aura of reincarnation, sweeping away the remnant consciousness of the mutated ghost lord. "This is the reincarnation of life and death," Fong Chin murmured. The reincarnation that he once thought he had comprehended was nothing in front of the reincarnation of life and death. "Well, I will take you to see the great sage." At the end of the reincarnation road, at the edge of the Sea of Bitterness, the Sea of Bitterness was also called the Reincarnation Lake. The Sea of Bitterness was boundless. Turn back and you will see the shore. A statue sat quietly by the Sea of Bitterness. Behind him, there were 2 balls of light. Fong Chin recognized the 2 people at a glance. They were the Blood Cavalry Saint and the Bloodline King. This Fong Chin was overjoyed. He didn't expect the 2 to be cultivating beside the great sage. Buzz, the perfect bloodline in his body, was restless. At the same time, the 2 people in the 2 balls of light seemed to have sensed the familiar bloodline aura and instantly opened their eyes. After seeing Fong Chin, they looked at each other, their faces full of joy. Buzz! At this moment, Fong Chin felt a throbbing from the depths of his primordial spirit. He shivered all over and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Not bad. In the bone-chilling cold wind, a deafening voice came. At the same time, the statue opened its eyes. The great sage, the peak expert at the end of the reincarnation road, oversaw the reincarnation road and was in charge of the reincarnation of life and death. After seeing the great sage, Fong Chin was shocked. Only the peak expert in the ancient chaotic North Sea could be compared to him. Right? Swoosh! A dazzling light shot out from the statue. Fong Chin subconsciously reached out to catch it and found that it was a talisman with complicated patterns. Death Substitute Talisman. He was shocked and carefully observed it. "Is this the legendary Death Substitute Talisman?" Fong Chin murmured. A small talisman could replace a martial artist's death. One could imagine how high the attainment of talisman had to be able to refine it. Thank you, great sage. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Fong Chen put away the death substitute talisman and thanked him with cupped fists. You deserve it, the statue said. In 100 years, you can walk out of the dark ghost city and transform your primordial spirit to the nascent soul stage. In this era, you are the first. Chapter 36:22. The statue's body was filled with a vast and mysterious aura. Fong Chen's heart trembled when he saw this. He could see the statue with his naked eye, but when he used his divine sense to check, he was shocked to find that the statue seemed to be hundreds of millions of miles away from him, and even seemed to be separated by an endless river of time. How terrifying! Fong Chen couldn't help exclaiming. His primordial spirit had reached the nascent soul level, and was almost at the peak of the 5 elements sacred realm. However, facing the statue, he couldn't see through it. Fong Chen rubbed his eyes hard and put away the death substitution talisman. At this time, the statue spoke again. Do you know why I chose you? Fong Chen was at a loss. He didn't know, but he felt that it should be related to the battle of gods. I chose you because you have perfectly inherited the bloodline legacy I left behind, and you have even activated it in its initial stages. The statue said, back then I spent my life researching the strongest, perfect bloodline in the universe. I wanted to rely on this bloodline to create the strongest person in the world. When I researched it, I found that my body was defective and couldn't cultivate at all. Even if I forced it into my body, it couldn't reach the expected level. At most, my strength would be a little stronger. However, at their level, a slight increase in strength didn't have much impact on them. What he planned was related to the life and death of this world. If he was careless, he would be completely annihilated and become history. Because of this, he had chosen countless geniuses since ancient times, but they all failed in the end. Only Fong Chen succeeded in reaching here. After listening to the great sage's words, Fong Chen's heart was set off stormy waves. He didn't expect that the great sage had existed for so long, not to mention the prehistoric era, which was too far away from the present. The warriors of that era had already died. Without evidence, no one knew what the prehistoric era was like. However, the great sage had already existed in the ancient chaos era, which was relatively close to the present. His strength was beyond imagination. In that era, he was already a great sage, but because he was in charge of the reincarnation road, no one knew about him. In the ancient chaos era, there were tens of thousands of people who obtained the bloodline opportunity he left behind, but in the end, only 3 people succeeded in activating the bloodline. However, in the end, all 3 of them died. After that, the primordial age and the primordial age. Different geniuses were chosen, but the results were the same. Even the great senior didn't expect that a monstrous genius like Fong Chen would appear in the age of chaos. He had successfully activated his perfect bloodline, and the density of his bloodline was close to true perfection. Most importantly, he had brought his physical body to the end of the reincarnation road. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Great Senior believed that Fong Chen was the perfect candidate to carry out his plan. May I ask, Great Sage, what exactly is your plan? Fong Chen cupped his fists and asked as he tried to calm down the shock in his heart. The sculpture chuckled. You must have read some ancient books. You should know something about the battle of gods, right? Fong Chen paused for a moment, then nodded. Just as he had guessed, the Grand Monarch's scheme had something to do with the mastermind behind the Battle of God's Fall. The Battle of God's Fall occurs every once in a while, and every time it occurs, it is extremely tragic. All the powerhouses in the world are forced to passively participate in the battle. In the end, the world is annihilated and the void collapses. The Great Senior continued, the last battle of gods occurred at the end of the ancient era. During that battle of gods, 2/3 of the destiny of the Chaos Realm was sucked away, causing the Chaos Realm to almost collapse and barely survive. Fong Chen listened carefully. The Chaos Void, the God's Fall battlefield, and the Chaos battlefield all belonged to a world, and this world was collectively known as the Chaos Realm. At the beginning of the Chaos Realm, Yin and Yang were born, evolving into the 5 elements, thus giving birth to the Chaos Realm. It could be said that the Chaos Realm was born from nothingness. According to Feng Chen's understanding, the birth process of the Chaos Realm was actually the same as Panga's creation of the world in the ancient myths of Earth. Although the Chaos Realm is maintained by the heavenly Tao, with its destiny sucked away, it is difficult for monstrous geniuses to appear. This is also why during the Age of Chaos, the Chaos Supremacy became a legend. The sculpture side, once in the most ancient era, there was more than one Chaos Supremacy, but now it was almost extinct. The destiny was sucked away. Feng Chen was stunned. He really couldn't imagine who had the ability to suck away the destiny of the Chaos Realm. The peak of martial arts not only can move mountains and fill seas, but most importantly can control the world and control the entire Chaos Realm. The Great Senior continued, since ancient times the ultimate goal of countless Chaos Supremacies was to become the Chaos Controller. The Chaos Controller could control the entire Chaos Realm. However, the most basic condition to become the Chaos Controller was that one's strength had to reach the Chaos Supremacy Realm. During the Age of Darkness, there was a clan that appeared out of thin air. Their bloodline was extremely tyrannical, and they could devour other martial artists to increase their strength. They were extremely ambitious, and their clan leader used 3 eras to cultivate to the Chaos Supremacy Realm. After that, they began to wage endless wars. The Great Senior side, that clan wanted to rule over the Primal Chaos Realm, and their clan leader also wanted to become the controller of the Primal Chaos Realm. Therefore, they started a bloody massacre. They believed that the existence of other clans affected their cultivation, so they started a massacre and initiated the Battle of Gods. Feng Chen was shocked. Sure enough, behind the Battle of Gods, there were Chaos Supremacies. That clan had unimaginable talent, and coupled with the evil cultivation of their clan leader, they could shield themselves from the heavenly Tao order for a short period of time. In the battles with other Chaos Supremacies, they won again and again, and their clan ran rampant between heaven and earth. However, they didn't know that becoming the Chaos Controller wasn't just about strength. Even if one became the number 1 in the Chaos Realm, they might not necessarily become the Chaos Controller. After the clan leader learned the reason, he frantically launched the Battle of Gods. Every time in the Battle of Gods, he would defy the heavens and change fate, forcibly extracting the destiny of the Chaos Realm. Recalling the past, the Great Senior also sighed. The surrounding atmosphere became a little sad. Feng Chen also recalled the peerless powerhouse's incarnation in the Demon Emperor's tomb. Could it be that he was the clan leader of that clan? Or was he a powerhouse of that clan? Then, what was he planning in the Demon Emperor's tomb? With his strength, he could destroy the entire ancient Chaos Realm with a flick of his finger. It shouldn't be like this, right? Feng Chen was very puzzled and at the same time very shocked. We have been planning to deal with that person, and you are the executor of our plan, the Great Senior said. Feng Chen was stunned and pointed at himself, somewhat in disbelief. When it came to the Chaos Supremacy, how could he be a match? Chapter 36:23. When the world was first created, it was extremely chaotic. In the end, after countless years of evolution, the chaotic realm was on the right track. However, since ancient times, the ultimate goal of countless cultivators was to become the legendary controller of the chaotic realm. Unfortunately, throughout the long river of time, no one had been able to transcend and no one had succeeded. According to the great sage, the clan that appeared out of thin air in the chaotic realm was called the Devouring Demon Clan. This clan was very powerful and could devour everything in the world. Their potential was also very great, many times stronger than the thousands of clans in the universe. The clan leader of the Devouring Demon Clan was the one who started the Battle of the Gods. He wanted to become the controller of the chaotic realm. so he ordered the devouring demon clan to start the war. After the Battle of the Gods, the clan leader used his great means to open up a small space in the chaotic realm. This space was the ancestral land of the devouring demon clan, the origin world. Feng Qin was shocked. He did not expect the devouring demon clan to be so powerful. The great sage shook his head. No one knew how the devouring demon clan appeared, and no one knew how they were born. Even he, who was once the sovereign of the chaotic realm, did not know. After the Battle of the Gods, the devouring demon clan took away 2/3 of the chaotic realm's destiny and poured it all into the origin world. As a result, the chaotic realm's heavenly Tao was incomplete. It was impossible for martial artists to break through to the sovereign realm with their own efforts. As time passed, generation after generation of martial artists died on the road to the peak of martial arts. In the end, the chaotic realm completely declined. The great sage said, "Back then, several supergiants appeared in the chaotic realm. When they joined forces, even the clan leader of the devouring demon clan was a little wary. However, almost all of them died in the battle of the ancient gods." The great sage sighed as he recalled the battle. If it were not for that battle, his realm would not have fallen, and he would not have been at the end of the reincarnation road, unable to leave. The copper bowl that you activated in Dark Ghost City belonged to the former leader of the chaotic realm, Blood Sword Sovereign. Before he died, he also opened up an independent space, which is the chaotic void that you are in. Hearing this, Feng Qin was shocked. The person on the altar at the bottom of the ancient chaotic sea was the former leader of the chaotic realm, Blood Sword Sovereign? Feng Qin was a little short of breath. When he first saw the altar, he guessed that the person being sacrificed was most likely a super expert at the invincible Saint Realm. Later on, he realized that he had underestimated that super expert. The heaven-severing alchemy technique that he had passed on to him was known as the Supreme Technique. In that case, his identity was obvious. He was a legendary primal chaos Supreme Realm expert. Now, the great senior had personally confirmed his guess. What he hadn't expected was that the primal chaos void had been created by the Blood Sword Sovereign. Back then, before Sovereign Bloodsword died, he used heaven-defying methods to force the patriarch of the demon-devouring clan to retreat and completely seal off the origin world, isolating it from the outside world. His goal was to buy more time for the chaos world. Patriarch Devoured Demon created the origin world. After absorbing the destiny of the chaos realm, he transformed it into a cultivation, holy land that everyone yearns for. In the origin world, the 5 elemental essences were perfect. The aura of primal chaos pervaded the air, and the heavenly Tao was even more perfect. Even a newborn baby could have a cultivation base of the yin-yang origin realm. One could imagine how terrifying the origin world was. Over the years, the seal outside the origin world had loosened a little, but the patriarch of the Demon Devourer clan had never taken action. It seemed that he was also wary of the means left behind by the Blood Sword Sovereign. However, he continued to send the younger generation to the chaos battlefield through the crack in order to maintain the overall combat strength of the origin world at the peak of the chaos realm. The reason why the patriarch of the Demon Devourer clan has never taken action against the chaos realm is not only because he's wary of the Blood Sword Sovereign, but also because he's raising the chaos realm in captivity, allowing the myriad races of the universe to rise from the ashes. When they reach a certain level, he will continue to launch the Godfall War, thus seizing the destiny of the chaos realm in the chaotic world. The great senior said, "Destiny was very important to become the chaos controller. Only by gathering all the destiny of the chaos realm in one would one be qualified to challenge the strongest throne." Whoosh! Feng Qin took a deep breath, his heart somewhat heavy. The greatest enemy of the chaos realm was the Demon Devourer clan, who wanted to exterminate the myriad races of the universe. However, with the current combat strength of the chaos realm, it was difficult to resist the Demon Devourer clan. Thinking about it, the young Marquis in the Demon Sky Fire Domain and Marquis Xiaoyao in the Chaos Battlefield should also belong to the Demon Devourer clan, right? Originally, the primal chaos void you live in had the potential to become a cultivation, holy land for the primal chaos realm. Unfortunately, when the Blood Sword Paragon was establishing it, he was attacked by the devouring demon clan. As a result, there was a flaw in his plan, and he failed to establish it. After the Blood Sword Paragon died, that place was completely sealed. The top experts of the Chaos Realm thought that it was the last lair of the Blood Sword Sovereign, and could be considered the last bloodline of the Blood Sword Sovereign in the Chaos Realm. Therefore, they joined forces to seal it, and almost no one in the Godfall battlefield knows about it. Feng Qin finally understood why the Demon Devourer clan's patriarch's clone had been hiding in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Now that he thought about it, he must have wanted to completely destroy the pure land left behind by the Blood Sword Sovereign. One could imagine how much the Demon Devourer clan hated the Blood Sword Sovereign. The perfect bloodline was actually the first theory proposed by the Blood Sword Sovereign, and then we worked together to perfect it. In the end, I was the one who carried it out. The two of them were just test subjects, and they both failed in the end. You are very lucky to stand out from hundreds of millions of people and become the most promising person to succeed, the great sage said. The Demon Devourer clan was invulnerable and could devour heaven and earth, but they could not devour the perfect bloodline. If they wanted to fight against the Demon Devourer clan's patriarch, they had to create a perfect bloodline. Now, Feng Qin was the only hope of the Chaos Realm. The heaven-defying Alliance Master has been studying the Demon Devourer clan, and he did not hesitate to enter the Chaos battlefield to hunt them down. The great sage pondered. 100 years ago, the Chaos battlefield attracted the top experts of the Godfall battlefield, and then it was sealed. In fact, it was Marquis Xiaoyao's doing. His purpose was to train his son. After listening to the great sage's words, Feng Qin felt a lot of pressure. He was now only a 6th-level Holy Emperor warrior, and there was a certain gap between him and the invincible Saint Realm, let alone the Chaos Supremacy Realm. The enemy of the Chaos Realm was the Demon Devourer clan's patriarch, who was much stronger than the ordinary Chaos Supremacy. It was even very likely that he would become the Chaos Controller in the future. Such a powerful existence suppressed all the clans in the heavens. Chapter 36:24. After learning the secret of the Chaos Realm, Feng Qin's heart was heavy. He still had a long way to go, and the burden on his shoulders was heavy. The devouring demon clan leader was obsessed with becoming the Chaos Controller and had no time to deal with the God's Fall battlefield. Moreover, the time was not ripe yet. Therefore, there was still enough time left for him. If there are no accidents, the devouring demon clan leader will start the God's Fall battlefield in at least 100 million years. At that time, he will most likely take away all the remaining luck of the Chaos Realm. Once that happened, the devouring demon clan leader would have a great chance of becoming the Chaos Controller. At that time, he could destroy the world with a single thought. All the races in the universe would be completely destroyed. During this time, what you need to do is to increase your strength and raise the perfect bloodline to the limit as soon as possible. The great sage told him that the perfect bloodline Feng Qin had in his heart had not reached true perfection. He still lacked a bloodline. Only by merging with that bloodline could he reach the limit. What bloodline? Feng Qin asked. The devouring demon bloodline, the great sage said. Hearing this, Feng Qin frowned. The young Marquis of the demonic sky fire domain was a member of the devouring demon clan. Suppressing him should not be difficult to obtain the devouring demon bloodline. But why was the great sage frowning? It's not what you think. The devouring demon bloodline in ordinary members of the devouring demon clan is extremely rare. After countless years of reproduction, some members of the clan do not have the devouring demon bloodline at all. The great sage explained, the only true core of the devouring demon clan has the devouring demon bloodline. Only its concentration can help the perfect bloodline. The perfect bloodline plan was to combine all the bloodlines of all the races in the universe to create the strongest bloodline to counter the devouring demon bloodline and deal with the devouring demon clan. Now, the last link was missing, and it was also the most dangerous one. Then what should we do? Fong Qin was stunned. He could not sneak into the origin world to hunt down the devouring demon clan, right? That was the devouring demon clan's territory, and the devouring demon clan leader, a chaos sovereign, was there. It was simply suicide. Unexpectedly, the great sage really nodded. He said to Fong Qin very seriously, "Our plan was not so fast, but your appearance forced us to speed up the plan. Now, the only breakthrough point is the origin world." But the great sage interrupted Fong Qin and continued, "It's a miracle that you were able to bring your physical body to the end of the reincarnation road. After being purified by the dark cleansing water, your Yuan spirit has reached the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul could withstand the pressure of the sea of bitterness and be reborn smoothly. Furthermore, he could reincarnate with his memories." Fong Qin was stunned. The great sovereign's intentions were clear. He wanted him to reincarnate into the origin world with his memories. This way, he would be able to deceive everyone and obtain the demon devouring bloodline. How powerful is the devouring demon clan leader? Can he not discover it? Fong Qin was worried. After all, it was a genuine chaotic supremacy who was much more powerful than an ordinary chaotic supremacy. Hence, he dared not let his guard down. Otherwise, once they were discovered, they would die without a doubt. They might not even have the chance to reincarnate. "Don't worry. Since I'm in charge of the reincarnation road, I definitely have a way to wash away your original aura so that you won't be discovered." The great sovereign said, "However, after reincarnating, you must remember not to activate the perfect bloodline. Otherwise, your aura will leak out. After reincarnating, the perfect bloodline would be sealed. Then, if I obtain the demon-devouring bloodline, how do I leave the origin world?" Fong Qin asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. The heaven-defying alliance leader has been fighting in the chaos battlefield. There are passageways to the origin world that were built to train the devouring demon clan. However, over the long years, the heaven-defying alliance leader has secretly controlled a devouring demon clan and controlled a very hidden passageway. Once you succeed in your hunt, immediately head to that passageway. The heaven-defying alliance leader will receive you at that time. Fong Qin fell silent. This matter concerned the safety of the Chaos Realm. Once the devouring demon clan leader launched the God's Fall battle, his parents, wife, and daughter would all die. He would also die. All the races in the universe would be completely wiped out. While thinking, Fong Qin clenched his fists. Thousands of thoughts ran through his mind. "Think about it first," the great sovereign said. The plan had all been planned. They were only waiting for Fong Qin to agree. Moreover, they had been planning for this plan for countless years. They absolutely could not allow any mistakes. Otherwise, once the devouring demon clan leader found out, he would definitely launch the God's Fall battle in advance. At that time, everything would turn to ashes. All of a sudden, Fong Qin raised his head. His eyes were unusually firm. "I agree." He agreed to reincarnate and enter the origin world to hunt the devouring demon clan and seize the demon devouring bloodline. Only in this way would there be a chance of survival in the Chaos Realm. Only then would his family and friends survive. After cultivating to this point, he felt that family was irreplaceable. His wife and daughter were still waiting for him. "All right, the plan will be launched in 3 years. During this time, do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" The great sovereign asked. "I want to go back and take a look," Fong Qin said. "No problem, I'll send you back now." At this moment, the blood cavalry saint opened his eyes and smiled at Fong Qin. "I'm very happy for you to be able to come this far. I hope you can succeed." On the other side, the Bloodline King's withered face also showed a trace of blood. "You will become the hero of all clans in the heavens. the savior of the Chaos Realm. Feng Chun bowed to the two, grateful to them from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for their help, it would have been difficult for him to reach his current height. Senior Blood Cavalry, Feng Qin said. The Blood Cavalry Saint seemed to have expected Feng Qin to ask something. He flicked his finger, and a ball of light entered Feng Qin's mind. I have given you the Star Knight's lair. But before going to hunt the Star Knights, you have to make a trip back to the abyss of God corpses, the Blood Cavalry Saint said. Originally, one needed to comprehend 3 origins to activate the token and re-enter the abyss of God corpses. However, since Feng Chun had come this far, the Blood Cavalry Saint naturally removed the harsh conditions. Feng Chun nodded, and then his figure disappeared on the reincarnation road. Great Sage, do you think he will succeed? The Bloodline King asked in a hoarse voice. His potential is unprecedented, and he has a confidence that never gives up. If even he can't succeed, then I can't think of anyone else in the world who can. The Blood Cavalry Saint was full of praise for Feng Qin, but he still couldn't hide the sadness in his heart. The calm surface of the sea of bitterness rippled, and the aura of death filled the air. The great sage looked at the sea of bitterness and murmured, "This will be our last chance. Only success is allowed, failure is not allowed." In the demonic mountain range, the dark sword tomb had long been reduced to ashes, but there was still a cold sword chi surrounding it. Crash! Suddenly, a sword light soared into the sky. Chapter 36-25 Demonic Fire Domain. In the past 100 years, the young Marquis and the others had been fighting crazily. They had used a sacred item to severely injure the Nether Ghost Lord, causing the Godsfall Alliance to lose an invincible force. Now, only the Black and White Elders were left. Don't! Outside the tent, the war drums continued. The Black and White Elders' faces were gloomy. This battle had lasted for half a year. As the young Marquis showed his heaven-defying methods, more and more warriors who had been neutral joined him. They thought that the Godsfall battlefield had no future. The top leaders were trapped in the Chaos battlefield, and their fates were unknown. Now, it was difficult for the 2 elders of the Holy Ji Palace to resist the attacks of the young Marquis and the others. Moreover, the mysterious no-demon cult had gathered their remaining subordinates and joined the young Marquis, causing their strength to skyrocket. In the 100 years of battle, the Godsfall Alliance had suffered heavy losses. The young warriors who had fought with Feng Qin had all died on the battlefield. Many disciples of the Holy Ji Palace were not spared. Hearing the war drums, the Black and White Elders got up and slowly walked outside. Is it finally coming? The battle that had lasted for 100 years was finally coming to an end today. However, the young Marquis' strength had skyrocketed, and he had a magical item and a death substitute talisman. It was too difficult to kill him, and he still had many strong warriors under his command. For a moment, the Godsfall Alliance was in a heavy mood. Above the fire marrow mine, the young Marquis Xiaomu stood with his hands behind his back. He sneered at the people in the Godsfall battlefield. The outcome has been decided. The end of you sinners is here. If you surrender and join my side, I can spare your lives. Xiao Mu was disrupting the morale of the army. Everyone, I'm sure you've seen the situation on the Godsfall battlefield clearly. The ancient war will repeat itself and everyone will die. Only by relying on the young Marquis, entering the primal chaos battlefield and being protected by the carefree manner will you be spared. Someone stood up and said in a deep voice. He was once a highly respected peak master of the Heaven-Defying Alliance and had a close relationship with the Sky, Sword Peak Master, and others. However, who would have thought that he would be the first to betray the Godsfall Alliance? Bastard! You still have the face to stand here? The Black Elder scolded angrily. You're the peak lord of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, yet you're openly betraying your own beliefs. Elder Bai was furious. In response, Xiao Mu sneered. He pointed at the peak leader who betrayed the heaven-defying alliance and said, "He is your role model. A wise man submits to circumstances. From now on, he will be a capable warrior of the Xiaoyao manner. He will definitely reach the peak of martial arts in the future." Sure enough, with Xiao Mu's words and the betrayal of the peak leader, the morale of the army became unstable, and they began to scatter. Some people were ready to make a move. Bang! Nether Ghost Lord flew into a rage and killed a martial artist who had caused a disturbance in the crowd with a single palm strike. Dark Ghost Lord, what do you mean? The immemorial Bull Demon clan member angrily glared at the Nether Ghost Lord. What right do you have to kill a member of my Ox Demon clan? On what basis? Although the Nether Ghost Lord was heavily injured, his foundation was still there. It was easy for him to deal with some weak Saint Realm martial artists. Moreover, his prestige was still there. In these past years, your Ox Demon clan members have pretended to be obedient, but secretly disobedient. You've been slacking off in the war and even abused your authority for personal gain. That person just now was openly tempted by the Xiaoyao Manor's invitation and disturbed the morale of the army. This kind of trash deserves to die. Being berated by the Nether Ghost Lord like this, the faces of the Ox Demon clan members alternated between green and blue. Could it be that your Ox Demon clan wants to betray us? His words caused everyone to tremble in fear. Although the Ox Demon clan had declined, they were still one of the top forces on the God's Fall battlefield. If they betrayed them, the blow to the God's Fall alliance would be too great. What's with the nonsense? Let's start the war. Xiao Mu's servant sneered. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Mu's hand suddenly shook. In an instant, a gray array appeared in the middle of the battlefield, enveloping everyone within it. At the same time, the people behind him began to attack. The shocking battle had begun. In order to protect the last pure land, kill. The black and white elders were the first to attack. Their target was the young Marquis, Xiao Mu. As long as they captured him, this battle would come to an end. You two old things, I've tolerated you for a long time. Xiao Mu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he charged at the black and white elders. The battle in the Demon Dome Fire Domain attracted the attention of everyone on the God's Fall battlefield. They were all nervously waiting. However, Fang Qin was completely unaware that he was in the demonic mountain range, trying to use the blood essence of the Blood God clan to communicate with Lord Qing. Buzz! The blood essence of the Blood God clan spun in his mind, emitting a scarlet aura. Finally, it silently invaded the earth. After the war 100 years ago, the demonic mountain range had become a mess. The lair of the no-demon cult had been reduced to ruins. However, Fang Chen was certain that Lord Qing was still sleeping underground. Senior Lord Qing. Fang Chen called out softly as the blood essence of the Blood God clan continued to penetrate deeper. Hiss! Hiss! After a long while, Fang Chen discovered an abnormality. The power released by the blood essence of the Blood God clan suddenly stopped and quickly gathered together. Fang Chen's powerful consciousness spread out and instantly invaded the earth. He instantly discovered a weak consciousness. It's you? Lord Qing also discovered Fang Chen. You actually, Lord Qing was shocked. Fang Chen actually walked out from the end of the reincarnation road alive. It was simply unbelievable. Senior, how are your injuries? Fang Chen asked. My injuries have not healed. I can't leave this place for the time being unless... Lord Qing said. Unless what? Fang Chen asked. I was seriously injured back then, and the death aura invaded. This is also the reason why I can't recover. All these years, I have been sleeping here to absorb the power of reincarnation to expel the death aura. Lord Qing sighed. He knew that this place was related to the reincarnation road, so he chose to sleep here. Expel the death aura? Fang Chen was stunned. He originally thought that it would take a lot of effort. but he didn't expect it to be so simple. "Senior, I can help you." While speaking, Fong Chen's wrist shook, and the reincarnation blade appeared. The mighty power of reincarnation crazily drilled into the ground. Lord Qing didn't believe it at first, but after seeing the power of reincarnation, he was completely stunned. "Senior, hurry up and absorb it." Fong Chen's voice came. Deep underground, Lord Qing was very excited and began to absorb the power of reincarnation. 3 days later, boom! A loud noise could be heard coming from the ground. The entire demonic mountain range was shaking. Immediately after, a frightening power soared into the sky. "Lord Qing." Fong Chen greeted with a smile. He didn't expect Lord Qing at his peak to be so powerful. Chapter 36:26. Qing Jun, who was at his peak, was so powerful that it made people shudder. Boom! A deafening sound came from underground, followed by the ground cracking. The entire bewitching mountain range trembled, as if a force that crossed time and space was coming at them. It gave people a feeling of ancient vicissitudes and incomparably profound. So strong, is this the strength of a former peak powerhouse? Fong Chen sighed, even though he already had some understanding of Lord Qing's past. Seeing his true self with his own eyes still shocked him. Crash! Just as Fong Chen was sighing, an old man in a green robe suddenly appeared. "Junior Fong Chen greets Lord Qing." Fong Chen clasped his fists. Lord Qing stroked his beard, and a smile appeared on his old face. He nodded to Fong Chen with satisfaction. "Miracle! This is simply a martial arts miracle." He looked at Fong Chen seriously, and stormy waves were set off in his heart. After being invaded by the Qi of Death, he had almost died. He had only managed to retain his last shred of consciousness. Dragging his broken body, he had fallen into a deep slumber here, constantly comprehending the power of reincarnation. He wanted to use the power of reincarnation to expel the Qi of Death in his body. However, the death aura's erosion was too serious, and the reincarnation road was too mysterious. It had always been difficult for him to recover. Now he was saved by a rising star of the 5 elements sacred realm. Moreover, it was a martial artist he saved 100 years ago. "I was just lucky." Fong Chen was modest. The reincarnation road was of great importance, and he did not explain it to Lord Qing in detail. The latter gave him a thumbs up. "In any case, you are the only person I have ever seen who can walk out of the reincarnation road alive." Moreover, Lord Qing could clearly feel that Fong Chen's strength had become extremely powerful in 100 years. When he saw Fong Chen's spirit, he was stunned on the spot. It took a long time for him to recover. "The world will be yours in the future." He had never felt that he had become old and that he was powerless in some things until he met Fong Chen. "Little friend Fong, I, Lord Qing, owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire," Lord Qing said. A promise from Lord Qing was worth 1,000 gold. "Senior, I just came out of the reincarnation road. I'm a little worried about the heaven-defying alliance." Qing Ju nodded and said directly, "Let's go now." At their level, their speed was already extremely fast. With a single thought, they could travel tens of millions of miles. On the way, Fong Chen released his powerful primordial spirit to sense the world. He instantly discovered the battle in the magic sky fire region. His expression changed drastically as he sped up. In less than half a day, the two of them arrived at the magic sky fire region. At that moment, the battle in the demonic sky fire region was extremely intense. Xiao Mu relied on the holy artifact in his hands and the array to block the black and white elders, preventing them from saving the others. On the other battlefields, the powerhouses of the Gods Fall Alliance and the Carefree Mansion were constantly fighting. Kill. Fong Chen saw that those who had joined the heaven-defying alliance with him had fought bravely and died at the hands of the experts of the Carefree Manor. At the same time, he also saw that the No Demon Cult Protector was crazily killing the people of the Godsfall Alliance. Even though the Godsfall Alliance had the advantage in numbers, they lacked top-notch combat power. The battle was almost one-sided. In just 3 days, the Godsfall battlefield was almost completely defeated. Miserable screams came from the battlefield. At a glance, the magic Skyfire region was like purgatory. It was chilling. Terrifying killing intent surged from Fong Chen's body. Beside him, Qing Jun was also furious. Old bastards! I will let you all personally witness your people dying before your eyes. Xiao Mu sneered. On the other side of the battlefield, a female servant of Xiao Mu was fighting the top disciple of the Dao Palace. Puchi, drunk monk, had already used all his strength. His combat power was comparable to an invincible saint. However, he was unable to fight back against the female servant. Humph! How dare trash like you call yourself an invincible saint? What a joke! The female servant sneered. The Chaos Realm's heavenly path was damaged, and its origin was thin. At the same level, it was impossible to defeat the powerhouses of the Origin Realm. Therefore, the female servant had been suppressing Drunk Monk from the beginning. Damn it! Drunk Monk's head was bald, and his body was filled with killing intent. He was once the top disciple of the Dao Palace and was known as a rare genius. However, he was engrossed in cultivation and had never walked around the world. Now that the Godsfall battlefield was facing a great calamity, he was duty-bound to step forward. If I don't go to hell, who will? Drunk Monk put his palms together and chanted Buddhist scriptures. His body flashed with golden light. However, those who were observant could see that the golden light was mixed with a little black luster. Seeing this, the black and white elders shouted, wanting to stop him. Stop! Drunk Monk was activating the hidden dark power in his body. He was turning dark. He vaguely remembered that the Thunder Palace Lord had said that once the dark power in his body was activated, he would be completely lost and become a killing machine. All these years he had been cultivating Buddhism and wanted to refine it. However, he couldn't care less now. Even if he died, he would drag someone down with him. Damn bald donkey, it's useless. The female servant looked at him with disdain. A long staff suddenly appeared in her hand. She activated her power and swung it at Drunk Monk. Rumble! Terrifying power surged. Just as Drunk Monk was about to turn dark, a palm suddenly landed on his shoulder. It instantly suppressed the dark aura in his body and woke him up. Then, Drunk Monk felt a gentle force pushing him out of the battlefield. At the same time, the person who came reached out with his bare hand. Under everyone's gaze, he easily grabbed the staff that the female servant had swung at him. Crack! Then, with a shake of his wrist, the staff shattered. Poof! The female servant was sent flying by the recoil. The person who came took the opportunity to strike with his saber. Boom! Before the female servant landed on the ground, she was killed. Her body and soul were destroyed. In an instant, the entire demonic sky fire domain fell silent. The battle also came to an abrupt end. Everyone's eyes were focused on the figure in the dust. Fong Chen. Finally, when the dust settled, the people of the Godsfall Alliance recognized Fong Chen. Then they were overjoyed, especially the black and white elders. They couldn't believe their eyes. What happened? The two of them looked at each other, their hearts trembling. It's you! The No Demon Cult Protector screamed, while Xiao Mu stared at Fong Chen. Everyone was shocked by Fong Chen's strength. How strong did he need to be to suppress Xiao Mu's female servant, junior brother Fong? Drunken Monk was stunned. Then he rubbed his head and grinned. It's Fong Chen from the Dao Palace. He's back. Oh my God, the genius who disappeared for 100 years has finally returned? The protector of the No Demon Cult glared at Fong Chen. Xiao Mu smiled playfully. I was just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Do you think you can fight me with your strength? What if I join? Chapter 36:27. There were some wrinkles on the green-robed old man's skinny face. He dragged his slightly stooped body to Fong Chen's side and said, I haven't fought for a long time. It's a good time to stretch my muscles. Xiao Mu's eyes were like torches as he stared at the green-robed old man. Although the green-robed old man looked like an ordinary person, he gave him a sense of fear. His intuition told him that this person was not simple. The protector of the no-demon cult screamed. Qing Jun Yu! 100 years ago, he fought with Qing Jun's incarnation in the demonic mountain range. In the end, the latter retreated with the Sky Sword Peak Master. Now, Qing Jun had returned. What? He's Qing Jun? Obviously, some of the old monsters present had also heard of Qing Jun's name. They looked at the green-robed old man with greedy eyes. Seeing this, the black and white elders breathed a sigh of relief. If Qing Jun had returned, then there should not be much suspense in this battle. For a time, Xiao Mu's expression kept changing. He's just a remnant of the Battle of Gods. So what if he's back? Xiao Mu snorted coldly. He had a sacred item in hand. In this sinner's land, he was an invincible existence. Unless heaven-defying alliance leader and the others returned, no one would be able to stop him from advancing. Everyone, follow me to kill the sinners! Xiao Mu roared. Suddenly, the battle began again. Leave him to you. Qing Jun pointed at Xiao Mu and said to Fong Qin, It's a good time to test my strength, Fong Qin said. Boom! In an instant, Fong Qin leaped and punched out, colliding with Xiao Mu's fist shadow. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Even the void trembled. As soon as they exchanged blows, Xiao Mu felt the aura of the Inferno Source Oregon. It's you who stole my source, or? Xiao Mu was furious, and a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The Inferno Source, or is born from heaven and earth. I found it first, so it's mine, Fong Qin said. A mere sinner dares to go against my carefree palace? You must be tired of living. After I kill you, I'll extract the essence of the mother or from your body. Actually, Xiao Mu was also very curious about Fong Qin. A person who had fallen into the reincarnation road actually came out alive after 100 years. Moreover, his strength had greatly increased. What had he gone through? What exactly existed in the reincarnation road? To him, this was a huge attraction. Everything will become clear once we suppress him. Xiao Mu snorted coldly. The power in his body vibrated, and the power of the origin spread out. His fists continued to attack. As expected, seeing the origin energy surrounding Xiao Mu, Fong Qin sighed. The great monarch was right. The devouring devil clan's patriarch had taken away 2/3 of the chaos realm's destiny, causing the heavenly Tao to be incomplete and the origin to be thin. The origin, they comprehended, was fundamentally different from the devouring devil clans. The origin that Xiao Mu had comprehended was even purer. However, this did not stop Fong Qin from making his move. Heaven-severing alchemy art. He displayed the supreme technique. The hidden star sword in his hand danced out thousands of times in an instant. The terrifying sword shadows crisscrossed and forced Xiao Mu to retreat. You're courting death. Xiao Mu stomped his foot and rushed over again, falling into a chaotic battle with Fong Qin. Let's fight again. Qing Jun stopped the protector. The battle 100 years ago was not very satisfying because his incarnation was too weak. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The protector was surrounded by black qi, forming a terrifying vortex. He struck out with both palms, but Qing Jun easily dodged them. Crack! After his attack missed, the protector cried out in alarm. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. At this time, Qing Jun had already closed in on him. A palm strike landed on his back, sending him flying. Pucci! The protector spurted out blood. His face turned pale, and his internal organs trembled. If it was an ordinary person, their soul would have been scattered by Qing Jun's palm. Too weak. Qing Jun said leisurely. During the battle, Qing Jun seemed to have changed into a different person. His body was no longer bent, and the wrinkles on his face disappeared. He was like a god of war, raging on the battlefield. With the addition of Qing Jun and Fang Qin, the pressure on the God's Fall Alliance was greatly reduced. Led by the Black and White Elders, they besieged Xiao Mu's servants. Crack! Under the pincer attack of the Black and White Elders, a servant was killed. Ah! In the distance, Xiao Mu gritted his teeth. He didn't care about the lives of the sinners who surrendered to him, but the 9 servants who followed him here were too important to him. Damn it! Xiao Mu vented his anger on Fang Qin. Heaven-severing alchemy art. Fang Qin exerted all his strength, put away the hidden star sword, took out the reincarnation blade and slashed out. Hiss! Xiao Mu blocked with his fist and was instantly attacked by the reincarnation force. This is the reincarnation force. Xiao Mu was horrified and kept retreating. However, how could Fang Qin give him a chance to catch his breath? The heaven-severing alchemy art was performed again, and the blade accurately slashed on his body. Crack! One of Xiao Mu's arms hung down. You, Xiao Mu, who stabilized his body, stared at Fang Qin. You are the only one who has hurt me all these years. Xiao Mu said in a deep voice, Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will suppress you, refine your primordial spirit, and turn you into a puppet, never to be reincarnated. I'm afraid you don't have the ability, Fang Qin said. Puchi, another servant, died. Xiao Mu was so angry that he was trembling. Boom! At this time, the battle between Qing Jun and the protector of the No-Demon cult had also ended. Although the protector of the No-Demon cult was strong, he couldn't resist Qing Jun at all and was finally killed by Qing Jun. Ah! A miserable scream was heard. The protector of the No-Demon cult wanted to escape, but he was trapped by Qing Jun's powerful means, and then his primordial spirit was shattered, causing him to die completely. Then Qing Jun and the Black and White Elders joined forces and killed the remaining servants in one breath. Boom! Boom! Every time a servant died, Xiao Mu would become even angrier, seeing his 9 servants die in front of his eyes. He was furious to the extreme. All of you sinners must die. Xiao Mu's eyes were cold. No one can save you. Originally, he just wanted to control the God-Fall battlefield and didn't want to kill all of them. But now there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to destroy, completely destroy the land of the sinners. Only in this way could he eliminate the hatred in his heart. Especially when he saw Fang Qin, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. How is it? Do you need help? Qing Jun asked. The other battles on the battlefield were also almost over. Those forces that betrayed the God-Fall Alliance were scared out of their wits and were directly suppressed by Qing Jun. Now, everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Qin and Xiao Mu. Fang Qin waved his hand. Qing Jun instantly understood that Fang Qin wanted to solve it himself. Will there be any problem? The Black and White Elders were a little worried. Don't worry, I have confidence in Fang Qin. Chapter 36:28. Xiao Mu held a holy artifact in his hand and called himself a god. But what he faced was a sinner abandoned by the devouring demon race. Every member of the devouring demon clan was instilled with the idea that the battlefield of gods was a cage that imprisoned the sinners from the day they were born. These sinners had once fought against the devouring demon race and committed a heinous crime. It's useless. You can't survive in front of my devouring demon race, Xiao Mu sneered. But soon he added, No, you can live. With your strength, you can become my servant. I will personally suppress you and refine your primordial spirit. You will become my, Xiao Mu's most loyal servant. Thinking of this, Xiao Mu couldn't help but laugh wildly. What kind of expression would the self-proclaimed most monstrous genius of the sinners have when he ordered him around like a slave? The devouring demon race is crazy. They try to control the world and kill other races. Even the heavens cannot tolerate it. Fong Qin said coldly. After learning the secrets of the God's Fall battlefield from the great sage, Fong Qin didn't have a good impression of the devouring demon race. You're courting death. Xiao Mu let out a low roar as he stomped his foot. Layers of complicated runes suddenly appeared around his body. These runes suddenly intertwined together and formed a seal. Die. Xiao Mu leaped up and stepped on the seal. The holy artifact in his hand emitted a dazzling light. He waved it, and the world dimmed as a terrifying power rolled over. Seeing this, the members of the God's Fall Alliance cried out in alarm. Be careful, the black and white elders warned. Lord Green stood with his hands behind his back, controlling the situation. The Nether Ghost Lord stood to the side. Although he was seriously injured, he had also participated in the fierce battle. Cough, cough. He coughed a few times and opened his palm. There was a sticky black blood. Whoosh! Lord Green flicked his finger, and a pill appeared in front of the Nether Ghost Lord. You're too injured. Swallow it. The Nether Ghost Lord could tell at a glance that the pill was extraordinary. He said excitedly, Thank you, Lord Green. In front of Lord Green, the entire God's Fall Alliance was a junior. Boom! A gust of wind rose. Fong Chen made his move. After exchanging blows with Xiao Mu, he had already determined the latter's strength. Xiao Mu's cultivation was probably at the late stage of the Ninth Order Saint Realm and had yet to reach the peak. However, because the holy item in his hand was too powerful, he was able to severely injure the Nether Ghost Lord and suppress the black and white elders. Therefore, if he wanted to kill Xiao Mu, he had to be careful with the holy artifact. What a strange holy relic! The sacred object emitted a strange light that completely enveloped it. Fong Chen's nascent soul was unable to see through it, which surprised him. Demon devouring clan bloodline? Suddenly, Fong Chen's bloodline stirred. Soon, he learned that the holy object contained the bloodline of the demon devouring clan. Although it was rare, it resonated with the perfect bloodline. Crack! The sacred object in Xiao Mu's hand pressed down and shattered the void, sealing Fong Chen's escape route. Then, the seal under his feet turned into a wisp of black smoke and quickly surrounded Fong Chen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Formation. Following Xiao Mu's loud roar, the seals instantly crisscrossed from all directions, trapping Fong Chen within. Stupid sinner, what are you going to use to fight me? Xiao Mu's voice came into the seal. Fong Chen held the reincarnation blade and looked around. A seal formed by combining the power of the origin with the bloodline of the demon devouring clan. Fong Chen's attainments in seals were also very high. After he understood, he immediately cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the reincarnation blade. Buzz! The blade of the reincarnation blade instantly emitted a cold aura and froze the surrounding void. Then, he suddenly slashed out with the blade. Boom! The power of reincarnation in the reincarnation blade circulated wildly. Under Fong Chen's control, it accurately bombarded the node of the seal. Crack! The seal couldn't withstand a single blow and shattered. Xiao Mu was stunned. However, after Fong Chen rushed out, he immediately used the heaven-severing alchemy technique. Whoosh! Dazzling sword light condensed into a sword that could destroy the world. It crossed the river of time and surged toward Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu's face was solemn as he screamed. The supreme technique. His body swayed slightly, and a ripple seemed to have appeared on the sacred artifact. You actually have the supreme technique? Xiao Mu instantly thought of the reincarnation road. He couldn't wait to suppress Fong Chen. I have to thank you for bringing the supreme technique to me. Xiao Mu grew up in the Origin Realm, so he knew more about the primal chaos supreme than anyone in the God's Fall Alliance. How powerful was the supreme technique? Xiao Mu didn't know. But he knew that in the demon-devouring clan, only the top and most outstanding elites would be bestowed with the supreme technique. Moreover, it was bestowed by the patriarch himself. Now, the supreme technique had appeared on a sinner. He wanted to snatch it and keep it for himself. Kill. He activated the sacred artifact to suppress Fang Qin. Boom, boom, boom. The sky-severing alchemy technique was too profound. Every time it was used, Fang Chen's understanding would deepen. Now he had unleashed the sky-severing alchemy technique to the extreme. Even an invincible saint would find it difficult to resist the power of his sword. Dong! The sacred artifact emitted a domineering light and collided with the hidden star sword. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Cracks appeared on the hidden star sword. The sacred artifact was also penetrated by the supreme technique, and its light weakened. Whoosh! Xiaomu was forced to retreat. He stabilized his body and floated in the air, looking at Fang Qin greedily. The stronger the supreme technique, the more excited he was. The supreme technique is mine. Xiaomu licked his lips. On the ground, Fang Qin felt pain in his hand. The sacred artifact is too powerful. It contains the bloodline of the demon-devouring clan and the mark of Xiaoho. It is difficult to defeat it with the sky-severing alchemy technique alone. Fang Qin pondered in his mind. He thought of the copper bowl. Although the sacred artifact was powerful, it was not at the level of a supreme weapon. The copper bowl is not an offensive supreme weapon, but it can trap the sacred artifact. When I kill Xiaomu, the sacred artifact will become an ownerless object. Fang Qin rolled his eyes. He had already thought of a way to deal with Xiaomu. I admit that you are strong. Xiaomu suddenly said, Your potential is among the best in my clan. I don't want to kill a genius. If you give me the secret technique you just used and the reincarnation blade, I can let you live. Fang Qin raised his head and looked at Xiaomu. Are you stupid, or am I stupid? How could such an idiot say such a thing? As expected of the demon-devouring clan, they are a bunch of brainless things. Fang Qin shook his head. Xiaomu was furious. You are dead. No one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths can save you. However, at that moment, Fang Qin unhurriedly took out a copper bowl from his bosom. The dull copper bowl caused Xiaomu to cry out involuntarily. Chapter 36:29. Supreme Weapon. The weight of these 3 words was too great. It was enough to shake the entire Chaos Realm. After all, after the battle of the ancient gods, no primal Chaos Supreme had appeared in the Chaos Realm. As for supreme weapons, they had appeared occasionally, but they were all incomplete. Moreover, even if a supreme weapon appeared, no one would be able to control it. But now, Fang Qin could completely control a supreme weapon. This was definitely an earthquake. Not only was Xiaomu shocked, but even Lord Qing couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't see through Fang Qin anymore. The latter's growth experience was too legendary. So what if you have a supreme weapon? Soon, Xiaomu regained his composure, and his father's words echoed in his mind. The Chaos Realm had long been incomplete, and the primal Chaos Supreme had disappeared. Supreme techniques and supreme weapons were even more difficult to find. My sacred artifact was born in the origin world and raised with the blood of the demon-devourer clan. It can resist your supreme weapon, Xiaomu said coldly. He regained his confidence and held the sacred artifact in his hand. The demon-devourer bloodline in his body circulated. Although the copper bowl gave him a heavy feeling, he felt that it was very likely to be a fake supreme weapon. He didn't believe that a complete supreme weapon could appear in such a dilapidated land of sinners. The sacred artifact suppresses the heavens and all things die. Xiaomu made his move. He didn't want to give Fang Qin any chance. With a leap, his figure flickered and disappeared into the void. At the same time, Fang Qin held the copper bowl in one hand and the reincarnation blade in the other. He released a powerful divine sense to sense the world. Rip. Suddenly, a bright golden light appeared behind Fang Qin. "Be careful!" Lord Qing shouted. However, Fang Qin seemed to have already known. He didn't even turn his head and directly grabbed the copper bowl. "I've been waiting for you," Fang Qin said. His primordial spirit had reached the nascent soul level. In the entire chaos realm, no one could hide their aura under his nose, not even the demon devourer clan from the origin world. He deliberately revealed a flaw and let Xiaomu make his move. As expected, Xiaomu fell for it. The copper bowl directly enveloped the bright golden light. "Devour devil and heaven." Xiaomu roared as he activated the holy artifact with all his might. However, he was shocked to find that the sacred artifact was gradually losing its connection with him. No. Xiaomu shook his head frantically as his demon-devouring bloodline began to circulate. However, it was useless. The copper bowl was a supreme weapon, and it had the support of a perfect bloodline, so it could easily crush holy objects. Rip. After the last connection was severed, the sacred object was instantly suppressed by the copper bowl. Dong dong dong. In the void, the copper bowl pressed down as if it could cover heaven and earth. A deafening sound came from inside. This was the sound of a holy object crashing down. Without the holy object, you are nothing. Fang Qin turned his head and looked at Xiaomu. "Humph, the sacred item was bestowed by my father. It has my father's mark. How can a mere copper bowl suppress it?" Xiaomu felt the impact of the holy object and came back to his senses. He stared fiercely at Fang Qin. "When the holy artifact breaks through the suppression, you will die for sure." Fang Qin shrugged. "You'll have to have the opportunity to wait until then." After saying that, Fang Qin smiled playfully. He swung the reincarnation blade and attacked Xiaomu crazily. With his current strength, his nascent soul stage primordial spirit, the reincarnation blade, and the legendary paragon technique, Xiaomu was no match for him. Crack! In just a few rounds, one of Xiaomu's arms was cut by the reincarnation blade. He quickly retreated, his arm hanging down and blood dripping. "Damn it!" Xiaomu was furious. "It's all because of you." His plan was all ruined by this guy in front of him. "I want you dead." Xiaomu roared angrily and engaged in a chaotic battle with Fang Qin. Indeed, as Fang Qin said, Xiaomu without the holy artifact was like an ant in front of him. Slash! Slash after slash landed on Xiaomu's body. The latter screamed miserably. Finally, Xiaomu couldn't take it anymore. He burned his essence blood and used the innate ability of the devouring devil clan. Whoosh! However, just as the innate ability was formed, it was scattered by Fang Qin's blade. How is this possible? Xiaomu's eyes lost focus. He had suffered a critical hit. "Let's go." Xiaomu was scared and didn't want to continue fighting. "You want to leave." Fang Qin chased after him with the reincarnation blade. He immediately used the heaven-cleaving alchemy technique. The sky was filled with blade light and sword shadows, crisscrossing with amazing power. Crack! However, when the reincarnation blade pierced Xiaomu's head, a talisman instantly shattered. A substitute talisman? Fang Qin was a little surprised. He looked at Xiaomu again. After using the substitute talisman, he had already fled far away. "It's useless. You can't escape." Fang Qin chased after him. The demonic fire domain was completely sealed, so Xiaomu couldn't escape. Soon, Fang Qin caught up to him. Under the violent attacks of the reincarnation blade, he was on the verge of death. At this moment, a peerless aura emerged from his body. This is a half-step chaotic supremacy. Fang Qin was stunned. The terrifying aura condensed into an illusory figure in front of Xiaomu. "Sinners, how dare you try to kill my son?" This person was Xiaomu's father, Xiaoyaohou. "Old man, you allowed your son to mercilessly slaughter the races of the chaotic realm. Now that your son is like this, you only have yourself to blame. Fang Chen was fearless. You're courting death. Duke Xiaoyao was infuriated, but he did not make a move. Seeing that you have unparalleled potential, if you become my son's servant and escort him back to the chaos battlefield, I can guarantee your lineage a lifetime of peace. Fang Chen snorted coldly. The illusory figure in front of him was only condensed from the mark that Xiaoyao left on Xiaomu. Compared to the original body, it was far inferior. Besides, his original body was in the chaotic battlefield and couldn't come out. In your dreams. Fang Chen directly refused. Your son is dead. Father, save me. Xiao Mu cried. The sacred object was suppressed, so there was no way he could escape. Don't worry. I won't let you die, Xiaoyao said in a deep voice. He raised his eyes and looked at the copper bowl in the distance. No wonder it can suppress the sacred object. It turns out that there's a supreme weapon. However, you sinners want to use the full power of the supreme weapon. As he spoke, Xiaoyao slammed his palm forward. Suddenly, an earth-shattering force roared and bombarded the copper bowl. Dong! The copper bowl was hit by a strong impact, and it shook. At the same time, the sacred object suppressed inside responded to Xiaoyao and attacked wildly. Fang Chen frowned. Xiaoyao wanted to cooperate with the outside to break the seal of the copper bowl? But didn't he underestimate the power of the supreme weapon too much? He knew that it was a supreme weapon. Why did he still do this? Did he have a special method? Buzz! The copper bowl shook and emitted a strong halo. In an instant, it cut the demonic sky fire domain into pieces. Some of the weaker warriors couldn't escape in time and were directly killed. Not good. Fang Chen cursed inwardly as he sensed the movements of the copper bowl. Suppress it. However, at this moment, Chapter 3630, the blood essence of the demon-devouring clan covered the copper bowl. This drop of blood essence was different from Xiao Mu's. It was Xiaoyao's blood essence and was extremely powerful. Buzz! The copper bowl shook, but it could not shake off the blood essence covering it. This caused the copper bowl to be in a very unstable state. Boom! Inside the copper bowl, the holy artifact was also attacking. It worked from the inside and overturned the copper bowl. Whoosh! After the holy artifact broke free from the copper bowl's control, it flew back to Xiao Mu's hand. Father, I'm going to kill him. Xiao Mu's eyes were scarlet and he bared his teeth. He wanted to kill Fang Chen with his own hands. Go, I'll hold the fort for you. Although it was only a mark, Xiaoyao was from the demon-devouring clan and had powerful means. His appearance directly turned the situation around. Seeing this, Qing Jun naturally could not sit still. Old man, I'll deal with you. With that, Qing Jun leaped and came in front of Xiaoyao, striking out with his palm. Crack! Xiaoyao's illusory body dissipated and condensed again. A half-step chaotic supremacy from the land of the sinners. Xiaoyao's face was full of disdain. The Chaos Realm and the Origin Realm were two completely different places. It was no exaggeration to say that a half-step chaotic supremacy in the Chaos Realm was nothing in the Origin Realm. They could not even defeat an invincible saint. This was because the Chaos Realm's heavenly path was damaged and 2/3 of its fate was taken away, which affected everyone's cultivation. It could be said that the cultivation foundation of the Chaos Realm's people was too weak. At the same level, the demon-devouring clan of the Origin Realm could sweep through the Chaos Realm. Therefore, even if it was only a mark, Xiaoyao was full of disdain for Qing Jun Dai. Xiaoyao used the demon-devouring clan's technique and forced Qing Jun back with a palm. Fury of the heavens! Qing Jun and Xiaoyao were tangled in a chaotic battle. On the other side, Xiao Mu regained his confidence after taking back the holy artifact. He launched a crazy attack on Fang Chen. Even if you have the holy artifact, you will die without a doubt. Xiao Mu used the sky-severing alchemy technique one move after another. He could only rely on the holy artifact to block it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen's body kept changing directions as he secretly set up the formation foundations. Die. Xiao Mu seemed to have sensed something, but it was too late. At this moment, Fang Chen was floating in the air. He raised his arm, and in an instant, a terrifying aura gathered on his body from all directions. 108 formation bases were formed in an instant. They then soared into the sky and intertwined with one another. The formation was complete. This is... Xiao Mu panicked when he saw the array. This was because he realized that the demon-devouring bloodline was actually being restrained by the formation. Without the help of the demon-devouring bloodline, his strength would be greatly reduced. This was the biggest disadvantage of the demon-devouring clan. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the blink of an eye, the demon-devouring bloodline was completely suppressed. Xiao Mu gritted his teeth and dripped a drop of blood onto the holy artifact, forcefully activating the holy artifact to its maximum power. However, it was to no avail. This array was called the Bloodline Sacrificial Array. It was a spell formation that the Grand Monarch had passed down to Fangchen. It was based on his perfect bloodline and the research of the myriad races in the universe. This array was the best choice to deal with the demon-devouring clan. Of course, the Bloodline Sacrificial Array could restrain the demon-devouring bloodline. On the other hand, the demon-devouring bloodline could also restrain the perfect bloodline in the Bloodline Sacrificial Array. However, the array was led by Fang Qin, so he was less affected. Before Xiao Mu could react, Fang Qin charged over with the reincarnation blade in his hand. With this strike, he was aiming to inflict injuries on both sides. After all, he had a death substitute talisman, while Xiao Mu did not. No. In a flash, the situation was reversed, and Xiao Mu was suppressed. Duke Xiaoyao, who was fighting, also noticed this scene. Mu'er! He roared, wanting to get rid of Lord Qing and rescue his son. Your opponent is me. Lord Qing entangled him and took advantage of his unpreparedness to severely injure him with a palm. Crack! Duke Xiaoyao's mark gradually began to dissipate. Father, save me! Xiao Mu screamed miserably. Fang Qin did not even use the death substitute talisman and seriously injured him with one strike. Crack! Xiao Mu's arms fell to the ground. His cultivation was crippled by Fang Qin. Sinners! How dare you kill my son? You will regret it. Before Duke Xiaoyao's mark dissipated, he issued an angry threat. Boom! Lord Qing's punch completely defeated him. Heaven and earth returned to normal. Only Xiao Mu, who was in the Bloodline Sacrificial Array, was struggling to hold on. The sacred artifact blocked most of the damage for him, but he was still not spared. Pucci! Another slash landed on his forehead. In an instant, his head was smashed. His primordial spirit wanted to escape. Die. Fang Qin ended Xiao Mu's life with one strike. Buzz! The Bloodline Sacrificial Array collapsed, and the demonic sky fire domain was silent. Everyone looked at Fang Chen in a daze. It was too shocking. He saved the entire God Fall battlefield with his own strength. At this moment, Fang Chen was undoubtedly the hero of all clans in the heavens, and what he played was the hero's return. We won. Some people still couldn't believe it and muttered in a low voice, "Ha ha ha, we won." We stopped the outbreak of the God Fall battlefield. After a moment of silence, thunderous applause and excited laughter erupted in the demonic sky fire domain. The black and white elders were gratified. Lord Qing walked over and patted Fang Chen's shoulder. It's over. The threat that had affected the God Fall battlefield for 100 years had finally been completely eliminated. Everyone was shouting Fang Chen's name. Fang Chen, thank you. Nether Ghost Lord walked over and cupped his fists. It's my duty, Fang Chen said with a smile. What happened in the demonic sky fire domain quickly spread throughout the God Fall battlefield. Everyone was praising Fang Chen's merits. and as the protagonist, he was healing in the Holy Ji Palace. "How are you?" Lord Qing asked. "Much better," Fang Chen said. "Now the entire God Fall battlefield sees you as their savior." Lord Qing briefly explained the situation outside, as well as the forces and cultivators who betrayed the God Fall alliance. They were all executed by the Holy Ji Palace cultivators, led by the Black and White Elders. The God Fall battlefield was completely peaceful again. A few days later, Fang Chen's injuries were healed. Everything was done, and the God Fall battlefield was peaceful again. He was ready to go back to the ancient chaos to take a look. After all, he was going to reincarnate and restart his cultivation to deal with the upcoming catastrophe of the world. He didn't know when he would return. Lord Qing and the Holy Ji Palace cultivators were guarding the God Fall battlefield. Nothing would go wrong. He set off and returned to the ancient chaos. Every corner of the God Fall battlefield was talking about Fang Chen, the miraculous cultivator. At the same time, everyone was united against a common enemy and found all the remnants of the No Demon cult. As for the forces that betrayed the God Fall alliance and joined Xiao Mu, they all collapsed. All the clans applauded, and the God Fall battlefield was back on track. All of this was thanks to one person. Chapter 36-31. Buzz. Fang Chen crushed the token in his hand, and suddenly a strange aura shrouded his whole body. The next moment, he felt the world was spinning, and he was a little dizzy. When he stabilized his body, he suddenly found that he had returned to the abyss of God corpses. Phew! A familiar smell, a familiar aura. Fang Chen opened his arms and felt the breeze blowing on his face. In his mind, the scene of the first time he came to the abyss of God corpses appeared. Back then, when he first entered the battlefield of Godfall, it was the good fortune of Blood Cavalry Saint that allowed him to go further on the path of cultivation. However, he also did not expect that in the future he would shoulder the burden of thousands of races in the world. Splash! He walked into the abyss of God corpses. Because of the mark left by Blood Cavalry Saint in his body, there was no obstruction in the abyss of God corpses, and he soon came to the deepest part. Back then, he was only one step away from getting the last inheritance. Now he was here. "Young friend, you are finally here." A picture appeared in front of his eyes. This was the will left by Blood Cavalry Saint, not his original body. Since you can come here, it means that you have comprehended 3 kinds of origins, and your strength should be considered extremely strong among the saints. Blood Cavalry Saints will continued. Splash! Suddenly the picture went dark. Then screams came. This was a battlefield, and the sky was filled with smoke. Countless cavalry trampled on the old, weak, sick, and disabled, with a sinister sneer on their faces, mercilessly slaughtering. Star Knights. Fang Chen clenched his fists, and anger rose. He could imagine that when the Star Knights slaughtered the old, weak, sick, and disabled, it must be Blood Cavalry Saint who tried his best to stop them. Dong! The picture came to an abrupt end, and the battlefield was still filled with smoke, but the cavalry had left. They left with high smiles and monstrous killing intent. What was left were white bones. There was also resentment that could not be dissipated since ancient times. I am not afraid of the Star Knights one-on-one, but they have a terrifying joint attack formation. Once combined, they can burst out the power of a half-step chaotic supreme. Blood Cavalry Saint said. Back then, he was besieged by the Star Knights and ended up like this. Although you have become a saint, it will be difficult to destroy the Star Knights. Voila! The Blood Cavalry Saint waved his hand, and a huge blood lion suddenly rushed out of the picture. This blood lion was my mount in the past. It has the power of an invincible saint and is extremely fast. If you ride it, even the Starry Sky Knights can't catch up with you. Whoosh! The Blood Cavalry Saint pointed his finger and sent the imprint into Fang Chen's mind. The next moment, the blood lion roared and walked in front of Fang Chen, becoming docile. The blood lion was severely injured. It needs the Tianji Saint Blood Pill to heal. Fang Chen nodded. Unexpectedly, what the blood cavalry saint left for him was actually a blood lion. That's true. If he had developed according to the normal path, it was impossible for him to have such fighting strength. The blood lion left behind by the blood cavalry saint could definitely become a great trump card. Now he finally understood what the blood cavalry saint meant. He was worried that he would be too impulsive and fall into the Star Knight's encirclement. Therefore, he gave the blood lion to him. Soon after Fang Chen left, the abyss of gods' corpses completely collapsed and disappeared from the world. The blood lion looked back reluctantly and finally left with Fang Chen. The Tianji Saint Blood Pill was an extremely high-grade pill. In the entire God Fall battlefield, the only one who could refine this pill was the Dao Palace's second senior brother, the Tianji Pill King. Fang Chen sent a message and contacted his second senior brother. The latter happened to be picking spiritual herbs in a nearby mountain range. Half a month later, Fang Chen saw his second senior brother. At a glance, the person in front of him was short and small. It was a bloated little fatty. Second senior brother. Fang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the world-famous Tianji Pill King to be a little fatty. The fatty revealed a smile. "You are junior brother Fang?" He had also heard of Fang Chen's deeds and was very respectful to this little junior brother. "I can refine the Tianji Saint Blood Pill. I also have the required materials with me. Wait for me for a few days." The Tianji Pill King didn't say anything and directly started refining. During this process, Fang Chen also didn't waste time comprehending the sky-severing alchemy technique. As a supreme technique, it wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. The stronger he was, the more Fang Chen felt the terror of the sky-severing alchemy technique. Time passed. A few days later, a blood-red aura soared into the sky. This was a heaven and earth phenomenon. The higher the grade of the pill, the greater the heaven and earth phenomenon when the pill was formed. Whoosh! The Tianji Pill King took out 3 blood-red pills and handed them to Fang Chen. "Junior brother Fang, I've only refined 3 pills this time." Seeing the sweat on the Tianji Pill King's forehead, Fang Chen hurriedly said, "Thank you for your hard work, second senior brother. This mount of yours has an extremely strong bloodline. It might be a divine beast from ancient times. 1 Tianji Saint Blood Pill might not be enough, so I refined 3. Hurry up and let it eat." The blood lion's eyes widened when it saw the Tianji Saint Blood Pill. It wanted to eat them all in one go, but was stopped by Fang Chen. One at a time. The power contained in the Tianji Saint Blood Pill was too strong. Ordinary 9th rank saints would explode if they ate it carelessly. However, the blood lion's bloodline was special. In a short while, it completely digested the Tianji Saint Blood Pill. Its injuries were obviously getting better. Just like that, it swallowed another pill. He quickly absorbed the effects of the medicine, and his injuries were basically healed. "I feel like I'm about to break through," the blood lion said as it swallowed the last Tianji Saint Blood Pill. Rumble! A deafening sound came from its body. Its blood-red fur became even redder. It roared at the sky as its strength rose. Dong! With a casual swipe of its large claws, it crushed a piece of empty land. "Junior brother Fang, your mount is amazing." The Tianji Pill King was shocked. He had cultivated in the Dao Palace for countless years and had never seen such a heaven-defying beast. He was especially shocked when he felt the blood lion's overbearing bloodline. This guy. Fang Chen was speechless, as expected of a mount cultivated by the blood cavalry sage. Thinking about it, its bloodline should have been improved by the blood cavalry sage. Boom! After a long while, the blood lion stopped rolling. The entire mountain range was turned into ruins. The blood lion got up, full of energy. "Thank you, master. Not only have my injuries healed, but my strength has also greatly increased. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. At its peak, the blood lion's strength was comparable to an invincible saint. Now that it had swallowed the Tianji Saint blood pill, its strength had greatly increased. Junior brother Fang, where are you going next? The Tianji Pill King asked. Thank you for the pill, second senior brother. This is a small token of my appreciation. Fang Chen handed a sumer ring to the Tianji Pill King. The latter took it and was instantly stunned. The sumer ring was filled with rare spirit herbs of heaven and earth. These were all dreams of alchemists. This. Chapter 3632. After bidding farewell to the Pill King, Fang Chen returned to the primordial chaos. What a familiar feeling. Fang Chen opened his hands and felt the sea breeze blowing against his face. He immediately entered the forbidden land at the bottom of the sea. The altar was still there, but the offerings on it seemed to be somewhat incomplete. Buzz! The moment he appeared, the altar began to shake, and black cracks appeared on its surface. In the blink of an eye, the altar turned into ruins. In the ruins, there was a terrifying spatial storm vortex that swallowed all the offerings. Whoosh! A wisp of imprint drilled into Fang Chen's mind. This was the ultimate chant of the sky-severing alchemy art. At the same time, a voice sounded in Fang Chen's ears. I've finally waited for you. This sentence was said to Fang Chen. Bloodsword Prime was once a supreme expert of the primordial chaos realm, a supreme existence in the primordial chaos realm. However, he died in the battle against the devouring demon clan. I hope you can succeed. Bloodsword Prime said. His last wisp of consciousness turned into a file in Fang Chen's mind. Inside the dossier, there were densely packed records of Sword Dao. This was Bloodsword Prime's understanding of the Sword Dao. This. Fang Chen was completely dumbfounded. The Bloodsword Supreme's understanding of the Sword Dao recorded in the dossier was simply extraordinary. With just a glance, Fang Chen felt his heart beat faster. The bottleneck that had been troubling him was very likely to break through. Buzz! The altar completely shattered, the ruins completely disappeared, and the sea returned to calm. However, countless figures appeared on the surface of the sea. The fluctuation just now came from here. Qing Ho said in a deep voice. He was now one of the strongest existences in the primordial chaos, known as the puppet ancestor. This meant that the Tao of puppetry was unprecedented, and no one could compare with it. Indeed, his puppet Tao was something that even other peak experts would be wary of. Not far from him were the former experts of the primordial chaos. Before Lord Fang left, he said that this place is very dangerous and told us not to get close, someone said. Could it be a strange creature is attacking? Suddenly, the others' expressions changed. I'll send the puppets down to take a look. Qing Ho flicked his finger, and one of the puppets sank to the bottom of the sea. A moment later, there was no movement from the puppet. Crack! Qing Ho's body shook, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. How is this possible? He cried out involuntarily with a shocked expression. Just a moment ago, he had lost contact with the monarch realm puppet. Puppet ancestor, what happened? Someone forcefully severed the connection between me and the puppet. Qing Ho said in a low voice. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Everyone present was a top expert in the immemorial chaos. They bore the heavy responsibility of protecting the immemorial chaos. Especially after Fang Chen left, there would occasionally be experts from the battlefield of God's Fall entering through the spatial turbulence. But in the end, they were all suppressed by them. But now, there was someone who could forcefully destroy the puppet ancestors' puppets. That person was definitely an emperor. Let's try again, Qing Ho said. Voila! However, at this moment, a water column soared into the sky, and a vast power swept across the entire sea. There was even a dragon's roar. Qing Ho and the others were on guard. Brother Qing Ho, how have you been? Suddenly, a familiar voice could be heard from the water pillar. "This is—" Qing Ho's eyes widened in disbelief. "Fang Chen." The water column dissipated, and Fang Chen stood there, smiling without saying a word. "It's Lord Fang." "Lord Fang is back?" Everyone was shocked and excited. Qing Ho rushed over and hugged Fang Chen. The brotherhood was at this moment. After a long time, everyone came back to their senses. "Brother Fang, how come you have time to come back?" Qing Ho asked. "I came back to take a look." They wouldn't do anything about the reincarnation road, so he just skipped it. "Come, let's go back." Soon, the news of Fang Chen's return spread throughout the ancient chaos. Everyone was celebrating, and everyone was shouting Fang Chen's name. He deserved to be the leader of the human race. Sacred land. Fang Chen held Star and Moon's hand, walked on the path of flowing light, and finally sat on the bronze throne. Xingyu, on the other hand, was sitting beside him. "Welcome, Lord Leader." Qing Ho and the others were below, leading all the cultivators in the ancient chaos to kneel down. "Get up." Fang Chen waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted everyone up. A grand banquet was about to begin. Fang Chen was the absolute protagonist of the banquet. Moonlit night. A cool breeze blew. Fang Chen held Star and Moon's slender waist and stood on the top of a mountain. "Brother Chen." Star and Moon buried her head in Fang Chen's arms and said softly, You've worked hard all these years." The God's Fall battlefield was far too dangerous. Thus, Fang Chen ventured alone. Xingyu and the others were arranged to stay in the primordial chaos. This place was relatively safer. Star and Moon sat side by side with Fang Chen and told him what had happened over the years. When Fang Chen left, the ancient chaos wasn't peaceful. Evil creatures appeared, causing the entire ancient chaos to be in chaos. The old faker took a few brothers to suppress them. In the end, they were defeated and some even died. But in the end, they suppressed the evil creatures with the means left by Fang Chen. After Fang Chen learned the news, he used a heaven-defying method to resurrect Little Mouse and the others. The 5 brothers were very excited when they gathered. The old faker was beside them, talking like a charlatan. For Fang Chen, it was easy to resurrect warriors below the yin-yang origin realm. Moreover, in the ancient chaos, he was one with the heavens and the earth, and his words were the law. Most importantly, he had obtained the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. The ancient chaos was created by the Blood Sword Supreme. Therefore, he could easily resurrect those brothers and friends who had fought side by side. "Boss, you're amazing!" Little Mouse shouted excitedly. Xiao Huang, Xiao Hai, and Pangolin were also looking forward to it. "It's a pity that we're too weak and can't fight with you," Xiao Huang said. "We're in the ancient chaos to protect sister-in-law, and the others. We're helping you by eliminating your worries." The old faker was talking mysteriously. "This is for you." Fang Chen handed a few sumeru rings to the brothers. What was stored here were all rare cultivation materials. With these cultivation materials, the brothers could at least break through to the yin-yang origin realm. As for whether they could comprehend the origin and step into the 5 elements sacred realm, it depended on their own luck. In fact, with Fang Chen's means, he could forcibly improve their strength. But Fang Chen didn't spoil their growth. Instead, he guided them to cultivate on their own. The banquet had been going on for more than a month, but as the main character, Fang Chen had already left. Over the past month, he had spent time with his brothers, his 3 children, and his wife. On this day, Qing Ho hurried over. "Brother Fang, there are 2 people outside the sacred ground." Fang Chen scanned with his divine sense and found them.